Coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Call third strike, ball game over. Astros win it 5-2 with 3 in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Brady with his 6th save, and the Astros sweep the Miami Marlins on the heels, Blummer, of losing 3 in a row out of the All-Star break. That's a huge turnaround series.
Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. I should have went and got Al Pacino saying that as part. We should have put that in the open.
Yeah.
Because the Astros, they're pulling me back in, man. I just remember coming in here. I remember Brandon Scott coming in here way back on Monday and saying, you know what? I think there's a big faction of Astro fans that aren't going to admit it, but they would be okay if this team actually just started to slide out of the race so they would have a clear look at themselves and do the right thing before the trade deadline. And the Astros, to their credit, said, no. We're hanging around in this thing, man.
Oh, yeah.
2 games out in the division, 3.5 games out of the wild card on the heels of a 3-game sweep of the Miami Marlins. It was fun last night, 2-2 in the 8th, and we'll play these home runs and just hold on. The soon-to-be MVP with a 2-run shot, Isak with one right after that, and they win 5-2. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne today, tomorrow, and early next week as well. So it's a pleasure to see you, B. Scott.
It is a pleasure to see you as well. So what you're saying is you're old enough to remember Monday.
Yes.
You're old enough to remember Monday. I am old enough to remember, I don't know, yesterday before the game even started, when I was asked right here on these very airways if the Astros should still be considering trading Jeremy Pena given where they are and kind of everything that's happening right now. And all Jeremy Pena continues to do is, like, whenever he's out there, is play at a close to all-star level.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, my answer was, yeah, they should trade him. They should think about the long-term health of the franchise. But then again, there is this year, and they are still in it.
They're still in it. Two out of the division. This division in this American League is just going to keep a lot of teams delusional about what they actually are.
It's a perfect word.
In terms of the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
And it's funny you bring that up about Pena, and we'll listen to these home runs here in just a second. And again, we shouldn't ignore Peter Lambert was excellent again last night. He's your ace right now. He's the one guy you can count on every time out to give you 5 or 6 innings of baseball. It's not like elite like Hunter Brown last year level, but he gives you a chance to win every time he's out there.
He's not their best pitcher, but right now he's their most quality pitcher.
He's their best option.
Since quality starts is a stat or is a thing that we keep up with these days, he is your most reliable and trustworthy, I think, solid pitcher option right now.
Yes. So let's stick with that. We'll get to Pena and Dana Brown and maybe the difficult lens he's got to look through right now because of where the Astros are in this thing and because of the lack of assets that they have to get deals done that other teams might be able to do, which again plays into you do need to look at this thing, too, if you're Dana Brown, as a potential seller as well. I think you're doing a disservice to the team if you're not looking at it both ways.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that in a second. But let's relive last night. If you didn't see the game or you went to bed early, the Astros win. They're 50-54 on the season right now. They're 2 games back in the AL West, 3.5 games back in the AL wild card. The Red Sox, on this tear that they're on, has put a little daylight between them and a bunch of teams. Here was Joe Espada. So, again, you get 6 innings, 2 runs out of Peter Lambert last night. Here was Joe Espada. Then we'll listen to the home runs. This was Joe Espada on Peter Lambert's performance.
No, and there's always someone during the season and the years that I've been doing this, that there's someone, this one pitcher that gets an opportunity and just runs with it. Or last year was Jason Alexander, and Peter is kind of being that guy for us. He has stepped up and he's been our ace, and he doesn't back down for a challenge. He goes after these hitters. He throws strikes. He's very competitive, and he's been really, really good.
I thought about that the other day. I'm like, there's one every year, man.
Yeah.
There's one every year that comes out of the woodwork and wins like double-digit games. I don't know if Alexander eventually digit wins on the season last year, but I know he had like 8 to 10 starts in a row where he was doing what Peter Lambert's doing.
He had that feeling of reliability, of dependability that Peter Lambert has. And by the way, just to the point that we've been making and that Joe Espada made, this is a team leading 8 quality starts for Peter Lambert after last night.
Yeah, he's a walking quality start right now. It's Peter Lambert this year. It was Jason Alexander last year. The year before that, it was Renel Blanco.
Yes.
Won 13 games. I can't remember if the J.P. France phenomenon was in 24 or 23.
Yeah, it feels like they were the same year.
Yeah, it was 24 because I remember Seth and I having a debate when J.P. France was pitching well and Hunter Brown was pitching poorly. I was kind of siding. We were doing that whole thing like, okay, which of these two guys, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, I know Hunter Brown stinks right now, but he actually like strikes guys out. Like
Right.
you could see Hunter Brown is like amazing stuff and this and that. And Seth and I would debate about that a little bit. So I think it was 24. Because of the Tommy John surgery, it's sort of retroactively evolved this way. But like in hindsight, Luis Garcia wound up being a guy
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
In the year they won the World Series, he won 15 games. Never did that again.
Yeah.
And again, he got derailed because of injuries. I think if there was no Tommy John, Luis Garcia might still be winning 15 games for the Houston Astros.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But there's guys like that have come out of the woodwork, and I guess the difference would be that when they'd come out of the woodwork before, there was the feeling that there was still this Astros car wash where you just bring a bunch of pitchers in, and a few of them are going to get the job done for you because whatever system they had, pitchers worked.
Yeah.
And now I think there's not nearly as much confidence in that system.
Well, not only that, but it always felt like, perhaps because of that system that you're talking about, it always felt like they were an added benefit. They always felt like an additive, like a supplemental type of piece, as opposed to, I think now Astros fans are just now getting used to the team being a little bit subpar.
Yeah.
Because we're in the second year of this fighting for your life thing, and really kind of the third because they backed their way into it in 2024.
Yep.
So now this is enough.
Yeah, they've won a playoff game since 2023.
23, yeah. So we've had enough consecutive years now to kind of feel the impact and feel the effect of the roster not necessarily meeting the standard that it used to set for itself. Mm-hmm. And so now you're desperate for. So whereas a couple of years ago you didn't feel as desperate for a J.P. France to emerge or for a Renel Blanco to emerge. Now, of course, Luis Garcia was a major contributor to them when they were still winning. Yeah. But you didn't necessarily need these guys in a way that you absolutely have needed every single one of these 8 quality starts that you've gotten from Peter Lambert. You could even put it this way: if not for Peter Lambert, where would the Astros be right now?
Well,
which is a weird sentence to say, a weird question to ask, but a valid one.
Again, and I think they're still, even with this sweep of the Marlins, and thank you, Texter, says J.P. France was actually 2023.
Yeah, the years are
He won 11 games. Yeah, he won 11 games. So it was almost like it was France in 2020. It was Luis Garcia in 2022 in retrospect.
Yep.
France in 2023 gave you 11 wins. Renel Blanco gave you 13 wins. 24 last year. Jason Alexander gave you, I don't have his numbers in front of me. And then, this year it's Peter Lambert, and who knows, maybe there's some staying power. He is a former first-round pick who had to go to Colorado, which is never a great place to go when you get drafted or whatever.
Yeah, had to go to Colorado and then have to get it out of the mud. Was he in Japan or was he in Korea? Yeah,
I know it was Japan. He was overseas.
He was overseas for sure. I think it was Japan.
Yeah.
So, right. I mean, this is somebody that has had to come full circle, and now it feels like he's exactly where he needs to be.
What I was going to say was there's probably Astro fans like, he's keeping us in this thing so that the front office can make another big swing and trade stuff away.
So they're
so that we can get knocked out in the wild card round, or not even make the playoffs.
Could you quit it, Peter Lambert, already?
If it weren't for Peter Lambert, maybe we'd be a seller now.
Pipe down, Peter.
Because I do think, this brings me back. We'll listen to the home run brigade here in a second, just to celebrate that from last night. But it's got to be a really interesting time to be Dana Brown, because I think they, in their heart of hearts, they want to be buyers. It's just how Jim Crane's wired. He wants to win. He's made promises about keeping the title championship window open. So I think he wants to keep those promises. I think he's competitive. I think Dana Brown's going to do whatever Jim Crane's bidding is, frankly. I think if Jim Crane said, you know what, I changed my mind, we're going to be a seller, Dana Brown would be a seller. He's going to, the direction they go, the general direction they go, will be dictated by the owner. The execution of that direction will be done by the general manager with probably some oversight from Jim Crane. The bigger the deal, the more the oversight probably is. This is just, he's done that with other GMs that aren't Dana Brown. He was the one that suggested they go get Zach Greinke back in the day, Jim Crane. So from this standpoint, he's involved. It's just got to be a very interesting time to be Dana Brown, because even if your edict is to be a buyer, that doesn't stop other teams from calling you about Jeremy Pena. And if you're Dana Brown, you've got to answer those phone calls. It's your duty to answer those phone calls and at least listen to what they're offering. So that's got to be a very strange thing, as opposed to previous seasons, even the last couple seasons where it was much more clear that, yeah, the Astros, if you're going to be a buyer or seller, they're a buyer. This time, 2 years ago, they already had like 55 wins. They got they got 50 now. Yeah. Last year, they were well into the 60-win mark at this time of year. So they were clearly buyers last year. This has got to be very strange because of the way the makeup of the AL, where you are, there's so many teams that feel like they have a chance, including the Astros, and it's not just Dana Brown, it's got to be, like the Tigers are straddling that fence right now, and they've got the biggest trade chip in the sport. What's their GM doing right now? That's got to be just such a unique position because of the way the league is unfolded, Brandon, that you've got a bunch of GMs that are taking buying and selling calls right now.
Yeah, it's one of those times where, and I think we hear it all the time with GMs across sports, where they talk about balancing the short-term success and the long-term future. And this is essentially the job of a GM, fighting the long-term future of the franchise for the short-term success, but to also be as aggressive as possible and to take advantage of a moment if you have it, which is the moment that we're talking about right here with the Astros. And so you hear that, and it sounds like GM speak a lot of times when you hear it, because we're like, duh, that's your job. But here it is in like most epitomized right here in its realest form is like, okay, well, the best thing to better this team, the best way to better a team this year trying to make a run is to perhaps sacrifice the long-term, some part of the long-term future. Yeah. But how much of a right now does this team really have? How realistic is it, and how much is it the word that you used earlier, delusion? Yeah. Like, are we delusional or are we aggressive and competitive? And where do those words start to kind of conflate a little bit or start to overlap, which is the delicate balance that I feel like the Astros are trying to walk that line. But when we try to evaluate this and figure this out, I'm glad you mentioned Crane, because that's really what we're talking about. Dana Brown is going to do the bidding of Jim Crane exactly the way you put it, and it's much harder to get a beat on what exactly does Jim Crane think. We know how he operates, but what does he think really about this team right now in this moment? And that's going to tell us, that would tell us a lot about how they're going to approach that deadline.
Well, and who are the untouchables in the minor league system? Because back in the day, Kyle Tucker was an untouchable in the minor league system, and it turns out it was a good thing that they didn't cut Kyle Tucker loose. He turned into an all-star for the not so much an all-star for the Dodgers. We'll get into that later in the show. Yeah. Turned into an all-star. Now, if you truly are trying to contend, it was easy to not trade Kyle Tucker back in the day because you didn't have the same. I mean, this team's got a lot of needs. Yeah. It might make the playoffs, but this is not a World Series team right now. So,
and if it is, it's kind of like one by accident and one by default. Like if they were to go to the World Series, it would easily be their least impressive World Series run of a team.
Well, 100%. Well, in the regular season at least, right?
Or to even make it, right? Yeah. This team wouldn't be as good as the 2019 team that was the best Astros team that we ever seen, and not even as good as the 21 team that lost to the Braves.
They don't have three starters you can trust right now. They don't have three you can trust. They barely have two.
I love that you said this, because I do this game probably once a week where I'm like, okay, who are the three guys now?
If you had to.
If we were to start a playoff series right now, who are my three guys?
Seth and I do it on the air all the time. And he, like a couple of weeks ago, I'm going, Tatsuya Imai might be your game 2 starter. Yeah. This is kind of before Peter Lambert had gotten on this tear that he's on right now. I say tear. Like it's not like he's 8 innings of shutout ball every time. He's just very solid. Yeah. But for this team, it's a tear.
Yeah, you'll take reliable. Yeah, he's as reliable. A tear.
He's on a reliable tear right now.
Yes.
And that's the thing. You can't even like Hunter Brown's not trustworthy right now. Like Hunter Brown, like he would be one of your. He'd be your game 1 starter. Yeah. But he's not trustworthy right now. I think he would even say that. Like he's a little bit all over the place right now.
Yeah.
Let's relive the home runs from last night. I don't want to get too deep down like being a nerd Nervous Nelly quite yet. 50 and 54 after all.
Who's your three is kind of fun though, because it could be outside of Hunter Brown, it could be any combination on that back end.
We know Hunter Brown and Peter Lambert would be two of them.
Yes,
I just don't think you could. If the playoffs were to start tomorrow, you can't deny Peter Lambert, and Hunter Brown's Hunter Brown.
Yeah, but at one point it would have been Eric Getty. At one point it would have been it could have been Tatsuya Imai, as you mentioned.
I think it's clearly Imai would be three for me at this point.
Today, yeah.
Today. Now, yeah.
If you'd asked me a couple of weeks ago, though, I might have said Eric Getty.
Ask me on Monday. You're back in here on Monday. Imai starts this weekend.
Yeah.
If he gets knocked out after 2/3 of an inning, I'm coming in with a completely different tune, and that's kind of the point of the whole thing. All right, so 3 home runs last night got the job done. That accounted for 4 of the 5 runs in the Astros 5-2 win. Here's Jeremy Pena, 3rd home run in 3 games.
Sox Paredes. Pena tries to go for 3 straight. First time in his career. Back-to-back games for the home run for Jeremy Pena. And it's 2-0 Astros.
Oh, man, it's been spicy against the Marlins. A lot of jalapeno in this swing this week.
All right, that's good, Byron. That's good.
I love it.
Blum's so joy. I love that Blum has so much joy in his heart on these home runs. It's so fun to listen to.
Well, the home runs, the nicknames, something that I didn't realize they were doing, and I've been watching Astros games. I guess I just missed it.
Yeah.
But they reminded me or revealed to me for the first time that they were doing a Lamborghini thing. I didn't realize that they were doing it. And so, they were mentioning over the weekend that Eric Getty hadn't been holding up his end of the Lamborghini.
He's 2 flat tires in the back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly the Lamborghini that it's supposed to be, but if he kind of gets back right, it could be Hunter Brown in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, I like that.
You know what I mean? Or if it's not, it's just the Lambo and Tatsuya Imai. But I love the cheesiness that comes with them having some joy in this baseball season that has been up and down.
Yeah, it's been very up and down. So that was Pena, 3 home runs in 3 games. That was the second run of the game for the Astros. This game remained tied 2-2 for most of the evening last night. So Lambert did not get the win last night. But we got to the 8th inning, and what are we, about 2 months away, 2.5 months away from an MVP being voted on? The soon-to-be MVP, Yordan Alvarez, does his thing.
Off the outside edge.
Pena goes. This ball driven deep to left field. Looking up, Hernandez. Good! He's done it again!
This guy's awesome.
He's just there. You go. Good enough. This guy's awesome.
Yeah.
I laughed when Blum said that last night.
And not just because he hit the home run, but that ball I think was a strike. But he kind of goes and gets it. Like it didn't look like the type of pitch that he should be able to homer off of, and he goes opposite.
It's like
field.
going with the pitch.
Yeah.
Like oftentimes when guys say, like when someone hits opposite field, like good job going with the pitch.
Yeah.
It like lands in front of the left fielder.
Yeah. It's supposed to be a double at best.
Or double down the line. Like it kind of lands just inside the foul line. Jordan out pitching it up in the Crawford boxes. Like he is something else. Very next hitter, Isaac Paredes.
This ball drilled deep to left field. You can forget about that one. Back-to-back jacks. Isaac Paredes behind Yordan Alvarez, and the Astros in front 5-2.
Yeah, the top third of the order is doing the heavy lifting on this team right now. Even in the games they were losing to the Orioles last week, the offense was all getting generated from Yordan, and I know Pena got banged up a little bit, and Paredes has been much more solid of late. Like it's all coming from those 3 guys right now.
Oh, dude, shout out to Yordan even like helping with the light hitting outfield. I've been saying this all year. It is a top heavy infield / Yordan heavy, infield / DH heavy lineup. Yeah. And if they could get anything from those outfielders, which happens to be that back end of the lineup, they could really be cooking with grease. But Yordan is that guy.
Absolutely. Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. I know a lot of you tuning in didn't get to hear the announcement yesterday. You may have heard what the announcement ended up being. We'll dig into it more at 7 o'clock. For those of you who missed the actual announcement, we're going to replay it. But Sports Radio 610 is going to be becoming rebranded, moving to the FM dial. I say moving to the FM dial. 95.7 The Fan starting on August 13th. Simulcasting as 610 The Fan here on Sports Radio 610. Questions came about that yesterday. So Brandon and I will do sort of we'll replay the announcement. If you missed it yesterday, you won't want to miss it. And we'll do kind of a frequently asked questions thing. So if you're looking for sort of okay, what's going on segment, we're going to do that at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock, because coming up next, our 10 days until training camp, we're down to day 5 until Texans training camp, which starts next Wednesday. Day 5 on the radio. Question number 5 is about the running back room. Are we concerned about the overall depth in the running back room? Brandon Scott and I will dig into that coming up next.
2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, it was a big day here yesterday, and we're gonna recap it at 7:00. If you missed it, Sports Radio 610. It was almost like a gender reveal yesterday. We revealed that we will be becoming 95.7 on August 13th.
Way cool.
That's the birth.
Way cooler than 95% of the gender reveals that I see.
Yes, it was awesome. So
Way cooler than
we're going to replay the announcement of that at 7:00 and tell you guys kind of if you have questions about it, B. Scott and I are going to do sort of a frequently asked question, an FAQ, if you will.
Yeah.
And if you got questions on it, send them in on the text page. I would say wait till closer to 7:00 to send the questions, just so we'll see them at that time.
But the YouTube chat can get active, though.
Yes.
I can see you guys in there now.
Yep,
so
B.
if y'all
Scott's
want to hit us up.
He's got the YouTube open. So we'll do that at 7:00. We'll do headlines in the next segment. 10 days till camp. We're counting down. This is 5 days. Radio days,
yeah.
Until camp gets here today, tomorrow, and then the first practice is on Wednesday. So the final question in this series of questions we're doing will be Wednesday, just before practice begins next week. So, and we're doing it in this segment every day.
And I'm in with you in all of these days leading up, I think.
All of them except the actual day. Seth is back for the first day of practice.
Right.
That'll be question number 1. But you're here. If you want to throw question number 4 out there tomorrow.
Oh, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Definitely. And I've been keeping up with all of y'all's questions leading up to this point as well. With Cole and even since he's been gone. So, all of them.
Yeah. So tomorrow, B. Scott will bring question number 4 to the table.
Yes.
Question number 5. Are we concerned about the overall depth in the running back room? And let's just list here real quick what the running back room looks like. It's the newly acquired David Montgomery, who I think a lot of people are very excited about. It's Woody Marks trying to build off of what he did in his rookie season, and in a perfect do it a bit of a different way than he did his rookie season. Jawar Jordan is still here. He flashed last year. British Brooks has turned himself into kind of a nice sort of backfield Swiss Army knife with a little bit of fullback chops going on too, right?
And a special teams demon.
And loves to wallop you on special teams.
Yes.
And then they've got, and if I'm missing anybody, tell me, B. Scott, but they got a couple kind of intriguing undrafted guys in camp. They didn't draft anybody, which was a little surprising. But Noah Whittington out of Oregon, and then Joshua Pitzenberger is the other running back that's in that room right now. So I think I got everybody. I checked the depth charts online. I think that's the extent of the room. So I'll put it to you, B. Scott, and then I'm going to see what your take is on this, and we can go back and forth. How are you feeling about the depth in this running back room?
I actually like it. I am not as concerned about the depth with the running back room as, say, I would be. Like, tight end is a question, and I think we've discussed that on this show and in other places in the past. But running back, I'm actually cool with the depth. I think the argument against the running back room is honestly the overall talent of it and even the top end of it. If you're talking about David Montgomery, who we all can agree and believe is going to be their lead back, like, how do you feel about David Montgomery per se?
Yeah.
And I think there are there's excitement, but I think you can legitimately question if that's, like, you could do better than that as your top running back. In a committee, he's obviously been great in Detroit, but David Montgomery marks as a 1-2 punch, I am totally comfortable with. I will say, and maybe I'm contradicting myself a little bit here, because if one of those guys were to get hurt, and I guess that's what depth ultimately is,
yes.
If one of the two of those guys gets hurt, then I do think that my answer does suddenly change, because now you're putting, let's say David Montgomery gets hurt, and you're right back to square one where you were last year.
Yeah.
I would say that that's a concern. And if Woody Marks were to get hurt, and it's just David Montgomery and then Jawar Jordan and that list of characters that you had after that, British Brooks of the world, I would be a little bit concerned about that. As presently constructed, I'm comfortable with it. If one of those guys gets hurt, I guess I would be concerned. So
yeah.
I'll change my answer midstream there. There's a slight concern about the depth.
Because we're talking about depth.
Yeah, that is a slight concern.
And depth, injuries factor into that conversation.
Especially at this position.
Because two things can be true. You can like the way the room looks as is, healthy, which it sounds like you do, and I do as well. But depth is that's a different topic. And I just think back to last year, and David Montgomery is not Nick Chubb, and all due respect to Nick Chubb. I mean, obviously he was working coming off of multiple injuries, and he looked his age last year.
Yeah.
David Montgomery, he saw his playing time diminish, not because he's not good or because he looked his age, because he's 29 now too. I think we need to factor that in. Like, he's beyond the age of when running backs start to show some wear and tear. But he got put on the back burner because one of the best 2 or 3 running backs in football, and maybe the biggest Swiss Army knife of any back in football, Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
You're like a very sharp knife.
Yeah.
The best nail file that you can have.
Yes.
An amazing corkscrew.
Yes.
Jahmyr Gibbs. You'd be silly in Detroit, especially while he's still getting paid like a rookie, to not just use as much Jahmyr Gibbs as you possibly can.
Yeah. Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson are that new wave of running back.
They're the
who are
top
in a class of their own right now.
They're in a class of their own. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
And so I like David Montgomery. You're right. I don't think he's going to show up on the top 10 running backs list of anybody.
No.
But I think he is exactly embodies what this team wants to be offensively. All the things they were doing on the offensive line in the offseason that dictated very clearly they want to be a more physical football team. They want to be the offensive version of what the defense is.
Yeah.
David Montgomery's that at running back. That's my concern. If something happens to him, then you are back to Woody Marks being in a role that I think last year showed he's like maybe physically not totally up to.
Yeah.
He left a lot of games. He came back, to his credit. He's a tough kid.
Yeah.
But I've always felt that, boy, in this offseason, even before they got Montgomery, if they can go get a guy who's a lead guy, it's almost like you're getting 1.5 running backs because you're getting a better version of Woody Marks.
Yeah, no, 100%. I answered this question incorrectly at the top of it because once you think about it, I'm comfortable as currently presented. But if anything happens to David Montgomery, we're back to square one.
We're back to 2025.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, honestly, if anything happens to Woody Marks, now you're really kind of flirting with disaster there because now nothing can happen to David Montgomery,
right,
or you're back to the Jawar Jordan game. And credit to him when he stepped in, but that's not a place where you want to be. So you can't say, I cannot in good conscience say I'm totally comfortable or not concerned at all with the depth if either one of the top 2 guys goes down, I'm going to be tremendously concerned about it.
To the point where, and I haven't looked at the list of who's out there, like of the Nick Chubbs of this year.
Right.
Which one of them is probably Nick Chubb. I don't think he signed with anybody. I wouldn't mind seeing them bring in a veteran guy to have in that room and just see how he looks in camp. And if it fits, then great. That wouldn't bother me if they did that.
Yeah.
The Texans.
Yeah. Now, I will say, like, as far as the workload, because since we are speaking to the point about, injuries and all of that, I do think it's important to treat it as a committee as much as you can or as best as possible. Now, I think their performance and their actual production is going to dictate how the carries are going to be allocated, but I do think it's important that neither guy, even though Woody Marks is a younger guy, and, of course, David Montgomery has tread on the tire, I think it's important that neither guy get run into the ground, let's say, the way that Joe Mixon did 2 years ago.
Did you see Jane Slater's report that they're expected to split the load, the two of them?
I did see it.
Montgomery and Woody Marks?
And I saw some of the reaction on our station yesterday. I found it to be interesting.
She clarified. Well, my first reaction was, okay, well, split can mean any number of things. Sometimes people assume split means 50-50. No.
So did she not say 50-50? You saw was reacting.
The report was split lead back reps, and then she clarified. She said this won't be an even split. Everyone.
Oh, okay.
She clarified on Twitter. I'm told David Montgomery will have slightly more here, but the vision, and it's early, is for Woody Marks to build on last season, especially with the help of Montgomery, and hopefully see a significant amount of reps. How that shakes out, TBD. Woody played last year because he was their best guy, which he was. He was a better football player than Nick Chubb. I think there's a good chance Woody Marks is not a better football player than David Montgomery at this stage of his career.
I agree. Now, I don't want to crap on or disrespect Jane Slater, who's been at it for a long time, but that clarification also makes that not a report. Because that's how 1-2 running back rotation, that's how the pecking order works.
This is what I'd like to see, B. Scott, Brandon in for Seth today. I'd like to see 60-40 touches, maybe 65-35 with Montgomery and Woody, except in short yardage situations, and I want it to be 95-5 David Montgomery.
I think that's the ideal scenario.
Yeah.
I mean, that exact.
He was brought in, I think, to get tough yards for you.
I think that supports the point that you were just making about about David Montgomery more so fitting the identity of what they want to be and the style that they want to play with and how they want to run. Yeah. David Montgomery is more of that to a T. And Woody Marks, to his credit, I think he's a good, he profiles as a good change of pace guy, but then also showed you that he can run between the tackles in a pinch and in a relief role.
Absolutely. All right, coming up next, headline: Astros win last night. Hey, Rockets made a move on the coaching staff. I'm anxious to get B. Scott's thoughts on this. One of the 4 hosts on the Rockets Collective, right, B. Scott?
That is right.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward.
Actually hosting tonight, so looking forward to that.
Good deal. All right, well, there you go. And we'll talk some Rockets a little later on in the show as well. We're still on LeBron watch, too, for you general basketball fans out there. So we'll get to all that in headlines. We'll do that coming up. .com/reviews. It's Dr. Ben Salento.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
The outside edge.
Pena goes. This ball driven deep to left field. Looking up, Hernandez. Gone! He's done it again!
This guy's awesome.
And you are too, Jeff Blum. You're awesome as well. Todd Callis, Jeff Blum on the call, Space City Home Network. Yordan Alvarez just doing what Yordan Alvarez do, which is hitting dingers, and doing it very efficiently, hitting dingers while leading the league in batting average as well. He is creating some serious daylight. Astros win 5-2 last night. But we got to bring up Yordan because his run for a Triple Crown is just as big a story as the Astros, where they are in the standings right now. Yordan is putting daylight between him and others in the American League now in those Triple Crown stats.
Aside from just simply being a lifelong Astro from Yordan Alvarez on a nightly basis, that does have me still all in on this season and wanting to go for broke this year, because I'm like, I cannot guarantee you another fully healthy. And look, he's really good. Like, this is no fluke. He could be this good for a long time. I just don't know how long he's going to be able to do this or how often he's going to be able to play with this kind of regularity. So I'm like, man, let's maximize a legitimate Yordan Alvarez MVP season.
A Triple Crown is such a unique thing. In the midst of a season where it really feels like the Astros are kind of starting to it does feel. I know they're 2 games back in the division, but it does feel like the good times are over to a degree as a team.
They feel like a 500 baseball team.
Yeah, and it feels like it's going to be that way for a little while, right?
Yeah.
Not just this season, but maybe for a couple of seasons. And, maybe they strike gold with something. Who knows? So the opportunity to get to see a season like this is so unique. And I would say from a Yordan standpoint, as far as the trade deadline goes, and I'm not saying trade Yordan. Don't worry, everybody. I'm not about to say that.
No.
But what I am saying, and we'll hear from Joe Espada here in a second, Pena in front of him, Paredes behind him right now, to have those 2 guys on either side of Yordan obviously enhances his ability to be the best version of him as well. Pena and Paredes are 2 of the biggest names that are on all these trade lists.
Yeah.
So while I know there's a lot of Astro fans like, boy, we could get a lot for Pena, there is a part of me that doesn't want them to move Pena or Paredes purely because I want Yordan's MVP season to be a reality.
Yeah, I know we have to talk about the desert approaches. It is a big deal every year. The trade deadline, MLB trade deadline, big deal.
Yeah.
We get it. But am I crazy for just really kind of just wanting to enjoy the team, for like even the up and down nature of it, how they can get swept and then sweep in a series. They lose
baseball.
2, lose 1.
That's baseball.
Lose 2, win 1.
Hey.
Like I'm actually here for the experience.
For me personally, I just like sitting down in my living room with my wife and watching baseball games.
Right.
We both like watching baseball. It's something we bond over.
But they also are, because I like watching baseball as well. I'm not going to lie. It was really tough back in 2011 and 2012 to watch baseball on a nightly basis.
Oh, yeah.
They are just good enough, and Yordan is like a huge part of this. They're just good enough to keep me legitimately interested night in and night out.
I promised Joe Espada. Here's Espada on the Pena-Yordan dynamic.
No, Alcantara is going to go after those guys. That's what he does. We talk about Alvarez, but Jeremy, is so important. He gets on base. Yordan has that hole open a lot, so he's able to get those singles through that hole. And what about Paredes? Like, he's a threat behind Yordan. He gets big hits. He's a quality at bat. So those 3 guys in the top of our order, they're one of the best in the league.
Yeah, and you don't have the luxury right now either of giving even Pena, who seems like he's banged up, once a week. You don't have the luxury, right? Like that top third of the order is in ink. Maybe a rest day sometime in September or something. But those 3 guys have to be in the lineup every day.
Yeah.
It's not negotiable.
Yeah, well, the math of it is just that they force you to pitch to Yordan.
Yeah.
Which does not seem like a good idea, but they force you to pitch to him.
Absolutely. All right, the other headline here locally, the Rockets hired Chip Engeland. Am I pronouncing his name right?
That's correct.
Brandon Scott, who's part of the Rockets Collective podcast. He's the shot doctor.
He is.
I don't know anything about this guy, B. Scott. Educate me in the next minute or so.
He is the shot doctor, often credited with helping Kawhi Leonard become a shooter. I don't know if most of us are old enough to remember, but Kawhi Leonard wasn't always a knockdown shooter, a great offensive player.
That's right.
And he helped with that, helped with Kawhi Leonard's shot, helped with Tony Parker's shot, and he was a little bit of a streaky jump shooter as well, helped with Manu Ginobili's shot, and most recently, Lou Dort, who could not hit the side of a fire station when he got into the NBA, and by the time England got his hands on him, he became a 40% three-point shooter. So we're hoping he can doctor up some of the ill shooters that we have here in Houston, namely Alperen Sengun and Amin Thompson.
Okay, you just answered my question. I was about to ask
Who are the main ones?
Who does his star pupil need to be?
It literally has to start with those two. Like, lock those two guys in a room, in this case in a gym, with England, and see what shakes.
And if I had to prioritize between those two, for me, it's Amin Thompson. Because if Amin Thompson gets a jump shot, look the hell out.
Yeah. Well,
the ceiling of an Amin Thompson with range.
Alperen Sengun already has an offensive profile, even without a jump shot.
Yeah.
Amin Thompson is scoring 18 points off of vibes and athleticism.
Right, yeah,
he has not figured it out.
He's just cobbling it together.
I mean, he doesn't even seem like he knows exactly where he's trying to get on the floor. He's just like, get the ball, do something.
Yep.
So if he can get a shot, that'd be major.
It'd be major. All right, so that's big news. All right, we'll talk a little Rockets basketball a little later. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Just sent me a picture of himself at Buc-ee's. This may be from yesterday.
It is majestic.
He's got a John McClane style. That's not a bucket hat. What do we call that?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not quite a bucket hat.
It's like a hat that the guy in Curious George wears almost.
Yeah.
He said he's trying to get on McClane's level.
He's pulling it off though.
It's a Buc-ee's hat too. It's got a Buc-ee's patch on the front
it looks
of it.
good on him.
You
man.
like it? I told him you liked it.
Yeah,
I
it looks good on. I like it on him.
On him. Yeah.
I don't think I could pull that off, but it looks good on him.
Seth C. Payne, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Brandon's in for Seth today. All right, so we had a big announcement yesterday. Sports Radio 610 is going to be 95.7 The Fan. Let's talk more about that coming up next. We'll replay the announcement promo we did yesterday, which is one of the greatest pieces of audio that's ever been played on this station. And I'm not being hyperbolic. It is so good. It's reliving in some ways, the last 32 years of this station via the Houston Sports Highlights. And then Mark Vandermeer's voice is on it, and the announcement is amazing. So if you missed that yesterday, we'll reset that. We'll also kind of do some frequently asked questions on what this changeover means. We'll do that coming up next. But first, I got you guys into a luxury video.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne.
All right, we'll get to the big announcement from yesterday in just a second. If you missed it, Sports Radio 610 is becoming 95.7 The Fan, and that'll happen on August the 13th. So we'll get to that in just a second. A couple of texts before we get to that. We just got done talking about the Astros last night. Mostly in headlines, we talked about Yordan Alvarez because he is easily the thing that's most worth talking about on the Astros. But shout out the Astros sweeping the Marlins. That was good. That was good to see.
Yep.
2 games out in the division, 3.5 games out in the wild card race. There's a texter, and I lost the text, but basically a texter asking, hey, is Yordan having a better season right now than Jeff Bagwell's MVP season back in 1994, the season that got cut short because of the strike? And the strike actually worked in favor of Bagwell because if you recall, he got beamed in the hand.
That's right.
Just before the work stoppage.
Yeah.
If they had kept playing baseball, Bagwell probably would have ended the season with only 110 games.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't have won the MVP. But we're almost to the 110-game mark now. I mean, Yordan's, I think the Astros have played 104 games, and Yordan's only missed a couple of them. It's crazy to say this, and I hate even comparing this Triple Crown season that Yordan Alvarez is having to Jeff Bagwell's MVP season, because this is like comparing the 2 greatest supermodels in the history of the business or something like that.
Yeah.
They're both great.
Yeah, you're trying to find a pimple somewhere.
Do you recall how crazy Jeff Bagwell's numbers were that season?
So
I'm looking at him.
I just remember that being around the time where we fell in love with Jeff Bagwell.
Yes.
You know, so I do remember, and then, of course, baseball just went away. That's what I remember.
It's funny because I knew of Jeff Bagwell going all the way back to the mid-'80s.
Right.
His high school was in the same conference as my high school. He and I are a year apart.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know this. Jeff Bagwell's best sport in high school, do you know what it was?
Football.
Nope. Soccer.
Oh, I did not know that.
He scored 36 goals his senior year in soccer.
Did not know that.
Which a lot of people in Houston would be like, no way, because his body type changed a lot when he got to the big leagues. If you go back and look at pictures of Jeff Bagwell in high school, he's kind of a skinny kid.
So does your brother have head-to-heads with Jeff Bagwell?
My brother has...
Well, he's younger than you.
No, my brother was a freshman on the varsity team for our high school. The only freshman to ever make the varsity was my brother. I'll go a step further. Bagwell's senior year, he played at Xavier Middletown, was the high school. We were Simsbury High School. We faced him in the quarterfinals of the States. It went to penalty kicks. We lost in penalty kicks. The score at the end of regulation was 1-1, and we still have the box score. My dad still has the box score clipped out of the paper because they have who the goal scorers are.
Right.
Xavier, Bagwell, Simsbury, Pendergast.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your dad still has it.
My dad still has it somewhere.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That is an awesome
Yeah,
brother.
so that's not only did they face off, but they each scored the goals in that game.
They literally faced off.
They literally faced off.
I love that.
Bagwell's numbers that season.
His OPS is like ungodly.
His
It's unspeakable.
OPS was 1201. Batting average back when people cared about batting average was 368.
Yeah.
368. And he had 116 RBIs in 110 games. And he led the league in runs scored. He ended up leading there was just a work stoppage, but like he led the league in runs scored and RBIs. Runs driven in and runs scored. It was a crazy year.
116 RBIs in how many games?
110.
110 games. Yeah, I'm seeing it now.
110.
Yeah, that's
insane. He's on a pace. He's on a pace for like 175 RBIs.
Yeah.
If they played a full season that year.
Yeah, and I know RBI is not the same stat that it was back in the day, but Yordan has 77 in 102 games?
Yes.
So that's
still damn good.
It's pretty good, but it puts into perspective how amazing Jeff Bagwell was.
Yeah. I mean, the answer to the question is Bagwell's season, but I hate even saying that because Yordan might win the Triple Crown this year. It's crazy.
And it's there's no dishonor in coming second to a Hall of Famer who had an unspeakable season.
Absolutely. All right, so yesterday we had a big announcement, as we've mentioned a few times on the show today, and people are texting in. And if you have questions about it, now is a good time to text in. But I've got the 6 or 7 most frequently asked questions that we've gotten about the announcement yesterday that Sports Radio 610 is on August the 13th going to rebrand and move to an FM signal and this is the most exciting announcement in the history of this station. For me, especially somebody who's been listening to this station since the week that it flipped to all sports, and you as a native thing, B. Scott.
Yeah.
You've been listening to this station forever, like a lot of people have.
That's right.
Here was the announcement yesterday of the change from 610, Sports Radio 610, to 95.7, The Fan.
For 32 years, Sports Radio 610 has been the soundtrack of Houston sports. We were there when the Oilers said goodbye.
Warren Moon, hit by Thomas again, and Kansas City takes over on downs.
And when the Texans said hello.
Carr takes a knee. They don't have to snap it again. It's over. The Texans have done it. They have beaten the Dallas Cowboys on opening night in team history, 19-10.
We lived every heartbreaking moment, every impossible comeback, every championship celebration, from the agony of a Game 7 loss.
This crowd is stunned. The 65-win Rockets are knocked off.
To 2 World Series parades.
On a 2-1, Alvarez hits a high drive, center field. Beer leans back. This game is turned upside down.
For 3 decades, one thing has never changed. We've been right here with Houston sports fans. Every day, every game, every season. And now, after 32 incredible years, it's time for a fresh look, an upgrade, a new era. Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 moves to the FM dial. The voices you trust, the sports talk you love, louder, clearer, better than ever, as 95.7 The Fan, Houston sports leader, with 100,000 behind us.
Let's go. Welcome to the big league.
95.7 The Fan, coming to you, Houston, on August 13th.
I love that it was Mark Vandermeer voicing that.
Yep.
There's probably nobody whose voice has been on this station more than Mark Vandermeer. Maybe, I would guess. Vandy got here in like 2000 or 2001. Vandy had a show on this station in the mornings, first a solo show, and then he was in this seat for several years, and then obviously every Sunday, literally every snap in Texans history, not to mention Texans All Access and all the ancillary shows that come with Texans football, where they do a great job on that. He and Johnny.
He is our most constant on the station.
So it was appropriate that he do that announcement, and he did not disappoint. That was an incredible minute 40 of audio there. A lot of chill bumps listening to it. Yeah. And hopefully a lot of excitement. And I sensed a lot of excitement yesterday from the fans, B. Scott. What was your when we all got the news the couple nights before the announcement, as someone who's been A, a listener to this station, and B, an employee of this station, what was your gut reaction when you heard it? What was your, emotional or whatever it may be?
Gut reaction was emotional because it was a long time coming.
Yeah.
I just felt like it. And when I say emotional, it's not like I was going to cry, but it was like a build-up, because you knew that this was, or at least I felt like I knew that this was around the corner, following the business. You've seen it happen in other cities. At least I've noticed it happen in other cities, other markets, other companies, and within our company, right? So I've seen it happen. And it's our turn. And sometimes timing is everything. The flip is so much more, and I've learned this throughout this process, is so much easier said than done.
Yes.
It's so much easier to show up and be like, why are we not on an FM station? We should be on an FM signal. They should be. The whole world should be able to hear us.
Just go buy one.
Just go do it.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, it doesn't actually work that way, you child.
No.
And so understanding that and realizing how much work, sweat equity is put into even making this happen. Also, and I'm wearing 95.7 The Spot gear. There are casualties that come with this, and people that you care about, brands that you care about, stations that you care about that kind of have to be somewhat of a sacrificial lamb in this. And this is a overall positive thing. But I thought about all of it and just thought, wow, there's so much that goes into making this moment happen. And now it's just up to us to 100% capitalize on it, and I think we're well positioned to do so.
Yeah, it's a gutsy. It's a gutsy move for sure. I mean, you've got to, because 95.7 The Spot was a succeeding still for a few more weeks a succeeding station, but sports is really important. Sports is certainly important to our company. Sports, I think in general, I think we see it on TV and on radio, but like on TV, sports is like the last bastion of content that you can really count on being unique out there, being something that's appointment, being something that's, not that technology can't partially or fully replace.
Right.
What opinions on the air and things like that. So we're very fortunate to be not just in the industry that we're in this segment of the industry, but I'm incredibly fortunate to be with this company doing it because of things like yesterday and the announcement and the hyper focus that Odyssey has on delivering the best sports content to all of the markets that it's in. And to that end, I think we in Odyssey, I think we might be the last of the sports stations that's going from AM to FM. I think we're joining a bunch of other FMs out there in Odyssey.
Definitely the last of our market
top
size.
10. Yeah. I think all of the top 10 markets at Odyssey, this is what I think I read yesterday, all of the top 10 markets that Odyssey has a sports station in will now all be FM.
Yeah, I'm not going to bore the audience with this part, but if I tried hard enough, I could probably rattle them off in my head. That sounds and seems about accurate.
Yep. So we have a lot of listeners saying, okay, so why is this so big for us? Why is it's big for you guys, it sounds like. Why is this so big for the audience? And point blank, and if you listen to some of the promos playing on the station, read some of the articles about this announcement yesterday, quite honestly, and if you've been listening to our signal over the last couple of years, it's been inconsistent, I'll call it.
Yes.
It's been inconsistent. Parts of town you get static. Parts of town you drop out.
Parts of the day.
Times of
the day, yeah.
Those days are over.
Yes.
If you were to look at a chart, that they put out, like a map, that shows the coverage of an area with a signal.
Think of a heat map type of thing.
A heat map. This thing is a perfectly circle that spans 100,000 watts. 100,000 watts. I was talking to somebody yesterday who heard the announcement and was as far as into Louisiana and still hearing it there.
Yeah.
That's the benefit to you. If you're a terrestrial radio listener, and there are way more of those still out there than people think.
Yeah.
This yesterday was a glorious day. Well, August 13th will be a glorious day for you. If you're a terrestrial radio listener to Sports Radio 610, on August 13th, almost about this time, I think we're doing it at 8 a.m. on August 13th is when the official countdown and flip is going to happen, because that's when we've got the most amount of people listening here at the station. The days of you having to go, I didn't hear what he said because there was static right there.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
I love the text that as you're saying that, we literally get a text come in. I have static right now.
Yes. We had a few of those yesterday.
They're listening to us explain the benefit while hearing the downside of the way the experience is right now.
Absolutely. And let me be clear. I can't thank people like that enough.
Yeah.
That is the ultimate compliment, man. If you're putting up with that to still listen to what we're saying.
I want to listen to you so bad that I'll listen despite the fact that I can barely hear you.
It sounds like someone's blowing in my ear as I'm listening to you.
But I like it.
Yeah, but I like it.
Yeah.
All right, so these are the questions, and B. Scott, feel free to add to these questions. These are the questions I saw most frequently asked.
Can I just say real quick on what you said about the benefit?
Yes.
I think it's very simple, and some of the benefit, there's crossover between us and able to hear us more clearly and more people being able to listen is a benefit for us because it allows us to expand our reach and ultimately do more things and be bigger. And then for you, the listener, obviously it's the part where you get to hear us loud and clear.
Yes.
Very simple.
Yep, absolutely. Are there going to be any lineup changes? No. I mean, we are running, and Parker Hillis, our boss, actually was in here yesterday. He was the one who tossed to the audio we played a little bit earlier this segment, and then Parker talked for a little bit afterwards. And that was one of the first things he said. Like, no, what you're hearing right now, if you like what you're hearing content-wise, you're going to hear that still.
Yeah.
So no, there's not lineup changes coming related to this. No. So that's an easy answer there.
They may have noticed that we've added weekend programming again, though.
Good call.
Which is obviously something that we're doing already still on the 610 a.m. dial.
Yes.
But I think those things, that is not a coincidence. No. All of those things are happening in concert. So that is the only thing that's
we
changing
are getting bigger.
Is that we're adding. We're not subtracting, we're adding.
We are getting bigger. Question, so is the 610 signal going to die or does it live on? It lives on. You'll be able to hear us both on 95.7 and on 610. It'll be 610 The Fan also.
Yep.
So The Fan is a new part of this. Also, we should mention that another question, is it still KILT? Or, the call letters, I'm not exactly sure what the call letters are for Spot. I probably should.
KIKK.
Are they KIKK? No, okay, so the Spot is KIKK
The
right
Spot
now,
is
and we're going to
KIKK.
keep those call letters.
Correct.
Yeah, the call letters for the station are going to be KIKK.
That's correct.
So that's that which is for longtime Houstonians, that was the station back in the day.
That will resonate.
There's a lot of little Easter eggs for longtime Houstonians in this announcement, which I think is great because I think if you're new to Houston, you look at the new logo for example, because the new logo, if you haven't seen it yet, go to our social media, which is now at 957 The Fan
on all platforms.
On all platforms. Go there and take a look at it. It's got sort of a tip of the hat to the H-Town blue tiles that are on the street curbs around town.
Yep.
So it's got a tip of the hat to that. The font that The Fan is in on there, the words The Fan, is the same font that the Be Someone sign is in.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I don't think I did a good enough job of explaining that whenever people ask me. That is, and you are meant to actually kind of notice that as a Houstonian, talking to the Houstonians out there. But that is a kind of a subtle Easter egg.
I love it because the Texans have leaned into that a lot as well. You know, so and we get people asking about that. How does this affect your relationship with the Texans? I'd imagine the Texans are thrilled.
Yeah, this
that their games are going to be.
This is better.
Are going to be heard now. We should point this out. The Texans games did run on 100.3 The Bull.
They did
on game days. So people may have listened to it on FM as opposed to listening to it on the actual games themselves. Those will now be on 95.7 The Fan.
Correct.
So the games on game day will be on 95.7 The Fan, and I would imagine 610 as well, since we're just simulcasting everything.
That's right.
Let's see. The other question here, I think I got to most of them. Well, what about the Odyssey app? Can I still listen there? Yes.
Yes.
The only thing that's going to change is what the logo is there. Yeah.
It will now say 95.7 The Fan. Now, I'm pretty confident because since I work with the company on some of the app stuff, I'm pretty confident that we're going to set it up to where even if for whatever reason you still search Sports Radio 610, that the thing that will come up will be the correct thing. So you might search Sports Radio 610 and 95.7 The Fan comes up, but part of the next month or so is to train your brain to understand that those are the same thing.
Yep. People weighing in on the text page. We get a lot of texts about this. Excited about Sports Radio 610 being on FM. Driving a Tesla without AM has been a problem.
See, I didn't even think about that. I've never driven a Tesla.
With the audio. I've been in one. I've never driven one before. Also excited it wasn't a morning lineup change. That's from Rob and Katie. I am too.
Yeah.
I am too. Well, I think people speculated because we had Raheel in for a little while, for a few days. We had Cole in for a few days last week. I think a lot of people were speculating that was going to be the big announcement. So, no, Seth and I still here doing our thing.
Yeah.
B. Scott in for Seth today. I will say this about the whole AM radio and cars thing. And I am a supporter of the battle that's going on to keep them in cars for all the reasons that our boss, Sarah Fraser, spends time on Capitol Hill battling for AM radios to still be in cars because there's a lot of fear from getting a hurricane every few years.
Yeah.
There's an emergency element to AM radio that becomes necessary in cities that have some sort of natural disaster going on. So I support and understand that battle. I will say this, that just purely selfishly, I'm glad that I don't have to have a personal rooting interest in it anymore. That, oh my God, if they don't put AM radios in these cars, boy, we better get everybody over to the Odyssey app listening to it. I'm glad that like just from a pure personal stress standpoint, that this move is happening. So I can say hallelujah FM radio.
Yeah, and that's two-sided. You can also even because we're rooting for Sarah and support her
1,000%.
supporting the so now
1,000%.
we can fully support without our own self-interest. We can fully support the actual goal that she has when she goes to Capitol Hill or wherever she goes to do. Like
we don't sound disingenuous.
Exactly. Or at least there's just one motivation, and it's a collective motivation instead of like distracted motivation, so to speak.
Question that I thought of for like 2 seconds yesterday, and then it just kind of went out of mind. Is the phone number changing?
Yeah, we did not discuss that.
Okay.
That has not come up yet.
Okay.
So stay tuned.
Stay tuned on the phone number.
Stay tuned on the phone number for sure.
For now, I can tell you, for now, it's still going to be 713-572-4610.
I will say that I don't see, and maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but I don't see a reason for it to change, especially if we are going to still keep the 610 branding.
Yeah.
It's not like we're not 610 anymore. We're just also something else. And else now more prominently because you can hear more people can hear us, and all the people that can hear us more clearly.
Text message, I'm sure you know KIKK was one of the biggest country western stations in the Houston market. Yes, that's why I said longtime Houstonians are going to like that. But you're right, I probably should have said that because there may be people listening going, why is it such a big deal, KIKK? It was an iconic country music brand
100%
back in the day.
Go look up some of the T-shirts, man.
Yes.
They got some really cool KIKK T-shirts from back in the day.
Is 95.7 an HD station? If so, HD1, HD2. 100.3, from what I understand, 100.3 HD2 is going away. It's going to be 95.7.
At least our
FM
affiliation with it.
Yeah,
I don't know what's happening with it.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
But
you won't be hearing 95.7 The Fan on 100.3 HD2 when the change occurs.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Thank you, B. Scott.
Yeah. I don't know what's going to...
No.
They ain't got to go home.
Everybody else is dead.
But they got to get the hell out of here.
There's one station, and it's 95.7 The Fan.
Yeah. I love hearing from people that are in places like Splendora or like just out the outskirts of the city, places where you normally can't hear us, or we're in and out, we're staticky, and we see, I can't hear you there, but I'll be able to hear you in about a month or so.
Let's go. Matt up in Magnolia. That's a text. Right as you say that. Yeah, people, if you're out in Magnolia, I spend some time out there because I've got clients out there. I've got friends out there. And and if you live out that way, out 249, out that direction, I know the parts of town where 610 starts to get a little gristly. Days are over, man. Yesterday was a great day.
Well, Colin Neal and I, one of our producers here, Colin Neal, we both are, and Byron too, who's producing for us right now. All three of us, Sam Houston State guys. But Colin and I were having a conversation just yesterday, and I'm older than them, but I can, we all had the similar situation of driving to Huntsville, driving back, and we want to listen to 610. But we know that once we get past Conroe, that we can't do it anymore.
Absolutely.
And you're kind of in a no man's land because even the radio stations up there in Huntsville don't really start to come in all that good.
Yep.
So you're just kind of in the woods, in the radio wilderness, if you will. Nobody has to live in the radio wilderness anymore.
That's right.
At least not when it comes to 16.
Man. You're in civilization starting August 13th.
Exactly.
I'll repeat a few of the questions just because I know we're at a time of day where people are getting in and out of the cars, and then we'll move on here. Love that I'll be able to hear you all in the parking garage before
From
work.
the 214, I'm right there with you because I'm the same. When I come into our parking garage and I'm listening to 610 a.m., I just got to forfeit the next 3 minutes that it takes me to get out of the parking garage.
And I live in a high-rise, and sometimes I got to go 6 floors down in a parking garage.
Makes sense.
First world problems, I get it. Eventually I'm outside. But, let's see. I hope you guys will still be on 610 a.m. Yeah, that's somebody who just got in their car. Yes. Simulcast on both stations. 610 Sports Radio 610 will become on August 13th. 95.7 The Fan and 610 The Fan.
That was one of the more surprising responses that I saw quite a bit of yesterday. Was like, I'm still gonna listen to y'all with this. I like the people who like the nostalgia or the static. Of a particular era.
They're still gonna listen on AM
they're
radio.
Like, man, I ain't trying to hear all of that clear sound, baby. Give me this static.
Oh, man, I don't know.
I'm like, okay.
I don't know.
Hey, look.
Do these people...
Whatever works for you, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to tell people how to listen.
Yeah, just listen.
I just find it bewildering, that's all.
I do too.
I'm not going to look down on you.
I do too.
I do want to know, do you still have a TV where you watch everything in a square, or do you watch HD in 16:9 like the rest of us?
Yeah, I'm curious how they responded in 2008 or 2009 whenever we lost standard definition. And do you have rabbit ears at your house? Antennas and whatnot.
Right, rabbit ears, yeah.
I mean, that's what you got to do.
You can still get them. Yeah. Biggest announcement in the history of the station. Well, I think it's the biggest announcement in the history of the station, period.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest announcement since getting the Texans, I would say, back in 2000 or whatever it was.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm trying to think of stuff. I mean, we've had lineup changes and people coming and going and things like that. I don't know that we've had any one personality here or any one big individual announcement that's bigger than this, which affects everybody.
No, not station related.
Not station related.
Obviously, we've had news, but actual station news, no.
As someone who's listened to the station literally since the day it flipped to all sports, I think the biggest announcements that I can remember in the history of the station would be obviously this. If there were a Mount Rushmore, there we go. This, getting the Texans, getting the Astros back in the day, back in when they took the Astros away from wherever they were, whatever.
I think that was
back in like 1998, back when it was Star 610.
Yeah.
That was big. And then getting Jim Rome was a big announcement back in the day. Like Jim Rome was people don't realize Jim Rome.
Oh no, he was
in the early days
a behemoth.
Put the station on the map.
Yeah.
And obviously had a big role in my radio career, so I feel personally. And that's part of this too. This switch over for me is still very surreal. I'm still processing it in a good way, which is I moved here. I think most people know my story. I wasn't in radio when I moved here. I didn't get into radio till 2007. I didn't get here till 2014. But I moved here in 94 when I was in sales, and I moved from a part of the country that had a behemoth sports. I listened to WFAN, which is the first all-sports station ever. And so when I got to Houston, I'm like, ooh, I wonder what the all-sports station is. And there wasn't one. And a week later, this station flipped.
Yeah.
And I felt like that was some sort of sign. And I didn't have any friends when I moved here. And I was knee-deep in my job and getting married pretty soon. And I shouldn't say I didn't have any friends. I mean, my fiance was my friend. I'm talking about like guy friends.
Yeah.
This station was my first guy friend that I had in the city. And most of my guy friends that I made were from remotes at this station, like going to see John and Lance at a remote, or going to see Rich Lord and Kenny Hand at a remote, or going to a Jim Rome tour stop when he would come here. Most of my friends to this day, and not most of them to this day, but a big chunk of them to this day, are tied to my listenership to this station. So yesterday for me was pretty emotional, like to think that I'm one of the people that was in the room helping deliver that message when 2 years ago, like it was this station that was the first thing I felt I kind of embraced here in Houston.
This is what full circle looks like.
Yeah.
It is a full circle moment for you. For me, obviously, I was a lot younger at the time, but like we're going over to 95.7. I grew up here when 95.7, and shout out to the spot and its stability over the last 10 years that it's had, over the last decade that it's had. It felt like KIKK 95.7 was turning into something different every couple of years. I don't know if that's actually accurate, but as a kid, it felt like it was always going to be something different. Finally got some stability, and now all of these years later, fast forward, the radio station that I clearly am most connected to, obviously I work here now, was a listener before I worked here. Yeah. Now we're going to air on that station.
Yes.
That is major. And I'll be honest, too. I think I would have discovered Sports Radio 610, this station, a lot sooner. This is just being honest, a lot sooner if it was on the FM dial.
Yep.
I knew 95.7 back when they played jazz, right? And I've known all the popular FM stations growing up. I didn't discover 610 until I got to college and actually grew an interest in media and knew that I wanted to do something like this for a living. And then I got knee deep into it. But it wasn't something that I grew up turning to in the 90s as a little kid.
No.
So now it's full circle for me as well.
It is wild that it's obviously not the same as way back in the day where there was literally you had to flip over to AM. You know, AM and FM, there was a functional kind of barricade between the two. Now it's I have AM buttons programmed next to me, just moving a half an inch over to hit a button.
Yeah.
And yet I think there's still, I think maybe the younger people don't. I think there's still with some people like this psychological barricade still of AM and FM, even though like of finding something.
Yeah.
That even though what is finding it? Like they're just buttons that are all next to each other on this touchscreen that's in my car.
I did make this point on the drive yesterday when I was in with them. Like, we're doing this for Houstonians, obviously. Yeah. But when you travel, I think about when I travel to another city and I rent a car. You know, I Bluetooth, I'm going to be honest, I Bluetooth everything in my own car. But when I get into a rental car, I don't mess around with trying to hook it up to my Bluetooth. I just start pressing the radio buttons because I'm only going to be in the car for a couple of days, right?
Yeah.
And so one of the things that I do is start hitting that tune, just start going through the dial to see what are the stations of this city and catching a feel for whatever the music is I want to listen to and trying to find the sports station. I can tell you one thing that I've never, ever, ever done, which is look for a station on the AM dial.
Yeah.
I already knew about 610 when I found it.
That's a great point.
I didn't discover it. I knew I was told about it or knew about it and just went and found it. I knew to go to it because that's where the games aired, right? I listened to the games before I actually listened to our shows. So to the discovery point, I feel like, and I haven't done the scientific data on this, but I feel like discovery happens a lot much more often on FM than it does with AM.
That makes sense. It's a good point. Love people weighing in, especially the people, who are on that last concentric circle of the map they showed us the other night, B. Scott. Let's go in Brenham.
The outskirts and the parking garages are really like, at least they're speaking to me.
Right.
Because I feel that I mentioned driving up to Huntsville as a college student, driving to and fro, and then literally coming into this building. I can't hear our station as I'm pulling into my parking spot.
It's crazy. Sean, you mentioned you had clients. Do you have another job that you do on the side? No, I'm talking about my clients here at Sports Radio 610.
Yeah.
Like Dr. Ben Salento, who I'm about to talk about in a minute and a half, or Base Power Company, or companies like that. You know, clients, sponsors. I call our sponsors clients.
West Point's out
and friends and family.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
West Point's out in Sugar Land. They get a pretty good signal, but they're going to get an even better one.
Even
now.
better. From Sugar Land to Spring.
There you go.
From League City to, what did I say? Conroe, I think, in the promo that's running.
Yeah. I mean, that works. Conroe. But, and I mentioned even past that, Huntsville,
yeah.
Go all the way up there.
If you're listening, there's a promo running where my voice is on it, and I did it. It was very WWE of me, and kind of music concert-ish as well. If you listen to the promo, I did the whole, like, this town to this town, that town to that town. Because I think, like, two things. I think, like, at WWE, Mick Foley used to make fun of this all the time, the wrestler. He would like, intentionally do, like, this cheap pop where he'd be like, and I can't wait to beat up The Rock right here in Houston, Texas, because everybody pops for their town being said.
Right.
Similarly, at concerts, it's like where he sings a song that's got a city name in it. And the example I used with you, B. Scott, was Garth Brooks, Much Too Young to Feel This Damn Old, where he's like, I got to ride in Denver tomorrow night. Well, when he's in Houston, he says, I got to ride in Houston tomorrow night.
Yep.
And everybody pops for that. So, yeah. So if you're in, Clear Lake or Conroe or Sugar Land or Spring, you're welcome. All right?
Yeah.
League City, whatever it was I said in there. Yeah. You're gonna hear a lot about, for those of you asking questions about it, if you're just tuning in, and you're gonna hear a lot for the next few weeks reminding people, hey, 95.7, that's the place to go. 8 a.m. August 13th, which happens to be the day of the Texans' first preseason game. This preseason.
It's just so, one word that I haven't used, a couple of words that I haven't used is easy and convenient. Like, I just being honest, I Bluetooth everything. I mentioned that earlier. But that is a process. You do have to technically know how to do that. It's not very difficult. But what's a lot easier than hooking your car up to the Bluetooth? Getting in your car, turning on the radio, and whatever it is that you want to listen to already being there.
Already being there. Yep, absolutely.
Way easier.
All right, we've never spent this long segment talking about one thing ever. We usually divide it up.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal. The only times this segment ever gets used in totality, 2 times. This time and when Nick Caserio comes on.
Yeah.
That's it. Nick, if you're listening, you're that important.
Yeah.
You're on the level of the announcement that we're going to FM.
Yeah. Nick, you're right there with FM radio.
Right there, man.
Yeah, general manager of the Texans, right there with FM radio.
And I know that that's on your list of career goals.
Yes.
Sure, Super Bowl as a GM. But yeah, 95.
It's on his checklist.
Yep.
He might not admit it, but it is.
All right. Are the Astros running up the score on the Kyle Tucker trade right now? I know that sounds crazy, but wow, the numbers you're about to hear in this next segment. Stay there for that. Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. Yep, there you go. There you go. Yeah, so when the texts are asking me,
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. Boy, still getting people weighing in on the text page on the changeover from Sports Radio 610 to 95.7 The Fan. August 13th, 8 a.m. Be here. And then as well. Just stick around. But that's if you're looking to circle something on your calendar, that's when the countdown will be to the switch over. When we'll still be running on both stations, 95.7 and on 610. Still got a ton of people asking that.
Yeah.
I told my personal story about how I moved here the week that 610 flipped to all sports back in the fall of 94, and how surreal it is for me to be an actual personality on the station now and be in this room yesterday when we made the announcement. I thought still surreal to me. Great text. Sean, 610 is Messi and Sean is the little baby in the bathtub.
Kind of.
If you're if you're watching the World Cup, you know what that's about. Yeah, his name is Lamine Yamal, okay?
Yeah.
The baby in the bathtub. That is kind of true, though.
Yeah, an awkward visual.
Yeah,
but kind of true. I get the analogy there works.
Okay, I said that Sports Radio 610 when I moved here in '94 was kind of like my first friend.
Yeah,
and I said I have more friends now. And text message. Oh, don't be crazy. You don't have any friends.
Yeah,
Brandon Scott's my friend.
There you go.
Byron, are you my friend?
Of course, man.
Okay, thanks. See, I got two friends.
But I feel like if I was a better friend, I would have made that joke.
Right.
Like I would have ribbed you with that joke.
All right.
Like this person did. Maybe this person is just funnier than I am, but I like that text.
I'm going to take the number down and I'm going to search during the break and see if it's somebody who's in my phone.
Yeah. See if it's an actual friend or at least somebody that wants to be.
That's right.
We're assuming that you mean well, texter.
Yeah. That it was just a good-natured rib. That's all.
Yeah.
How about this, B. Scott? All right. Tweet yesterday from who is at the Astros locker, and he's citing Tom Verducci, who writes for Sports Illustrated. I think he's still Sports Illustrated. He's a baseball writer.
Sports Illustrated fame. I mean, that's where he made his name.
He's one of the all-timers. This is from Tom Verducci, including the luxury tax penalty that the Dodgers are paying. The Dodgers are paying $119.7 million for Kyle Tucker's services. More than the opening day payroll
Can't relate.
of 11 teams. He has accumulated, here's the money shot right here. He has accumulated less than one win above replacement amidst the worst season of his career offensively and defensively. So that's the entire tweet. And it includes a graphic that's got Kyle Tucker's numbers on it. He's batting .238. He's got 7 home runs and 344 at-bats.
Yikes.
I mean, he's on pace to barely hit double-digit home runs. He's got 47 RBIs, which is a decent number. But that's a function of being in the middle of a lineup with a bleep ton of all-stars. His OPS is .695. He's got a below-average OPS. Kyle Tucker does.
Dude, you would think with all of those
$119 million.
With all the talent around him, like the Dodgers have just completely just emptied the wallet and said, hey, give us all the good guys that are available. And so and they've done that. And so considering that, you would think that Kyle Tucker would be benefiting. Instead, he has cratered, it looks like.
Yeah, he's cratered. $60 million. So they're paying him $60 million in salary, and then that salary has put the Dodgers over the competitive balance tax threshold to where they're paying another nearly $60 in luxury tax on him. Almost a dollar for dollar luxury tax.
And you can't defer the luxury tax. They can defer.
You cannot.
They can defer that $700 million to Shohei Ohtani all they want, but they can't defer that luxury tax.
They're not deferring much of Kyle Tucker's money, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
You're right. They're deferring almost all of Shohei's money.
Correct.
And that bill's going to come due at some point. I know billionaires own these teams, but I know one thing billionaires don't like to do: spend money. Some of them will spend money.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody loves to go pay, especially something that's got the word tax after it.
Right. And if they do,
it's like empty calories.
And if they do, they want to feel like I think we've all overspent on a thing, but then enjoyed it and was like, you know what, that was worth. I probably paid too much, but that was worth it.
If Kyle Tucker were having Yordan Alvarez's season,
right,
the Dodgers would be laughing as they're paying the luxury tax.
Exactly right.
They would be laughing as they're paying the luxury tax. My personal feeling on Kyle Tucker. Now, look, here's the thing. The Dodgers, even with their $60 million salary plus tax investment, they've still got the best record in the National League. Maybe the best record. No, they still got the best record in baseball.
They can afford to set money on fire, which is what they're doing right now.
Which is exactly, this is my feeling when Kyle Tucker signed there. Kyle Tucker, my least favorite of all the free. He wasn't a free agent that walked, but his departure I put in the same category as the Bregmans and the Correas.
Same ethos.
And the Springers and the Coles and the Verlanders and everybody else. He left. He was traded because they didn't want to pay him.
Yeah.
So I put it in the same category. He's my least favorite of all those, and it's for this exact reason. I think Kyle Tucker went to the Dodgers, sure, in part because they're giving him $60 million a year. They only gave him 4 years. That was a big talk with Kyle Tucker, is he wanted to be a 10-year guy. And I don't know if nobody was offering him that, but Kyle Tucker is such an anti-alpha to me that I think Kyle Tucker went there because he's like, look, for exactly what's happening right now, if I'm failing for some reason, it's going to be completely camouflaged and cloaked by all these other guys that are actually doing their job, who are actually the lightning rods for the scrutiny. I can just go play right field, and if I'm an all-star, great, and if I'm not, I'm making $60 million a year. That's how his personality strikes me.
Yeah. And
am I being unfair?
I don't think so. Kyle Tucker does internalize a lot, but it's kind of like it almost comes across as pouty. So I know I don't think you're being unfair, but what stands out to me, first of all, I think this topic is funny because you and I didn't even consult on this, but after Isaac Paredes' home run last night, I literally wrote this down. This is before you and I talked about the show. Yep. Isaac is the best player in the Kyle Tucker trade right now.
Yes.
This is before I even knew we were doing this topic. Yep. So great minds were thinking alike. I like to think right here. And so to me, to your point, a similar thing has happened in Chicago, where Kyle Tucker was traded to last year, where there's a little bit of a spotlight. Obviously, the Cubs, historic franchise, historic brand, Wrigley Field, all of that. And so if you're the hot ticket item and you're not living up to the expectation in Chicago, they spend money too, but they're not doing what the Dodgers are doing. There is a very keen focus on your failures and shortcomings, as opposed to going to the Dodgers and just being one of no less than 6 or 7 guys who are all-star level guys. You get to sort of camouflage a little bit, fade into the background, if you will. And you can't do that in Chicago. Wouldn't have been able to do that here, where I think the expectation had been set by their previous success as a team over the last decade plus.
What if there were a team? I don't know that there'd be a team, like a mid-market team out there, that would have given him $60 million a year because of what that does, what that annual salary does to the competitive balance tax. But what if there were some, like Milwaukee, for example, like a good team that's middle tier. They're like below the Astros on the salary rung, but they've spent money before on things. What if Milwaukee were a team that said, you know what? This guy's in his late 20s. He plays a position that ages well. He does everything. He's won a Gold Glove. He's hit 30 home runs. He's a good base runner. He's stolen bases. Kyle Tucker, 10 years, $400 million.
Yeah.
If he were doing this, what he's doing this year on a team like that, where it's their big splurge, but they did it because he felt as safe as it could possibly be. The only time he's ever missed games is when he fouled a ball off his shin. Like, he doesn't miss with the stuff. This thing would be one of the bigger stories around baseball. But because he's on the team with the best record in baseball, I think probably the only 2 cities that even care or have an opinion, probably 3 cities. Here, Chicago, where he left after the season, and Los Angeles, where he's actually playing right now.
Maybe Boston. But that's a big. Yeah,
I'm saying have an opinion on Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
If he had gone there, if he had gone to Boston, right. Was that in the? Then they were in the running for him.
Yeah. Well, either way, I get the point stands. It's like
he's doing it almost anonymously.
He gets to do it. He gets to do it anonymously right now. You know what it would be like? It would be like, I'm going to mention the name at the risk of mentioning the name that the audience has completely forgotten about. But Chris Bryant was a member of the Chicago Cubs that won the World Series in 2016, was a great player, goes and signs a deal with the Colorado Rockies for 7 years. Less money than I think that Kyle Tucker would have gotten, but it was a 7-year deal. He's still on that deal. He's completely fallen off the face of the earth.
Yeah, he's an anchor. He's an anchor on their salary. Yeah, so
it would be like that.
I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of taking some pleasure in Kyle Tucker. I know he's making $60 million, so he can always just flash his money at me or whatever, but I don't know.
Well, I'll be honest. The part that makes me feel better about it is that Isaac Paredes is playing well and that Cam Smith, we're kind of still on a journey here, but I still feel good about him as a prospect.
Cam Smith's numbers aren't that different than Kyle Tucker's numbers right now.
Fair enough.
And it's great. To be clear, I want Cam Smith to be more than what he is right now, but as far as comparing him to Kyle Tucker, their numbers are not in a right now.
Let's do this. Let's do a little would you rather? Kyle Tucker or Isaac Paredes and Cam Smith?
Right.
Not to mention Hayden Wisniewski, who's going to come back from injury pretty soon.
You're paying Cam Smith and Isaac Paredes like $10 million combined.
There you go.
It's like a month of Kyle Tucker.
Astros won the trade.
They won the trade.
Point blank.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Hey, speaking of young players, do we feel I saw this yesterday and I'm like, man, the Texans' young core is still an elite young core. Are they? There is one outlet that says yes. We will hit this coming up next.
Whether you're taking a long drive on a vacation or you just got to commute back and forth to work.
The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Appreciate all the texts rolling in, all the congratulatory texts over the big announcement yesterday. 713-572-4610. Sports Radio 610 is becoming 95.7 The Fan. A lot of people weighing in. Been listening in Huntsville from day one. I made this clear. My favorite texts today are the people who are listening down where the signal has been admittedly a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a challenge, maybe even a chore to listen. And we don't want it to be, we want you to listen.
Yep.
We don't want to make it a chore for you to do so.
I want to make sure to mention one other thing, too, because we've had a few of these texts. Super excited for you guys moving over to 95.7. That's great news. Not going to lie, a little sad that I'm losing the spot.
Yeah.
95.7. And there's probably people that feel that way. Look, the spot's got a huge listenership, and we're hoping to retain all of that listenership, obviously. I do want to say, shout out Grego, who has been the voice of the spot for the last several years, a long time. And Grego is a Hall of Famer who's been doing it in Houston for decades.
A titan in the industry.
No doubt. And a great dude, and sent me a really nice text yesterday as the announcement got made.
Yeah.
Really nice text. And he's a friend. I just, want to shout him out and wish him the best of luck. And he's really good at what he does. And whatever the next venture is, I know it'll be a firm landing on his feet for Grego.
It's worth mentioning, not just because Grego is such a nice guy and a friend and somebody that we know personally, but as I mentioned, a titan in the industry, as well respected as anybody that we have in this building. And so I point that out just to say we do have big shoes to fill. This was pointed out when we were having our meeting, our staff only meeting a couple of days ago, but our boss, Sarah, mentioned that a lot of times when this happens, you're flipping an FM station that is struggling, that you're trying to get out of the mud, that you're trying to actually fix.
Yeah.
We're not here to fix anything. And shout out to the risk on us. This is a risky proposition because the spot is already a successful station. Yeah. They already got a good thing going, and they believe in us to do another good thing. But a big part of that good thing is not just because they play really good music over there, but because Grego is such a great and has been such a great steward of that station.
There's a reason he's been doing it for a long time, man. No question.
Yes.
All right, so the Houston Texans, if I were to just ask you, B. Scott, how do you feel about the young core of the Houston Texans? The gaggle of young players that they've assembled over the last, call it, 3 or 4 drafts. Going back to, I guess at this point, I would say going back to like the CJ and Will draft.
Oh, and see, I would go the year before with Stingley.
Well, for purposes of this conversation, some of these guys have graduated.
They're not young anymore?
They're not young anymore. For purposes of the exercise we're about to do. No, it's the under 25-year-old core.
Okay. So that
Stingley's graduated.
Yeah, that would take a couple of guys out. I still feel pretty solid
Probably
about
Petrie's out of that too.
Yeah, because he would be that same draft
He played
class.
all his years at Baylor.
Yeah,
he didn't leave early or anything.
Right. So yeah, that.
So we're talking about guys in that CJ and Will draft. Tank was in that draft. Of course, Tank hasn't played football in a couple of years.
I mean, it's yielded CJ, Will, Tank, who we can put to the side, but also acknowledge, and then of course Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock.
Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock. I guess if we were to throw, how do you feel about Ariante Ursary?
He's got to be in the mix.
How do you feel about the 2 young receivers they took out of Iowa State?
Yeah.
We hope that Cade Stover turns. I think Cade's still under 25. That he turns into something.
Second year, he might be over this 25 mark.
Played a lot of years. He played more years in college than you think.
Yeah, I think he might be older than CJ. I think.
Okay.
Or right around the same age. But
CJ turns 25 in season sometime. I want to say like October.
Yeah.
But I say all this. The reason I'm bringing this up.
Love the core.
The reason I'm bringing this up, is Aaron Schatz, formerly of Football Outsiders, now of ESPN.com. He's sort of the godfather of DVOA, like the efficiency stat, which I love. And he works for ESPN.com right now. He by this standard, he created rankings of teams and their young core, the under 25-year-old players on the rosters.
Yeah.
Number of starts made by players under 25, number of snaps played by players under 25, quality of play by those players under 25, obviously, value and length of their contracts. So I'd imagine like Will Anderson Jr. probably became a little less valuable with signing that extension. Not because he's not an ascending player still, but he costs more now.
You're paying sticker price for Will Anderson.
That's a great way to put it, yes. The importance of the positions, if you have young quarterbacks or edge rushers, that counts more than if you have a young guard, let's say. Draft value added in the first 3 rounds. Expected key starters and reserves are factored into all this as well. I say all this to say that the Texans, who have been number 1 in this exercise the last 3 times they've done it.
Okay.
So this is the 4th time. This is in some ways, this is a report card on Nick Caserio.
It is.
They are still number 2 on this list. They are number 2 behind the New England Patriots, whose he divides this, Schatz does, into, he lists what he calls the blue chip players on the team, and then he has notable graduated players, which are guys who were factoring into the rankings but are no longer. Like Stingley's one of those guys. Henry To'oTo'o is one of those guys. He was on this list last year. He doesn't factor in anymore because he's no longer under 25 years old. The blue chippers for the Texans, and I got to go look up Kalen Bullock's age now because he's not one of them, but Ariante Ursary is. 4 of them. Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, Kamari Lassiter, Ariante Ursary are the 4 blue chip under 25-year-old players.
Dare I say that Aaron Schatz has just forgotten all about Kalen Bullock?
Kalen Bullock, there's no way he's 25.
He's 23.
He's 23.
He's 23. Just turned 23 in April.
I would add him to the list. Like if I had to replace somebody, I'd obviously replace Ursary. I know there's going to be people saying replace CJ. He's a bum or whatever. CJ belongs.
Does it work that way? Can you just add that? I mean, I don't think.
The Patriots only had 3. The Texans have 4 under blue chippers. For each of these teams.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so he's just the Bears are number 3 on the list. They've got 3 guys: Colston Loveland, Rome Odunze, Caleb Williams.
I feel like if you make a Pro Bowl before 25, you should be considered a blue chipper.
Absolutely, you should.
In your it was his second season last year.
Second season.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Is that not good?
No, well, and
worthy
on this very website, ESPN.com, Kalen Bullock was rated by people who know things, front office, coordinators, coaches, scouts, was rated the 10th best safety in football.
Yeah,
So
and
he
I love Henry, but if Henry was on there last year, then Kalen should be on there this year.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
I digress.
What gets interesting is next year while you're on Google there, how old is Will? Does he age off of this thing?
2001 too, I believe.
I feel like Will is probably on the verge of aging out of this thing.
Yeah, he's a September 2001 baby, so he is 24. He turns 25 September 2nd.
Okay, and CJ I think turns 25 in October.
Yeah.
So that's what gets interesting to me, B. Scott, is CJ and Will kind of smashed the curve for you on this exercise. In terms of what I know, CJ. Look, every day CJ's a topic on our airwaves here. Is he gonna revert back to what he used to be? How real was the New England game? I know CJ's been very uneven. He's still a good starting quarterback in the NFL. That is going to skew a subjective ranking like this. Will is really going to skew it. I mean, he's the second best defensive player in football. How good are the young classes they've put together, especially those 2 classes in 2024 and 2025 in which they didn't have a first-round pick? But they did great in the second round.
Yeah.
They got Higgins in the second round. They got Kamar Lassiter in the second round. Blake Fisher has not worked out, but whatever. That's what will get interesting to me.
Ariante Ursary even is.
Ursary's a second-round pick. So they've done some good things in the second round. I feel confident in saying they're not going to be number 2 when they do this exercise next year.
Yeah, it's funny because
edge rusher and quarterback are going to age off of this thing. So how good are these last 2 or 3 classes?
Yeah, so before that, on the CJ point, I actually thought about him being the reason why, and I hate to do this because it feels like we're just crapping on CJ for no reason, but I also feel like CJ and the opinion on him going the other direction is the reason why they're not. Think about it. If CJ is still viewed today the way he was viewed by the end of the 2023 season, I feel like they have a chance to maybe even be number 1. Now, of course, the Patriots went to the Super Bowl last year. I get it.
And they have Drake May, who's under 25 years old.
But CJ would be right there with Drake May if he was still viewed in that way. So I think that's part of the reason why I think that they're not 1 anymore is because the opinion on CJ has slightly changed in the other direction as well.
If it's that CJ that you're getting, they beat the Patriots in the playoffs last year.
That's a great point.
Those two, the Patriots are 1.
All of that goes together.
The Houston Texans are 2.
Yeah.
Both the quarterbacks are part of this group of players that are dictating that grade.
It's the same conversation.
If you just flip, I think the Texans are in the Super Bowl last year. If you have 2023 C.J. Stroud playing New England and then playing Denver the next week,
easily.
Hell, if you got rookie C.J. Stroud and you got him over the course of the season, you're probably not a 5 seed.
Yeah, because I was going to say, Sean, if
probably getting a home game in the divisional round.
If you got year 3 regular season C.J. Stroud in the postseason, there's probably a difference there. Now, I don't think the opinion on him is as high because the numbers just weren't there.
Yeah,
but to that point, I think you probably win the game even with that.
Yep.
So, but to your point, this does go down quite a bit once C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson are off the list, no doubt about that. But I still think it is worth the tip of the cap to Nick Caserio, who I've said for a long time the best thing that I thought that he does is draft. Mm-hmm. And I think objectively the worst thing that he's done is draft specifically offensive linemen.
Yeah,
but
there's no argument there.
But he's drafted more than offensive linemen.
Yep.
And he is a big reason why this young core and this team overall is as solid as it is.
Yep. Yeah, I was listening to the guys in the afternoon yesterday, and I think they have I don't want to say a lower opinion of. I mean, I guess it is a lower opinion of Nick than we do. They're certainly entitled to their opinion, and they make good arguments for their opinion and whatnot. But they, to the extent that they said that Nick should be under just as much scrutiny and hot seat as C.J. Stroud is right now. And I don't know that I agree with that. First of all, I don't think his seat is to that level of hot. I think there's, barring a complete monumental collapse and like maybe the last 2 drafts just collapsing, the draft classes, or if he doesn't want to be here anymore, and I don't think that's the case, Nick Caserio is going to be the general manager in 2027. I would bet a lot of money on that. So where are you on that? Like how but like what's your temperature on Caserio right now and just how much scrutiny he should be under?
Yeah, he hasn't been under a hot seat, at least in my view, since going into the 2023 season when they first brought in DeMeco Ryans and
you just didn't know how that was going to work, maybe.
Exactly. Yeah. But literally ever since then, and if you want to make the argument, I'm fine with this argument, that the combination of DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. saved Nick Caserio's job and his backside, I'm fine with that argument. I think the biggest Nick Caserio criticism is the one that I just mentioned, and it is the thing that is still something that the Texans have to prove, and it's the biggest, ESPN actually, Ben Solak did this a couple of days ago, the biggest training camp storylines, and one of the big unanswered questions and one of the biggest storylines going into camp, league-wide, not just for the Texans, but league-wide, is the Texans' offensive line.
Yeah.
So I think he still has to answer for that. I think the offensive line still has a lot to prove, and by proxy, so does Nick Caserio in proving that he can put together a functional offensive line. That part is problematic, and if you want to be a single-issue voter on that and focus specifically on that, I'm not mad at you because that does 100% have to get better, but I don't view that one fatal flaw. I guess I view it as a flaw, but not necessarily a fatal flaw that would cost him his job.
I think you're taking a big risk if you were to let him go. Caserio, I think the chances of improving over him are I think small. I think he's done a good job overall. Like the offensive line's been a problem, no question about that. But he, and Nick would be the first to say it's a collaborative effort with DeMeco. He'd be the first to say that. But the picks that have been made on the defensive side of the ball, I think Stingley and Petrie were both selected before DeMeco Ryans was even a gleam in the Texans' eye as a head coach.
I mean, the team was a legitimate, last season, a legitimate Super Bowl contender, even with the offense being a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
They're going into this year as a legitimate Super Bowl contender, even with all of these questions that we have about the offense. I don't know how you could really want to fire that.
I do. If the offense is still a huge problem, and like it was the biggest problem in the playoffs, then I will grant you, like the temperature does get turned up, but I don't think it gets turned up, unless they go 7-10. And the offense was the problem or something like that, because the floor on this team with this defense should be 9 wins, in my opinion.
Yeah, and even 7-10, they just had 3 back to back to back.
I'm with you.
Double-digit winning seasons where they won a playoff game in each season. Even if you want, for whatever reason, don't like somebody, it's going to be hard to justify firing whoever's at the top of that.
Yeah, I just think it's not a great chance you find somebody who's going to do a better job than he's done. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, I think there's an opportunity for there to be money made with the Texans. Am I looking at this through battle red glasses right now? I'm going to bounce these off of B. Scott. Numbers. We're going to investment opportunity next.
Hey, football is just about to begin.
In an accident, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast. B. Scott in for Seth Payne in today, tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday. Seth will be back and ready to go for the first day of training camp. Seth getting a little R&R in here over the next few days. Okay, so B. Scott, am I being a little too thirsty here for money, for human monies, that I look at some of these numbers for Texans prop bets, individual players, and I'm like, man, and they're mostly on offense. And we just got done talking about the offense being kind of a problem over the last year or so.
You going to put your hard-earned money on Texans offense?
Well, let's see. Okay, let me tell you what the numbers are first.
Let's see what we got then.
Tell you what the numbers are first. Okay, I'm going to give you one that was last week that Seth and I talked about. It's not on the rundown, but I want to get your quick opinion on it.
Okay.
Because he scored 6 touchdowns last year. The number for Jaden Higgins' touchdowns, 3.5.
Oh, yeah,
over, right?
Yeah, I'm punching the over.
Okay,
and honestly, that's right. Both. That would be both the better and Texan fan in me. So like,
yeah,
this
is about the better in you.
Yeah, but I would say just for the audience,
yeah,
both things need to be true. The better in me looks at it and just says, hey, he scored 6 as a rookie.
Yeah, he's
supposed to have an increased role or at least be an improved player in year 2. He should get more. And then also the Texans fan in me is like one of the ideal red zone options for you. I don't know what are you doing if you're not throwing him touchdowns.
I think he got deep. He got deep a couple times last year too for those touchdowns. I mean, the touchdown in the Charger game, it was like an 80-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
You know, Higgins can hurt you all over the field. Okay, so you're with me on that. I like 3.5. He had 6 last year. Dalton Schultz, he had 770 some odd receiving yards last year. He had the biggest season for a tight end in the history of the team. 550.5 receiving yards for Dalton Schultz. Again,
that's an over.
It feels like an over. Schultz answers the bell every week in terms of being available.
Yeah.
Now he's been banged up, but he plays through it, so he's out there. CJ loves him. You know, that's kind of a security blanket for him.
Yeah.
I'd almost like if you have Dalton Schultz over 550 yards, you got it. If just for purely betting purposes, you're almost hoping like there's no Tank Dell. Because we know Tank's got that relationship with CJ also when he's out there. I am rooting for Tank Dell to be out there, to be very clear. I don't want people to get it twisted what I'm saying. I'm just talking purely the mathematics of the whole thing. I think over on that too. And you know what else I think? And I think if Seth were here, he would agree with this. Because Seth is of the opinion that if they're better in the running game and they're better in short yardage, which means they're better down in the deep red zone, that Dalton Schultz is good for a few of those, like the tight end has nobody near him. He's just standing by himself off a play action down inside the 5. The number for Dalton Schultz receiving touchdowns, 2.5.
Yeah, I would take the over on that too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking the over on all of these. And the betting community is perhaps underestimating 2 things.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz's relationship and chemistry with C.J. Stroud, which I think you just alluded to. Mm-hmm. And then also, and you have to be really knee-deep like we are into the Texans verse to know this.
Yep.
But the fact that Dalton Schultz knows this offense like the back of his hand, he's a cerebral guy. You talk to the players and talk to anybody that's in the building, they'll tell you Dalton Schultz knows this offense better than anybody who participates.
He was easily the most excited player that we talked to or that In the Loop talked to at training camp. You know, we got to talk to some players when we were in West Virginia last year, Seth and I. Easily the most excited about the change over to the Nick Caley, Nick Caley, I guess we'll call it / maybe Patriots offense, whatever we're calling it. Yep. But the Caley offense, because it's so tight end centric, and the language and everything else just speaks to Dalton Schultz. David Montgomery, 775.5 rushing yards. I would go over on that too.
This one is
I feel like if I go over on too many of these and I'm constructing an offensive profile of like a top 10 offense.
Yeah, so this is the part where I slow down a little bit because I'm like, well, now it feels too good to be true.
Yeah.
Like everything that you've thrown at me, I'm like, yeah, throw your money at it, man. They're going to go over. They're going to go over. This feels like the equivalent of, I'll call it a trap bet. You know how we talk about trap games? This feels like a trap because it is enticing. I absolutely see a world where David Montgomery goes over on both of these, the 775.5 rushing yards, 7.5 touchdowns.
Yeah,
so
I didn't mention the touchdown. So 7.5 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah,
right.
so like you could see it, but also I think the volatility of the running back position, and honestly, maybe this is unfair to the Texans, but this is just my lived experience. Their inability to block over the years, and I think they are going to be better on the offensive line this year. But I've got to see it first, and remember, this is the better in you, not the Texan fan.
Right.
Right.
This is the investor in me.
The investor in me would stay away from this.
So you're a stay away from David Montgomery.
I would actually stay away from this one because I could just see it going. You don't want to straddle the fence on a bet.
Yeah.
So, and I could see this going either way, and so I don't want to do that.
I don't bet unders on stuff like this with the Texans because I don't want to be rooting for unders, but I will sometimes if it's a number that really speaks to me as an under, I'll do it sometimes as like an emotional hedge. I'm like, oh, okay, I can live with losing this amount of money because David Montgomery went over 775 yards or whatever it is. So, yeah, I'm probably, if I were to bet either the rushing yards or the touchdowns for David Montgomery, I might be more inclined to bet the touchdowns just because I think he is going to be their go-to option down there inside the red zone.
He is.
I mean, I think David Montgomery is a really kind of sleeper fantasy pick, if you want to know the truth, because he'll probably go in the second or third round of some drafts, and running backs tend to get picked. Running backs and receivers tend to get picked the highest.
Yeah.
Josh Allen won't go to the second round just because quarterbacks don't. Well, Josh Allen gets a lot of rushing touchdowns. So anyways, 7.5 rushing touchdowns speaks to me more than the yards does.
Yeah, and I think that's the issue for me. Neither one really speaks to me, even though I could see it going either way, but that's the problem for me. It's like I'm way too on the fence on this one.
I was thinking about this yesterday as we were announcing, as we played the Mark Vandermeer announcement a little bit earlier, announcing the station going from Sports Radio to 610, Sports Radio 610 to 95.7 The Fan. It's a great piece of audio. It's on our social media if you want to go listen to it, right? Yeah,
it is on all platforms.
B. Scott handles all that.
Yep.
So if you want to go listen to it, there's definitely 2 or 3 like chill bump inducing highlights that are on there. Vandy himself does a great job. And I said this to you earlier that it was appropriate that he do that announcement because as far as employees of the station, Mark was technically an employee at one time. Now, he's an employee of the Texans, but his voice is on here all the time because of Texans programming and game day and things like that. That if you were to add up all the minutes of people talking on the station, Vandy might be number one.
Yeah.
Like in the history, including people who aren't here anymore. Maybe Rich Lord might be number one, actually.
But Rich has been gone for 7 years.
He's been gone. Of guys who would currently fit that, who are current voices, it's undoubtedly Vandy. Maybe Lopez. Maybe. What athlete's name or athletes in terms of as a topic do you think has, maybe we should carry this into the next seconds left.
Yeah.
Because this is a good text topic too. Which, in the history of this station, because we're getting very nostalgic this week because of the change, in the history of Sports Radio 610, which athlete has either been mentioned or discussed the most on this station? Take the break and think about that. I'm curious about that. Also, if you want to hear the worst pep talk to start off a training camp, I would stick around too. We're going to do that in the next segment. B. Scott's laughing. It's bad. I can't believe this guy's a good coach. What the hell, man?
I'm going to say he was nervous.
Nervous?
Which was what he led with.
He's a coach for 18 years.
He did lead with
in
that.
a high-pressure environment.
We're going to play the audio. He did lead with nerves, and everything after that followed that gave nerves to me.
That's right. All right, we'll do that coming up next. Stay there.
Houston. 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. All right, so getting a little nostalgic over the last 24 hours or so because the station is changing from Sports Radio 610 to 95.7 The Fan. The call letters, we're inheriting the KIKK call letters for the new station.
That's right.
There's a lot of tips of the hat and Easter eggs going on with the new logo, with the new call letters that I think are really fun for longtime Houstonians. So, and that's, for listeners, that's basically the only thing that changes. The logo, the station, and the quality, the biggest drastic change, the quality of the audio that you're getting.
Correct.
No more static, no more dropouts.
Unless you're into that kind of thing.
Unless you're into static, man.
Which you can go find.
Sometimes people are into injuring themselves or pain, you know?
Yeah. And we're not judging you.
No,
not
at
all. We listen, we don't judge. And we hope you listen.
You got your little corners of the internet that you go to for your things, man. It's cool. You know, you do your thing.
Everyone's got a kink.
You've got a static fetish. That's your deal. Everybody's got a kink.
Everybody's got a kink. Free country.
Okay, so in the spirit of nostalgia, and we're getting texts about this already, and a lot of them, I agree, some of the ones that are coming in. My question is, which, and it doesn't have to be a player, just sports figure, person, human being, has been the most discussed, named person as a topic, as, you know, on lists, whatever. The person most often discussed on this station throughout the 32-year history of the station. And I understand that not all of you have been listening for all 32 years. So some of these answers may be more recent than others. But if I were to ask you that question, B. Scott, because you have been listening.
For most of it.
What would you say? What are like the two or three that you think are in the running for that?
Yeah, so I feel like it's got to be J.J. Watt at the top just because he was the greatest player for the era of the radio station, right? So, like, for example, Hakeem Olajuwon played in Houston years before there was Houston Sports Radio at all, much less before we even start talking about where basketball fits in the pecking order of radio topics, right? So before we even get there, like Hakeem Olajuwon is the greatest Houston pro sports athlete of all time, in my opinion. But he's not the most discussed, I feel like, here at the station. I feel like that's J.J. Watt. And then after that, it would have to be some collection of quarterbacks. So what combination, we could talk through it. But it's got to start with J.J. Watt and then be followed up with quarterbacks.
Okay, so
some combination of Schaub, C.J. Stroud.
Okay, so that's interesting. C.J. Stroud is definitely, if this were just a list for the last 3 years, I think it's C.J. Stroud. I agree with you on J.J. Watt. The text page, part of it at least, agrees with you on J.J. Watt. Again, text in. I'm very curious what people think about this. Who is the most discussed? The quarterback one is interesting to me. I would say of non-quarterbacks, it's probably some combination of like Jose Altuve, James Harden for sure.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. It probably goes J.J. Watt, maybe Andre Johnson. That's certainly the top two in terms of the greatness of a player. Like that's inarguable. Those are the two greatest Houston Texans. Until Will Anderson puts up 5 or 6 more seasons, then we'll have some conversations about that. The quarterback one is interesting because I feel like there's only 3 names that really matter. Well, maybe 4, because probably Derek Carr back when he got picked. I can't ignore my blind spot. I wasn't here from 01 to 06 for the David Carr era. But if we're putting, like, the 3 quarterbacks we would definitely be talking about in this argument would be Schaub, Watson, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
If you took it to another layer with each of those 3 guys, what would the topic have been at the peak of the discussion? If there was some sort of graph, you know, that had ebbs and flows to it about how much they were talked about, what at the peaks of the graph, what would the topics have been for each of them, do you think?
So C.J. Stroud is an easy one because we're literally living in that one right now.
So contract.
Yeah. C.J. Stroud contract. C.J. Stroud from year 1 to year 3 and trying to evaluate whatever drop off that you see. So there is that. with Schaub, it's got to be the pick six factory, right? Like
Bingo.
It's Schaub pick six.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with Deshaun, it's a mix of his football play and the off the field stuff because I was here for that.
Yes.
We ended up talking that into the ground, unfortunately, because that was in front of us.
He has the highest peak of any of those quarterbacks in terms of just the how long it went on. I mean, it literally, the period you're talking about with Deshaun literally started right after the 2020 season ended.
And lasted the entire 2021.
And didn't end until he got traded.
After the 2021 season.
Yeah, like 15 months later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's a good way. We're getting a lot of on the text page, B. Scott.
Some obvious ones that I didn't even think about.
Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
I would say Bill O'Brien had a nice long run as a heavily discussed topic on Sports Radio 610.
I would say
he might have had the most consistent run.
I would say that Bill O'Brien, I know you started off with the best Texans with JJ and Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
But Andre Johnson, as much as we talked about him and as much as we all admire and respect him, he was kind of an easy discussion. He's great. And that's, I mean.
And for a Hall of Famer, not a very frequent discussion either.
No, there's not really a whole lot to talk about other than to just acknowledge his greatness. Bill O'Brien was, so I would have him higher on the list than even the great Andre Johnson just because.
For this topic.
Just
him being a topic on the stage, 100%.
Well, because as we know, as doing radio, negativity does kind of not just sell, but is a more compelling conversation.
And so what would the peak have been of the Bill O'Brien discussion cycle over those 7 years or whatever it was?
Man.
Because there's a lot.
Well, it's the DeAndre Hopkins trade, I guess.
The DeAndre Hopkins trade, but then
the Easterby thing. Jack Easterby. And I'm just now seeing, I think that came.
Yeah, Easterby, shorter window. But huge spike.
Huge spike.
He's
the Terrell Davis of Houston sports topics.
He is.
He's got to be.
Short window of greatness as a topic.
Yes.
Not as an executive.
Right.
As a topic.
And I feel like, not to disrespect JJ, but I feel like JJ's more of the Frank Gore. He's greater.
Yeah.
But the longevity.
Just consistent longevity.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about JJ for a decade plus.
It was funny. Back in like 2014, when JJ, that was his greatest season. That was when he got MVP votes that season, when Aaron Rodgers won the MVP. I remember I was out for drinks with a buddy of mine who is he's a longtime PR guy here in town. Used to work at the station. Chris Begala used to work here at 610 at CBS Radio. It was way back in the day. And I remember going out for drinks with him in the middle of JJ Watt's 2014 season. And he knows radio, obviously. He's like, you guys should just talk about J.J. Watt every segment.
Yeah.
That's what you should do. There's no better topic than J.J. Watt. Just talk about him every single segment, and your numbers will never, ebb and flow. Just talk about him. And huge star, obviously, and beloved here in town. But that was the peak. 2014, 2015, that's when he was hosting the Country Music Awards.
Yeah.
I don't know if did he ever host Saturday Night Live, J.J. Watt? I can't remember.
I'm sure he did.
I can't remember if he did or not.
I would imagine he did.
Should have if he didn't.
Now, on the J.J. Watt point, I'm going to ask if you remember, but I know you do. Remember when he retired and we did the J.J. Watt voicemails?
Oh, yeah.
We had people call in and give their J.J. Watt stories. I obviously knew how big of a deal J.J. Watt was, covering him and everything and rooting for the Texans. But I was shocked. Maybe because I wasn't in town. I was in Beaumont during the Hurricane Harvey thing.
Yep.
So all of that didn't necessarily resonate with me. But I was shocked to see how much of a response we got just to that alone.
Yeah.
So
he's iconic, man.
And I don't know how many people would have generated anything close to that.
He's iconic. There's no question about that. It's funny. We're getting more texts about the peak of the Bill O'Brien discussion cycle than we are actual new names into this topic.
Yeah.
F you, MF. You suck too.
When I first saw that, I was like, what do we do?
No, yeah.
But that was a Bill O'Brien
definitely
reference.
Bill O'Brien. Oh, the Clowney giveaway. That whole day. People forget the Tunsil trade and the Clowney trade. Same day. The Carlos Hyde trade was that day.
Yeah.
They traded for Keon Crossan that day, too, if you're looking for some trivia. Yeah, I called it Swap Meet Saturday. It was a Saturday.
Yeah, I feel like that was either right. It was right as I was starting here. It was like my introduction.
It was August of 2019.
I started here in August of 2019.
Yeah, it was like August 30th or something.
I think I might have been here a week.
Yeah.
I think I might have been here a week. So that was like my introduction to Sports Radio 610
doing
Live.
all our social media. You saw what popped.
I couldn't have come at a better time. Y'all needed it.
I will grant Bill O'Brien this. It was never a dull moment with him as the general manager. It was saucy. You never knew when a deal was going to come down.
Yes.
All right, we promised this, so let's go ahead and play it. John Harbaugh is the new coach of the New York Giants. Of course, coached with the Baltimore Ravens for nearly a couple decades. Had a ton of success there, including a Super Bowl back in the 2012 season. Got fired by the Ravens. It just felt like everything you saw, like, you know what, it was just time. It was just time for a new voice with the Ravens. So they've got a new coach. He got scooped up by the Giants like that. I mean, John Harbaugh's got a really good track record as a head coach. But based on what I saw in this video, the Giants are doing some sort of internal series, it looks like. Kind of like the Texans do with iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
We saw the Patriots do it last year with Vrabel, where they were in his meetings. And Vrabel's really good up in front of a group. Like, I watch Vrabel, I go, that's a coach right there.
Yeah.
This is the audio of John Harbaugh's first meeting. It looks like with the rookies, maybe. And it might be with the team at OTAs. It's in front of a bunch of Giants players in an amphitheater.
Yeah.
Here you go. This is a guy who lasted 18 years in Baltimore and won a Super Bowl there.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
a little nervous?
Nope.
A little nervous? I'm a little nervous, man. I'm nervous. Excited nervous, you know? Nervous like before a game almost, man. Give this thing kick off. Standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. It's the New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow. It's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know those coaches back there feel the same way, right, coaches?
Sir,
It's an honor, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early and we were late getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, this seat, getting to work, getting started, our beginning. Because this is where it all begins, together.
Okay.
This is where the beginning begins.
The beginning begins.
As opposed to beginning at the end.
Typically, the beginning happens where things begin.
Yes. Unless it's a Netflix show.
I created that a D-. You're right. I created that a D- only because I'm just trying to respect the guy that's won a Super Bowl. If that were a brand new first-time head coach, and I still kind of feel this way, except that John Harbaugh's got a decent track record. If that were a first-time head coach, like if that were D'Amico Ryans coming in, and that was the speech giving the Texans, I'd be like, oh man, I don't know.
So I got distracted by the text line and lost count of how many times he repeated himself.
Right.
Like said a term, said it again.
Yeah.
Which obviously
or said a synonym.
Yes.
You're sitting in that chair. That seat.
Yeah.
I'm like, this guy lost his notes.
And this is the beginning, because this is where it starts.
Yeah.
And where it begins. And
Dude,
we're here.
That is
beginning.
One of the worst introductory in front of you, the group your speeches. Like if I was a rookie that got drafted by the Giants, I would be super stoked to play for John Harbaugh. I would feel like, man, we got a chance to do some big things. He's done big things in Baltimore. And then I'd be sitting in that room going, this guy?
Yeah.
This guy's cashing checks, man.
Yeah, I would have been like, man, just get to the lesson.
What do you think happened?
What are you here for?
Do you think he was unprepared? Do you think he thought he did an awesome job on that speech?
There's no way he thought he did an awesome job, unless he could be delusional. He could be one of those, because he's an accomplished guy.
Yeah.
I would imagine, alpha male. He might think that everything he does is awesome.
That's true.
I could see him being that guy. But my first reaction when I saw it last night, so I saw this on social media last night, and my first reaction was, whatever it is he might have had planned to say, he forgot it. Because to me, that's a telltale, is when someone starts to repeat themselves.
Ramble,
but also they're repeating themselves, I feel like, because they're trying to remember what was the thing that was supposed to go here.
He's buying himself some time.
Yes, he's filibustering a little bit.
Yeah.
So that was my first thought. But now I think it's either that he either underprepared or overprepared. So like he just didn't have anything to say.
Yeah.
Or whatever he did have to say, maybe he just forgot.
I saw that speech, and then the next thing I did, I went to a betting app and put a huge amount on the Texans over the Giants in Week 7.
There's no way they can lose to this guy.
They can't lose to this guy. Not at home.
No.
Heading into the bye week. That's after the London game, though. That's the only thing that scares me.
Lamar Jackson's not coming in there to save them.
No.
As far as we know.
No. Nor is the Ravens to say either. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. All right, LeBron Watch is still on. I want to bounce what happened with the Miami Heat YouTube account off of somebody who has posted in his life thousands of YouTube links on social media. What is Brandon Scott's read into the LeBron James saga based on the Miami Heat accidentally, air quotes, posting a link to a press conference they're supposed to have with him come Monday? That's next.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th. Sports Radio 610.
Presents Payne and Pendergast.
Question on the text page. Can John Harbaugh give a 2-hour speech about the difference between AM and FM? I would say no. He could barely give a 1-minute speech about the season starting with his football team. So no. I'd say he can't.
Yeah, no, that would go something like, this is the beginning.
This is the beginning.
This is the start.
Hey, the start was with this AM.
Yeah.
Now you're moving over to FM.
On this FM station.
It's going to be clear, which means that the signal is clearer. It's easier to hear.
On your radio dial.
On your radio.
Turn us on.
Oh, my God.
Listen.
People are just dogging him right now. That sounds like Michael Scott as a football coach.
Yes.
That would be great to reenact it, but with Steve Carell doing it as Michael Scott.
Oh, he should do it.
Yeah.
He should. So Steve Carell should spoof this.
Yes.
Or somebody funny should spoof this.
Somebody funny. Yep. A lot of people, we get this quite a bit. I don't want to delve into the political thing. This is purely, this guy's voice sounds like X.
Yeah.
People point this out. Does sound a little like Joe Biden.
Yeah, he does.
He does sound like Joe Biden. He sounds even more like Joe Biden when he's giving a speech like that.
Yeah.
He's just kind of like meandering a little bit.
Yeah, no, he sounds like he's closer in age to Joe Biden than he actually is.
Hey, Byron, do you still have that speech handy, the John Harbaugh speech? Okay, yeah, Byron will go find it. Yeah, so and now we know why the Ravens sucked. That's a text message. It could very well be. They were really good when John Harbaugh first got there, and they had some other moments. Yeah, I just want to play like a few seconds of it. Does John Harbaugh sound like Joe Biden?
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir. Yeah, very.
A little nervous?
Nope, man.
A little nervous? A little nervous, man. Nervous? Excited nervous, you know? Nervous like you're full of game almost, man. Getting this thing kick off. Standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. It's a New York Giants sitting in this room.
Okay, you can stop there.
Yeah, so
I can't see Biden doing the screaming part at the end.
Not at this stage. But now I can't unhear it.
Right.
I can't unhear it.
Sounds exactly like it.
He sounds like him to a T. He almost sounds like he's spoofing Joe Biden.
A little bit. Yeah.
Like he might be doing
I was thinking the same thing.
A Joe Biden impersonation.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so I definitely wanted to get Brandon Scott's thoughts on this because I think as most of our listeners know, in addition to your voice frequently being on the station, you are responsible for all of our social media and digital platforms.
Yes, and when
your fingerprints are on all of that, our Twitter, our Facebook, our Instagram, our YouTube, our Twitch.
Yeah, I always say I either am doing it or I'm allowing it to be done.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You're overseeing it at the very least.
Correct.
So I'm definitely curious this LeBron James situation where there was a link posted to the Miami Heat's YouTube page. And the link was for a LeBron James introductory press conference a couple of overnight, like in the evening, I think, like a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
It came to light, like I first heard about it yesterday morning listening to a show driving in.
It happened Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay, so today's Thursday, so it happened on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. And it was quickly deleted. The Miami Heat, when asked about it, they responded by saying it was a mistake from their social media team in preparation for a potential LeBron James signing.
I feel for these people so badly.
And the Twitter account I'm looking at says absolute madness. All right, so you're in your highly educated digital platform opinion, is LeBron James going to become a member of the Miami Heat? Should this be sending me, Sean Pendergast, running to the windows at the betting kiosks to bet on LeBron James becoming a member of the Miami Heat? Is this accidental thing just some sort of subterfuge to throw people off the scent?
Well, so I don't think it's to throw people off the scent, but I would absolutely not do that. I would not run this just based off of what happened here.
Okay.
Like, if you already thought that LeBron was going to Miami, by all means, go with it.
He was Miami was the favorite as of before this happening.
Yeah. So
they were even money favorite.
Yeah. So I don't think that, however you felt before, I don't think that this should impact it one way or another. Either you believed in it or you didn't. Make your bet however you're going to make it. This has nothing to do with it. This is a very unfortunate but easy mistake to make. I almost feel like I know literally exactly what happened here, because this is easy to do, where you plan out something that is supposed to publish later, but you accidentally make it public. So here's the simple thing. When you schedule out a YouTube video, schedule to go live or just schedule it to post, what you want to do is check the public/privacy settings. Every video that we have here at Sports Radio 610 that y'all see on our YouTube page has an option. When we publish it, the producers and myself, all of us, we have an option to either make it private or make it public. And so obviously we make ours public because it's already happened. It's a replay of a video. But say we were doing a press conference, an introductory press conference or something that we wanted to plan for, we absolutely would want to check the settings and make sure it is not public yet. Somebody didn't do that.
Are you buying that they were just doing this? We don't know what LeBron's doing, but we're creating this link Monday, because that's when the press conference, in this mythical world where that link would get activated, it would be Monday the 27th, this coming Monday.
Yeah.
Are you buying that we were just doing this preemptively just to get this work out of the way and we don't know where he's going? Or are they lying about that? Has LeBron, in your opinion, is that something that you would do as a digital expert? Would be, you know what, we're not sure what LeBron's decision is, but just in case, let's create this link, and then it's done and it's out of the way.
The timing just tells me that they are informed. So here's what I would expect.
They're in the mix, maybe?
They are informed that a decision will be made by a set amount of time, right? Like, we're all just on LeBron James' watch. We have no idea when this is actually going to happen. I would say that the closest thing I would get to intel on this, or this appearing to be intel, is they have a sense for one way or another if it's going to happen. It'll happen by said time. Or at least I'm going to schedule this out so far in advance that I know that it's not going to happen after this.
Yeah.
Or I can also go in and just reschedule the timing if something changes. So, that all of that is completely normal. This is definitely something that I would have done. I just hope that I would have known to put it on private.
There are reports that LeBron James, in this particular ramp up to a decision, is not liking being rushed by people. And his behavior would seem to indicate that. Like, the fact that we're 3 weeks removed from the start of free agency. I mean, free agency begins on June 30th.
Yeah.
It's what is it today? July 23rd? So we're removed from the free agency, the window opening.
I thought we were going to get something within a week. And maybe not even that long.
Yeah,
I'm shocked that it is played out.
And I saw reports yesterday, and again, it's on Twitter, so you never know if it's one of these troll accounts or whatever. But I saw multiple people, and I thought I saw it from reputable places, that LeBron didn't really like Adam Silver. Adam Silver did publicly say, like, we kind of need him to make a decision to put our schedule together. We'd like to know what team he's going to be on so we can have him play on Christmas.
Right.
That kind of stuff.
But that's real. And LeBron knows this. He's only been in the NBA for what feels like 1,000 years.
But this is
20 plus.
This is his last chance to let the entire league dangle on a string off of his fingers right now.
It is insane.
He's savoring it right now,
insane.
man.
But this is very relatable for me. I was telling you about this story. So when George Bush passed away several years ago, I believe that was 2018 now, if I'm remembering right, maybe 2018. I was working at KHOU at the time, and we had a little bit of intel that things weren't going great, that it was close to the end, and we had obituaries and things ready to go for the George Bush passing that we were anticipating. This would have been like if I had published George Bush, not exactly like, because death is involved.
Yeah.
But this would have been similar to publishing the George Bush obituary before the man dies.
It would have been way worse. You're right.
And
but it's in the same neighborhood. I get what you're saying.
It's in the same neighborhood, and then it also would have, we're talking about if I would have raised red flags. What's wrong with is George Bush about to die? What are they doing? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's very, very, very important that all of that stuff stays close to the vest, and it's very clear that they had somebody working on this that was not familiar with the public versus private YouTube settings.
Here was Rich Paul. This is LeBron James' agent, Rich Paul, and longtime friend, with Max Kellerman. He's on Max Kellerman's show and talking about how all the reports out there, all the shifting odds of where LeBron could end up, nobody knows anything.
I'll say it again. None of these people know anything. Nobody knows nothing. And I say that respectfully because we haven't made it to where anybody knows anything.
But let me take your temperature on something.
Sure. Let me finish first. Let me finish. So I think it's important for people to understand we're not making this about attention and a spectacle. It's not about a decision or anything like that. He has a choice to make. He has a business choice to make. We're not going to sit here and decide or allow someone else to decide when he makes that decision or that choice. It's a business choice that he's making. And I think as an athlete, why is it that an athlete has to rush his choice?
Okay, I want to answer that.
Because from a business perspective, you are making a choice between jobs, high-level jobs, and you've earned the right. You're a big-time executive that's with an unbelievable, arguably the best resume in the history of your job. Who's rushing you?
Okay.
Nobody.
Okay. Well, trying to rush him a little bit. I guess my question would be, and maybe Max Kellerman asked this. I obviously pulled that clip from social media there because I thought it was good. What's left? What's... And I'm not asking, I know my tone is kind of dismissive when I say that. Like, I would be asking LeBron, what is left for you to have to vet in order to make a decision? And the fact of the matter is, he still has a daughter who's, I think, in high school or something like that. So maybe that's factoring in. Maybe there's family things factoring in. One of the options is Cleveland, which is where he's from originally. Another one is Miami, where he played a bunch of years. So maybe he is struggling somewhat with some of that. But I could see where people are getting some fatigue over this in those cities. Like, come on, man, let's go. Make a decision.
So I thought he was going to make a decision very early on in the process. This is before Jaylen Brown gets traded to the Philadelphia 76ers. So I thought there was going to be a decision before that. Once Jaylen Brown got traded to the 76ers, I actually thought that the answer for him was very clear. Like, it immediately took... Like, I thought there was a discussion to be had about...
Go to Philly, you're saying.
Yeah. I thought there was a discussion to be had about Miami versus Cleveland versus that long shot idea of going to the Golden State Warriors and doing like an AARP type of thing where everybody's 40 years old and they go for broke for the last couple of years of their careers. I thought that was a legitimate option. Once Jaylen Brown goes to Philly and joins Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, but, oh, by the way, they can also bring in LeBron James on the cheap, which is actually what makes this round of it so fascinating and so much more interesting. It's not just that teams, but it's that you can get LeBron James now at the ultimate discount because we've never seen anybody be this great or this good at this age. Normally by the time somebody's 41, 42 years old, no one really cares where they go to play.
We are into unicorn territory now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this is unprecedented. It's arguably the greatest player of his generation and still good in like the next generation. What does that even look like? So you can just plop LeBron James on any team. He's affordable in that way. So the fact that that's even possible made, to me, Philly the obvious and clear choice. He hasn't made that choice. So I don't know what it is that he's evaluating.
Dude, that would be a hell of a starting five in Philly, man.
I mean,
a front line of LeBron James, Jaylen Brown, and if healthy, which is a huge if, size 72 font, if healthy, Joel Embiid, with a backcourt of Tyrese Maxey and Edgecombe, the Baylor kid.
I mean, otherwise you're doing the if healthy thing with Miami if Giannis is healthy.
Yeah.
Right? You're certainly doing that in Golden State. To some degree, you'll be doing it with Cleveland because, I don't know, the James Harden thing's a weird fit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, there's a risk everywhere, but that's the team.
I asked Seth this yesterday, and I'm curious your take on this. If you were making the decision for LeBron and you had to pick based on the following marquee player for each of the teams, okay, and I'm citing specific players. You are making your decision based on playing with the following: Giannis in Miami, Embiid in Philly. I know I'm basing it on Embiid in Philly, Steph in Golden State, and Harden in Cleveland. You're basing your decision on playing with that guy at that place. Who would your decision be?
So just the way you framed it, it'd probably still be Steph, which hurts me to say as a Rockets fan, and obviously Steph has hurt a lot of dreams here in Houston. But it would probably be Steph, and I only say probably just because of the age factor. If he was obviously younger, it would be easily Steph.
He's been banged up the last couple years.
But
actually, three of them have. I mean, Giannis, Steph, and Harden is the safest choice just from purely an availability standpoint.
Yeah, exactly.
James plays,
but he would be the oddest fit, I think, because him and LeBron kind of have a lot of crossover in terms of what their actual game is, and I think Giannis is a little bit of that as well. So. Yeah, I think the answer, I would rank the answers as Steph, Embiid, and Giannis actually last.
Okay, see, I had Giannis. I think Seth had Giannis. I had Giannis.
He's the best player.
Yeah. Of
the group.
Yes. Yeah, right. He's healthy. He's a top 5 player. Still.
Yeah, he's easily the best player of the group. I do wonder about the fit, and I would be concerned about the injury.
I would too. The one I want to see as a fan would be Harden, just purely for the theater of the whole thing.
Yeah, the you-know-whats and giggles.
Yes. All right, coming up next, do the Astros hold the key to the trade deadline in Major League Baseball? We will discuss coming up next.
Whole lot of you are gearing up and getting ready for the kids to go to school, and then you might start.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We got big things looming on the horizon. Obviously, we got training camp starting next Wednesday with the Texans. We've got the trade deadline coming up on August the 3rd. We've got our big stuff coming up here at the station. August 13th is when we make the move over to FM. We'll be 95.7 The Fan. So we got some big things coming up on the calendar. It's a really exciting time of year. Just to dial in on the Astros for a little bit, let's start with last night. They beat the Miami Marlins 5-2 last night. Yordan Alvarez with the big hit, a tie-breaking 2-run home run in the 8th inning to make it 4-2. Isaac Paredes hits a home run the very next at-bat. And the big story, I think, in addition to Yordan Alvarez, is Peter Lambert with another really good start. Literally another quality start. 6 innings, 2 earned runs. Here was Joe Espada following last night's game on Lambert.
No, and there's always someone during the season and the years that I've been doing this, that there's someone, this one pitcher that gets an opportunity and just runs with it. Or last year was Jason Alexander, and Peter is kind of being that guy for us. He has stepped up, and he's been our ace, and he doesn't back down for a challenge. He goes after these hitters. He throws strikes. He's very competitive, and he's been really, really good.
Boy, B. Scott, that sailed past me the first time we played that audio earlier in the show. I think we played it in headlines. Espada talking about Peter Lambert, because when Espada started in on that quote, I started going in trivia mode in my head. I'm like, yeah, there have been a lot of guys like that. So I was only half listening to him. He called Peter Lambert their ace in that cut right there.
He said he has been our ace.
Yeah.
I caught on that the first time too, and I think just skipped over it because I agreed so much, wholeheartedly. But it is noteworthy and worth sitting with for a second.
On a staff with the guy who finished 3rd in the Cy Young last year, the manager just called a guy they DFA'd at the start of the season.
Yeah.
And he decided to come back to the Astros to pitch in their system for whatever reason. And obviously it's worked out tremendously for him. He's put himself in real good position to hopefully continue to be an Astro or whatever the case may be. I have no idea what his contractual situation is. But that just hit me that second time listening to him. I'm like, wow. It says a lot about Peter Lambert, and also I think it says a lot about Hunter Brown, too.
Yeah.
The opposite direction.
I also think that the term ace is just being used a little bit too liberally, but I don't want to go through the semantics of the term ace. I understand his point. His point is he's been our best pitcher this year, our most consistent, our most reliable. And I think Hunter Brown, honestly, if he doesn't have the injury, the hiccup there where he's not playing for a while and he's back pitching and he's just trying to find his fastball. Hunter Brown, we got to be real about it. His deadliest pitch, his four-seam fastball, is the one that he's having the most trouble commanding, and that's just not a way to live. And so that completely changes what Hunter Brown is. Meanwhile, Peter Lambert has just been a model of consistency all the way through. We've had Hunter Brown for a minute, right, to start the season. He's the ace to start, right? Spencer Arrighetti had the month where he wins AL Pitcher of the Month. He's pitching at a Cy Young level at one point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Tatsuya Imai is struggling to adjust to the American life pitching in the big leagues in America, and he's tired, he's fatigued, and then he gets it back. But everybody
don't
has
even
had
get
moments.
Me started on Burrows.
Oh, and he's just a complete
that guy.
A complete waste. Yeah. You know what's funny about that you mentioned it? Burrows and Tatsuya Imai as well, but those two were supposed to be Dana Brown's crowning achievements of the offseason in terms of bringing in the pitching. He also kind of has to get credit for the Peter Lambert thing, even though that's lightning in a bottle. I don't think
kind of. He cut the guy.
Right. He cut the guy, but he brought him in to begin with, right?
Yeah,
So Peter Lambert
partial credit.
Only partial credit, not just because he cut him, but because there's no way, and I guess because he cut him, this is obvious or evidence of that. There's no way he thought that this is the Peter Lambert that he was getting.
Right.
Otherwise, he would have never cut him, and he would have probably signed him to more money.
Yeah.
So when you think about just all of that and what you've gotten from your pitching staff, Peter Lambert, calling him an ace is a stretch, but he has been your best and most consistent pitcher this year.
That's undeniable. That's stats.
Yeah, that's the numbers.
That's the numbers. No question.
Team leading 8 quality starts.
Yep. Yep.
Speaks for itself.
Okay, so Buster Olney and Jeff Passan did kind of an overview of the trade deadline. Boy, maybe I'm just being biased because the Astros are such an intriguing trade deadline team. Because I think, on paper, I think you could go either way. They could be a buyer or a seller. You can make a case for either one. And I think Dana Brown is probably conducting himself like a buyer, but maybe getting approached like a seller by some teams. Very easy for him, for sure. And it's new territory for the Astros, definitely. But Buster Olney and Jeff Passan did kind of an overview, sort of a superlatives, I guess, of the trade deadline. And my question in reading what I'm about to read to you would be, do the Astros hold the keys to the trade deadline? The weakest position available is, and Buster Olney lists a bunch of teams that are in the playoff hunt, good teams, could all use a right-handed hitter. But even as more teams drop out of contention, it doesn't appear many options will emerge. The one team that could change that equation dramatically would be the Houston Astros, who have a bunch of interesting players who would shift everything. These are Buster Olney's words. Some rival executives believe Houston would absolutely crush it in this market if they dangled Jeremy Pena, Isaac Paredes, and others. I guess I would add, if I were to add others in there, I would add Christian Walker in there.
Would be the others. Yeah. Brian Abreu, potentially.
Right.
Especially
but as far as right-handed hitters.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Of course. To just stay on topic. Right-handed hitters, yes.
Right-handed hitters, yeah. But I think Abreu is a name worth dangling, too, no question.
Yeah.
Houston went into play on Tuesday, 6 games under 500, and according to Fangraphs, the Astros' odds for making the playoffs stand at 16%. But so far, all the rhetoric coming out of Houston is about charging ahead, which is 100% true. Rhetoric would imply that there's an emptiness to it. I don't think there's an emptiness to it. I think that this team legitimately thinks that even at 50 and 54, that they envision a path to contend. Thing. They're off today, if I'm not mistaken. The Astros, I think, are off today.
Yeah, Wednesday, yeah.
They're headed to Chicago. And the White Sox are a much better team this year, so that'll be a challenge. It's in Chicago. When the Astros lose their next game, they'll be whatever and 55. At that point, if you want to feel how big the gap is between the peak of the Astros golden era and now, I view the peak as 2019 because I think that was the best. I know they didn't win the title that year, but that was the best team I've ever seen. The most stacked team I've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely the best Astros team I've ever seen. Yes.
I mean, that's what I mean, Astros
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the best. Yeah, sorry, not the best team. Although really talented.
Yeah, and certainly one of the best to never win to not win the World Series.
That's the articles that I've seen. Yes.
Yes.
So, but if you want to gauge for how far apart we are, how distant we are from that era of Astros baseball, the next time let's say the Astros lose on Friday to the White Sox, not out of the realm of possibility, they would have to win the rest of their games this year to match the record of the 2019 Houston Astros.
It'd be quite a run. It'd be quite a win streak.
Could take. Yes, it would.
It'd be quite a run, man.
It would. But how about that?
Yeah.
That's how good that team was. You would have to, starting on July 25th or whatever it is, you'd have to win out. In late July, you would have to start a streak where you win out to be the same record as that 2019 Astros team.
That's how good that team was. That's how good that team was, and that's how far we've fallen. That's how far we've fallen, because that's very much in play as you laid out. That could absolutely happen Friday or sometime this weekend.
Well, even to get halfway there, to get to 87 wins or whatever. Yeah. I don't know if people have looked. Like the record the Astros are going to have to put together just to be in an 87 win conversation. And I bring up 87 wins because they won 87 last year and lost out on a tiebreaker.
Right.
That it may take 87 wins again, because I know the AL is very janky right now, but the teams that are in the running for the wild card are really starting to crystallize here, and they're all going to be above 500.
Yeah.
There was a point a couple weeks ago where 40 and 42 has you in the playoffs. There's too many teams for a couple of them not to start to distance themselves. The Astros have to be one of those teams.
Yeah.
If you're going to make it, you probably have to win at least 85 games at a minimum to get in.
If your eye is on the prize, your eye needs to be on the division. Sure, you could get a wild card, but like you mentioned, that field is much more crowded, and it's literally a wild card because now you're throwing in, like, who's that going to be? The Yankees could be in the mix for that because the Rays could win their division, right? So, like, there's all these different teams that are going to be in the mix, whereas the AL West, there is no hodgepodge. You know what that is. That is a bunch of, and you're part of this, so I don't want to exclude the Astros, but that's just a bunch of mediocre baseball at best. So can you be the best of the mediocre is a much better question to ask as opposed to, like, can we be whoever win the AL Central?
I want to circle back to one other Rockets thing with you. And Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. B. Scott will be in with me tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. But just some audio that Seth and I played yesterday, I want to get your take on. Kevin Durant sitting down with Draymond Green, talking about 2018 with the Warriors. Does this draw concern for the 2026-27 Houston Rockets? We will do that. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop as well. We'll do all of that coming up next. Stay there.
Get your confidence back up if you've been in an accident.
Sport 10 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. I was going to say with you. The show Payne and Pendergast is with you. The show name never leaves. But Seth has left on vacation. I wanted to let that dangle out there. Seth and I were talking yesterday. Brandon Scott in for Seth today, tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday. Seth will be back for training camp, the start of training camp, Texans training camp next week, and we've got you covered all week long for that. Seth was joking during one of the breaks. He's like, I wonder if people, when I'm gone on vacation tomorrow, if there's anybody that's going to read into it, like that's the next big announcement going on, like something happened with Seth.
Somebody actually did make that comment on one of the chats. They're like, oh, the big news is actually that Seth is taking time off. Not that he was fired, but that he was taking time off.
Seth hardly ever takes time off.
Right.
Hardly ever. So this is rare. Brandon Scott in for Seth. All right, so we played this yesterday, but I wanted to get B. Scott's take on this bit of audio. And tomorrow we'll do all our Friday stuff. We'll do Take a Mania. We'll do our question number 4 of our countdown to training camp in the 6 o'clock hour. We'll do everything normal tomorrow on the show here. So this was Kevin Durant. You got it ready to go, Byron? Kevin Durant? This is Kevin Durant sitting down with Draymond Green. And the two of them, well, really it's Kevin Durant you're going to hear mostly. Back in November of 2018, the two of them had a big dust-up in a game against the Clippers where early in the season, in November, off of 2 straight championships, by the way, Draymond kind of went into business for himself and tried to hit a game-winning shot while Kevin Durant's standing, clapping, wanting the ball. I would give the ball to Kevin Durant in that situation.
Yes. And
maybe that's me.
And so should have Draymond Green.
He should have, and it turned into a big thing on the bench, on the court, in the locker room afterwards. And at least according to Kevin Durant and Draymond Green, they didn't think the whole thing got handled properly. It was toxic enough to affect them the entire season, to affect the team, and for it to be a driving reason behind Kevin Durant choosing to take his talents elsewhere after the season. So this is Kevin Durant essentially saying management should have done better.
It wasn't the argument. It was the way that everybody, Steve Kerr, act like it didn't happen. Bob Myers and tried to just discipline you and think that would put the mask over everything. I really felt like that was such a big situation for us as a group. The first time we went through something like that, we had to get that all out. I remember watching The Last Dance, and when Scotty didn't go into the game, the whole team in the locker room said, Scotty, that was up that you did that. We needed that. We just need to throw all of that table and say, yo, Dre, K, like, that was up that we even had to go through that. Let's just wipe our hands with that and go finish the task. I don't think we did that, and we tried to dance around it. I just didn't like how all of that, just the vibe between all of that, it just made it weird to me. And I'd rather us be who we say we are, family first. Communication is key. Like, we didn't show that, and that's what rubbed me the wrong way more than anything.
That's me, though. Like that, a team that by that point had accomplished as much as it had would
3 championships.
I mean, 3 championships, 2 back-to-back with Kevin Durant.
But when they didn't win, they won 73 games that year.
Right, and they beat Kevin Durant just to get to that finals.
That's right.
Came back from down 3-1 just to do that. Yep. So when you consider the pelts on the wall that team had at that point, and just kind of the high that they were on at that point, it surprises me that Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, Steph Curry, let's even throw him in there in the mix, that between the mix of them, the 3 of them, that there wouldn't be enough leadership in the building or at the facility to say, hey, let's go ahead and nip this in the bud. The fact that it would linger throughout the entire season and even factor into his departure, that part to me is, like, if I was a Warriors fan, that would be unforgivable to me.
Yeah, I can't tell from that cut. You know, that cut's about a minute long, and it's the 4th or 5th time I've listened. It's the 2nd time I've listened on air. It's a little like The Sopranos. When you rewatch it, you notice new things every time.
Yeah.
And the part that struck me there is that I can't determine if Kevin Durant, because he changes tenses in that answer right there, I can't determine if he's saying that at the time he was surprised that Steve Kerr and Bob Myers were just trying to sweep it under the rug and ignore that it happened, or if in retrospect that's what we needed at the time. Because I'll tell you this, and I feel this to an extent, but especially if Kevin Durant saying, boy, at the time I felt like Steve Kerr and Bob Myers really should have, handled this differently. That part to me, that would bother me. It bothers me kind of as a Rockets fan, like that you think that at the time, like, bro, you're an adult. You're talking like a kid who's waiting for the adults to discipline you.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's on the Last Dance. The reason why I think it's in retrospect is because the Last Dance that he's talking about, the documentary on the Bulls, came out during COVID. Yeah. So I tend to think he's saying, looking back now, they should have handled it that way. But even that is a bad look to me. That like, oh, it got so toxic and we argued and it was so bad. And what would have been the right solution for management to handle it better? Like you guys are the ones that did it. You guys are the ones that got into it with each other. You were the one yelling at Draymond. Draymond's the one going into business for himself, trying to win a game when he's got the best scorer on the planet on his team. And it's Steve. I mean, I guess ultimately it does fall on Steve Kerr and Bob Myers because you're management. Ultimately, anything that happens on your watch. But that just felt like a real cop-out to me by Kevin Durant.
Well, he also mentions, and forgive me for not remembering this part of it, like, Draymond was disciplined in some form or fashion.
Got suspended, right?
And so, I mean,
what else?
Like he said that doing that was like not enough, and that was still kind of sweeping it under the rug. I would love to follow up with him about that. Like, so why was the suspension not an adequate enough addressing of the situation, and what needed to be done aside from working out your own issues?
Yes,
what needed to be done above you guys? Beyond simply that. Now, I just said earlier, you can hold the leaders accountable for a crisis in leadership if you want, but after you talk it out and say, hey, there was a punishment, I am curious on what else does he feel like needed to be done.
So that's the first you've listened to that?
Yes.
You'd seen of it, but
I've seen it. I've seen it transcribed, but I hadn't heard him actually say it until just now.
Okay, so here's what I want to ask you, Brandon Scott, does that bit of audio at all affect the way you look at how things unfolded with the Rockets the second half of last season after Burnergate with Kevin Durant and a team that looked to have some chemistry issues in the second half of the season?
Yeah, I would say 100% because, like, to me, it's just it almost sounds like hypocritical a little bit because it's like, okay, well, I mean, I know you're not the coach or management, but over in Golden State, Draymond, Steph, all those guys are his peers. He comes over here to Houston, he's peerless. He is Kevin Durant and everybody else is kind of so like you're the leader, whether you're an outspoken leader or leader by example, or whatever your leadership style is, like it or not, coming over here, you're the leader. You're Kevin Durant. So, yeah, that would kind of bother me a little bit because it felt a little hypocritical in terms of how they handled the Burnergate, if you will.
Yeah.
Like it seemed like they were very quick to, not seem like, because I was there very, very quickly. Now, I also don't.
You're at the press conferences and things like that.
I was at the press. Now, I wasn't at the first press conference after Burnergate, but of course I was locked in and I knew everybody who was there.
Yeah.
So I basically might as well have been there. And I was a little bit surprised, especially since Kevin Durant is such a candid individual. Mm-hmm. Like, I'll give him credit for that. Dude, you typically says what's on his mind and gives you, for the most part, the real.
I think he's a very thoughtful interview.
Very much so. Yeah. I've enjoyed covering Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
I thought it was so it surprised me and threw me off that they kind of brushed the question aside and then brushed the follow-up question aside. And then it was, if not spoken, there was definitely an understanding that this is the last we're going to talk about this.
Yeah.
That it's kind of, you get that vibe when you go to a press conference, you're there, they're kind of controlling a little bit of what the narrative is and how many questions you get to ask, how long you get to ask them.
And it's the same people at every press conference.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. And so I think we all kind of got that feel. That actually is fine. I question, like, how did the team address it? That was the part that I think is still unclear and probably an unsatisfactory resolution to that of like how the team addressed it. I don't buy into Burnergate just nosediving their season or anything, because I thought the chemistry issues that we saw after Burnergate, quite frankly, really existed before it. Like they were a flawed basketball team before and after.
Yeah.
But this thing did still happen. Like that there was more to be said about it or addressed, maybe an apology,
something. Yeah,
I feel like an apology would have been in an order, especially. I feel like an apology would have been in order, especially after it became clear, I think by their own lack of answering the question, that this was Kevin Durant.
Something was there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it wasn't him, you could just flat out deny it and say that. They never did that.
So I saw a post yesterday, as long as we're talking about the Rockets and Durant here for a minute, we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a second. I saw a proposal where, obviously hypothetical, where it was the Rockets trading for Kyrie Irving as a sort of a chip to try to lure LeBron here. And so you wind up, and the trade they laid out looked like a perfectly good trade that still left you with a bunch of assets, so you're not gutting everything just to get Kyrie Irving. But it plays into a question. There's a question on the text page. Someone's asking, why isn't LeBron considering the Rockets in all this? Is it because some of the stuff you and I were just talking about for the last 5 minutes, you think? You think LeBron looks at it like a lot of people do? Like, why would I put myself into a soap opera?
Well, it could be part.
I'd rather be in my own documentary about winning a title one more time.
I don't think that the soap opera stuff helps, but I also think what really hurts is that the head coach of the basketball team once called him the B word.
The B word, yeah.
And in front of God and everybody else, like for the whole world to see. He didn't just do it. In the behind the scenes,
right?
Did it, and LeBron used that word like it was a thing, and so that's an issue. There have also been people that said that LeBron has expressed like maybe not liking the city of Houston. I can't imagine that being true because he's not an idiot.
Why would anybody not like the city of Houston?
Yeah, no, he's not an idiot, so I don't believe that. But the Udoka thing, like if that's a hang up, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I would fire Ime Udoka, not just fire him from the job, but I would fire him into outer space.
Yes. Yeah.
On a rocket ship. Now, I would want to guarantee his safety. We got to send him up there with astronauts.
Back. You'd have to be an Apollo 13 situation.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to kill anybody. But assuming that you could ensure me his safety, I would send him into space for LeBron James.
For LeBron James.
Outer space.
I wonder how the Fertittas feel about
that. Into a different galaxy.
They really like Ime
for LeBron James
over there.
Outer space. I know Tillman's. Where is he? Where is he? The ambassador?
He's in Italy.
He's in Italy.
Yeah.
I know I would send him further than that. Outer space.
You would send him further than Italy. You would send him to outer space.
Udoka further than Italy. Outer space to bring in
to get LeBron
at this price. To be clear, not max contract LeBron. But at this price, he's affordable and still very good. Yeah,
Reggie,
into the Milky Way.
Would you fire LeBron into outer space for LeBron James?
Or fire Udoka?
I caught the meaning. You said LeBron, but I understood what you meant.
Yeah.
Probably because I already have a particular issue with Ime that is festering under the skin for me. Can I come back to the actual decision? Yeah, festering is not a good word. I apologize. Can we come back to one of the reasons is coming to Houston that is a lot more simple? Like it's Occam's razor here.
Okay.
LeBron clearly wants to go to the East. Like he clearly just wants to get away from a lot of the morass over here in the West.
Yeah. He had his best success over there.
Yeah, and then you could you could look, as you mentioned, he's not an idiot. You could look at the landscape and go, hey, the West is a mess right now.
Yeah.
Kind of want to go over to that other side.
It's tough.
Well, two of the most improved teams in the offseason, like East-West preference aside, I should say, are two East teams, right? Like Miami just got Giannis, and I told you earlier, Sean, the Jaylen Brown trade to Philly would have made the decision for me. I would have been in Philly later that day.
That's a little with him. It's like a legit all-star starting five. I know Edgecombe. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself.
Nah, but
good young player though.
Edgecombe is a blur. I watched him and Tyrese Maxey run circles around the Rockets.
Yes, the other three guys are literal all-stars. Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, and Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah.
So,
that to me seems like a no-brainer, but I don't know what LeBron is factoring into his decision.
And the only other thing that I think about the Philly thing is that we do the, hey, man, look at all these players, and then the inevitable question that you always have to talk about is how many basketballs are they going to play with? Like, I am very intrigued to see how Philly figures out the hierarchy thing.
even without LeBron.
Yeah.
Right. Like it's pretty wild.
But great players figure it out typically. Typically, not to say that fit doesn't matter. It definitely does. But great players tend to figure it out. Those are no less than 3 great players.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station for at least a few more weeks. At KILT. No, we're still being honest, but the call letters are going to change. And Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Question for you, John Lopez.
Yes, sir. I'm here for you.
So Brandon and I did a segment earlier. Today we've been getting a little nostalgic over the last 24 hours.
And that'll continue.
The big announcement. Absolutely. Yeah. Because you've been here longer than any of us, which sports figure has been the most discussed sports figure in the history of this station? Talked about the most. If we could talk about this person in some way.
I'm sure you guys said Deshaun Watson.
He was up there.
I'm sure you said Jack Easterby.
He made the cut.
Because those were months on end being discussed literally every day.
Yes.
Like literally every day.
Yeah, they may not have had the longevity of the notoriety, but their notoriety had a higher spike.
Right.
They definitely put up numbers.
So I'm going to try to go back to the early days and so, something that was talked about an awful lot. Roger Clemens, steroid era.
So not him as a player.
The Mitchell Report.
Yeah,
the Rusty Harden hearings.
The Mitchell Report was an everyday topic.
Yeah,
I know the top 2 would probably be, or maybe not, but Deshaun and Easterby. Bill O'Brien is one of the ones that
O'Brien got a lot of love.
Discussed the most. But I'm trying to go back like 9 all the way through the early days. I would say Clemens was a hot topic, like a very everyday kind of thing for a while. Clemens and the Mitchell Report.
So you're talking about
steroid era.
Yeah, specific. I think we just took topic out of it. People. It's got to be J.J. Watt, right?
Over the course of a decade,
long course of the length of the station, like it's. I mean, we still discuss him sometimes because we play his audio on McAfee and we play him talking about things.
Yeah, JJ's definitely up there.
He's up there,
well.
yeah.
Him retiring and not simply fading away, like going immediately into media, kept him relevant.
Yeah.
And obviously he was already relevant here, but it maintained his relevance, so we've only just continued to talk about it.
Highest spikes, though, I think you nailed it in terms of the guys that maybe didn't have the same length of discussion, longevity, but just dominated for days and weeks and months on end every day.
Yeah.
Easterby, Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
I forgot about
James
Clemens.
Harden.
That's a good point.
James Harden at times, I think, is in that
James
mix.
Harden's a good one.
James Harden at times.
Yeah. Do you know who played here early on when I first started listening to the station and was talked about quite a bit? One time I even called. I think Sean Bijani and Barry Warner were hosting the Odd Couple at the time. Yao Ming, I don't think he compares to,
that's a good one.
To the folks that we've mentioned. But at that time, he was a big talking point.
Yeah.
This is like 2009 when he kind of the injuries are starting.
Because it felt kind of like a diametric shift, at least here in Houston, if not in the NBA, having that dude and trying to be really focusing your efforts around him.
Yeah.
I wasn't here for it. For this, what I'm about to say, because it was during my blind spot when I was in Chicago and Denver, and you weren't with the station yet, but you might have been on the radio at the time. The whole 2006 draft with Vince Young.
Oh my God!
Drafting
Yes,
Vince
I was at another Reggie Bush, Vince Young. Mario Williams really wasn't even discussed until he was drafted and then became.
He was like the guy with the Money in the Bank briefcase running down the ramp.
By God, that's Mario Williams.
That's Mario Williams theme music.
Yeah.
My God.
I was at another station, but yes, Vince Young and Reggie Bush. I would say both of those.
That is a good one. That's a good one. Somebody mentioned Johnny Manziel too for that short stretch.
Yeah,
the Texans had the first pick in the draft.
Yeah. And he was who he was at the time.
No, that was a great segment, and I like things like that, and I think we're going to be doing more of those as we move forward here in the next 6 to 3 weeks.
I like nostalgia, man.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. All right, so along those lines, question of the day.
So I know you guys discussed the Rockets making an actual change that intrigued me. We'll talk a little bit about that at 10:20, but at 10:40, we'll use that to then take ourselves, because Chip clearly, he's a shooting coach, clearly was brought in to help Amen Thompson at the very least fix his shot. And so we thought, if you could hire one person to fix something, whether in your life or in sports, who would you pick?
I'm gonna go with Lopez to fix my grilling game. I started grilling over the last few weeks or so, maybe about a month ago, and I've gotten better over the last.
Don't be
couple of
bashful,
weeks,
dude.
But I ain't good at it yet.
Don't be
so
bashful.
I would ask
Of all
Lopez.
the people, you pick Lopez.
I've been helping Figgy a little bit here and there.
Yeah, man. Lopez.
You're not picking old guy. Franklin out of Austin. See, I knew he was gonna do that.
He just
Aaron Franklin.
Yeah, Aaron Franklin. That's his name.
I've had Lopez's barbecue and I trust it.
Aaron Franklin's been on my show.
So
Yeah,
There are a lot of good candidates.
we
for
were
this.
mixing it up.
A lot of good candidates.
Hey, don't sleep, man.
Yes. Don't sleep on Ron.
Ron lives closer, so Ron would be a candidate
Ron
too.
would be a good answer.
Yeah.
Ron's a good griller.
Yes, yes. I've had
I
his
can't
barbecue.
speak to it. I haven't. He has not.
I would love to
I
find
had
out.
some of his grill food. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really
I've
good.
definitely
You
had
did?
it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's very good.
It's good that we're establishing hierarchies here.
Yeah,
we see who Ron cares about around here.
Don't sleep on me either, man. I've been on a month streak.
I have been to your house, Figgy, at least.
Yes,
So, yeah.
yes. You
I
got
was
to
gonna
try
say,
my grilling one day.
I live closest to Ron, so that's gonna be my excuse.
There you go.
I'm almost a neighbor. So.
Okay. But I'm really having a hundred time coming up with anything
Because your life doesn't
You need help.
No.
Sean's life is
maybe
so
you
damn
guys,
good.
maybe you guys can help me. Not actually help me.
I'm perfect.
yeah. Who can help me stop being so perfect? Maybe you can someone frame me for a crime?
I got you there, Sean. If you need help not
Thank
being
you.
so good,
Thank
I
you.
think I just try too hard.
yes. I'm a little too into my work.
I care too much.
No. Among many fatal flaws, I tend to stay at the bar too long. I stay out too late.
Well, you're close to a guy I think I would fix this.
Huh?
You're close to a guy that I think would fix that.
Who?
Seth.
Yeah.
Seth would be like the ultimate coach for you there.
Yeah.
Just like now you go now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we leave.
And I would have to listen to him because he's a large human being.
Yeah.
Who might, if I don't listen to him,
Yeah.
get a little unhinged.
I thought you were going to go but maybe you just don't want to be fixed at this. The chores around the house. Like you don't know how to work your dishwasher or your washing machine or your.
No, but I don't want that. It's part of my gimmick. No, okay, but Amy's probably nodding her head, saying, "John Lopez, smart man." Who would be like? Who do I get? The Maytag repairman or something like that?
Who would be good?
Why did I think about that exactly?
Maytag repairman,
Mr. Clean will help.
yes, the Quaker Oats guy. all the old logos from groceries.
Yeah.
That's a good one, John. Yes, someone to give me tutorials on how to work my washer, dryer, and dishwasher.
You don't need no tutorials. You just don't want to do.
Yeah, he doesn't.
No. The washer, I don't know like even what to put in, like what to pour. I know you're supposed to pour something in the little tray, and then you shove the tray back in. It's not the fabric softener. When does that come into play?
There's a section for that.
There is?
There's a part for that.
That got just more confusing. There's two sections.
I don't want to learn.
There's two sections. I definitely don't want to learn.
Don't tell him about dryer sheets.
John, great job by you highlighting that, though. It just goes to show you how far I've suppressed my misogyny in my household.
This is also where we're different, though, because we both have 3 kids.
Yeah.
But yours are grown now. So you can't outsource your chores to your children the way that I do.
That was fun back in the day. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Is that what you do?
Yes. I've washed a dish here or there.
Just to know that you can still do it.
Yeah, when they're not there and we just don't want to leave them in there for a while. Yeah. But if they're there, they're washing them dishes.
Yeah. Do you say to them, it's either this or taxes or rent? That's one or the other.
Oh, it's both. I'm eating some of your food. There you come in. Now. Let's do it.
Scooping food off their plate. I like this topic. I can't wait to listen to it. At
Excited
10:40.
for it. We didn't even get to any of the sports things.
I'll be listening to it on my way to go get a physical. I haven't gotten a physical in 8 years.
Oh God!
What?
Come on.
Yeah, no. I've. You know what? You know what drove me to this?
Me.
You getting a colonoscopy a few weeks ago. I'm like, I need to be better about that.
When I turned 45,
here's the answer to his question of the day right here. He's going to get a doctor.
Hey, just real quick,
for the first time in
John
7
Lopez.
years.
Yeah,
I'm here for you guys.
Boy, I am really learning what a horrible human being I am in this segment. Yeah.
When I turned 45, I realized I had never, ever, since playing sports, taken a physical.
Yeah.
And then
at 45.
And I started taking one every 6 months. Best decision of my life.
Lucky to make it 45 doing that.
Yeah.
It's like included in our benefits and everything.
Yeah.
It's just
every 6 months. You got to do it.
Every 6 months. Okay.
People say every year. I do it every 6 months.
So this is a new doctor. I'm not going to the doctor I went to for my last physical like 8 years ago because he's all the way down in Pearland. But it's still under the same umbrella. It was wild. I was going to pre-register and everything. boy, they still have they still have a lot of things in there where I was much fatter than I am right now.
Yeah,
so
well, you'll feel good.
This will be interesting. Yeah. I'll come back in and report everything.
Proud of you.
Screw HIPAA. Thank you. Well, and thank you for going and getting a colonoscopy.
It was nothing really.
Yeah. I doubt that. I
think it was something. It was definitely something.
I'm showroom clean.
Indeed.
All right.
Okay. Now I'm sorry I brought it up.
Yeah, exactly.
You did open the door for that. You did. You put that on a T form.
Just close the door, please. All right.
A new car smell.
Sean needs Tom. Good God. Sean needs Tom Tynan. Somebody said that's a good one. Actually,
that is a good one.
I agree with him around the house ever. He uses like real tools and stuff.
Yeah, the people who call the people who call in the Timon Show already kind of know way more than either one of us know.
That's a good point too.
Yes. So they're already starting not from zero.
All right. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. This was a good one. We're done. We're out of time. Brandon would say it's a Seth. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, pal. Appreciate that. Brandon will be in for Seth tomorrow. Looking forward to this episode, as always, of In the Loop. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop. They start now.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, soon to be 95.7 The Fan. Looking right at John Lopez, fresh with black ice smell. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on a Thursday in the various different ways that you can get involved with the program. I knew you would like that joke.
I do like that.
713-572-4610 is the number to text to get involved. We appreciate when you do that. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam and Jew Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston and John Lopez. Every time I think I'm out.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Pulling me back in.
I know.
The Astros.
I know.
With a 3-game sweep of the fish.
I said that at 6 a.m. Same thing.
It's the charm of the season.
I'm glad I share a brain with Reggie. He's smart.
Is it the charm? Is it the charm of the season?
You're smart.
Though?
Yeah. They're going to go yo-yoing of it all?
Or is it the frustration of the season?
The frustration is the charm.
Yes.
They're
yes,
going to go up on no margaritas.
Oh, yeah. No more $17 margaritas. Yep. Back to 21
now. Hey, actually $26 now.
Wait, is this what we were doing? We were hoping that the team was bad so the margarita prices go down. Is that what's happening?
No, I was saying they went down on the margarita prices because the team was bad.
Yeah.
Wait, did they go down on the margarita prices?
Did. I thought I saw something.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I thought they did.
Wait, why didn't nobody tell me? I haven't been at the ballpark.
Don't count on it now.
Yeah.
Y'all, see, this is the thing. I know it's unfair to do this to friends at times, but when a friend does not let me know about something that clearly I would like, I'm mad at them. Why didn't you let me know this? I have espoused the values of the margarita at the ballpark. I've said that this is one thing, whenever I go, I'm going to get it. And the price went down, y'all ain't say nothing?
Yeah. But word to Stringer Bell, we back.
We back up. We back up.
We back.
And that comes because the Astros, with a 5-2 victory last night, get a sweep of the Miami Marlins, kind of in effect, counteracting the sweep that they, or the 3 games that they were swept against the Baltimore Orioles. And they do it in large part behind the efforts of this man who did this last night.
Off the outside edge.
Pena goes. This ball driven deep to left field. Looking up, Hernandez. Good! He's done it again!
This guy's awesome. Oh, man.
He is awesome.
Ain't he?
He is awesome.
Go ahead, 2-run blast by none other than Yordan Alvarez. Count that as 34 on the season. League leading. Not league leading, sorry. Baseball leading.
MLB leading,
right?
Yeah.
34th home run. And Yordan has been absolutely incredible. I could start waxing poetic, but you get the point. This dude is nice.
He's more than nice. It's not out of the out of line to say we're watching one of the greatest individual performances in the history of baseball.
In the history of baseball's got a long history. I try not to speak for the history of baseball because I know that there's too many corners that I do not recall. You're willing to go that far?
I am willing to go that far simply because it's not just batting average and RBI and home run. The categories in which he's leading, when you talk about OPS and
let me get a book. Let me write it down.
And all these things. I saw one. I saw someone mention earlier on Twitter that the number of categories in which he is leading Major League Baseball has not been done since 1955. Before I was born.
What? I was about to say, what'd you think about 55?
Before I was
My
born.
pops wasn't even born yet. He was born in 56.
Think about that. So we're watching one of the greatest individual performances. It's not out of line to say it. In the history of the game. That right there is worth the price of admission. And I'm not trying to, kiss up to Astros ticket sellers. I mean, he is.
That'd be a weird thing to kiss up to in this moment.
The Astros or whatever. No, he is someone you have to watch. Yeah. And that just doesn't come along very often.
It doesn't. It's one of the reasons why, yes, you look up and you go, you could trade him and just completely feed families for a period of time. But then you go, why would you then give what everyone so much covets around baseball? Is that, or just in sports, that kind of impact player? It does make me ask the question, though, because people have used this as their argument. How do you not play for that dude? And I say that not just on the level of individual games, but when we talk about the idea of being buyers or sellers at the deadline, how do you not look at this kind of performance that you're describing as one of the best individual performances in all of the history of baseball? How do you not say we owe it to that guy?
You go one of two ways. We owe it to that guy, or we can completely transform this club, to which you alluded just a second ago. I think we are in a place where literally everyone wants wants him here and wants him to stay here. It does lead to down the road questions like, was it really the smartest thing to do? But we're selfish as fans, and I don't want him to go anywhere. And I want to be able to turn on the TV every night and watch what he does and know that every time he steps to the plate, that something special is going to happen. I did find that stat, by the way. He leads all of MLB. Home runs, RBI, extra base hits, total bases, OPS, OPS, times reaching base in terms of walks hit by pitch and hits, intentional walks. No one has led in every one of those categories since 1955. He is a freak of nature.
Sick.
And absolutely a special time in Houston sports history.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Where is he in the pantheon of Houston greats?
Well, I mentioned this to you guys earlier. That pantheon, Earl. You don't even have to say first or last names.
Yeah, man, we got mononyms like you talking about Cher.
Earl.
Who was Earl?
You know who Earl was. Akeem, Nolan, Altuve, JJ. He's doing something that outside of maybe JJ, not even these other guys can say. Like just dominating every single category, head and shoulders above everything. I mean, it's time to start wondering, if he's that guy in Houston sports history. Forget baseball.
I think the crazy part about it is if he was healthy at least maybe another season or two, then this would absolutely be in the conversation. Like it would be no questions asked. If we had 3 seasons of healthy Jordan.
Yeah.
That just hit me like a ton of bricks. We talked about it earlier on the season, and I just kind of have taken it for granted. Jordan been playing the whole year too.
Yeah.
This is
what
not
you
regular
get when he's healthy.
This was not regular. Yeah, man. Like he is amongst those, and at this point, what else needs to be there for it to just be like, yeah, he is? Because I know we're talking about this as this is the talent that he has. But like, is there still something that needs to put on wax in order to just be flatly amongst these?
Yes, I think there is, and it's sad, to be honest. It kind of makes me sad. He doesn't have that personality and public persona of an Earl or especially a JJ. I think
what's funny is Nolan's went in a weird way because it's not like it was his persona. It was just kind of his, for lack of aura.
But it was persona or aura, however you want to put it. But he was very relatable. He was more relatable. Alvin, Texas. That Texas accent.
Yeah.
He wasn't. He was good with the media. He wasn't necessarily JJ or Earl or something like that.
But who is?
But exactly. And the thing, and this is what makes me sad, and I don't know what you can do about it. I mean, the fact that he is not speaking English a lot, I don't think we can ignore that. I don't think you see a lot of public.
You think so?
Yes, 100%.
I feel like this could end up being like a Big Papi, like a David Ortiz thing.
But he doesn't even do as much as Ortiz did.
Yeah, Big Papi talk a little bit.
Yeah. And I'm sad about it. I'm not trying to criticize. I mean, this to me, I think the fact that he's not as accessible, is not as out front, as not in the public, talk shows and interviews and, really the clubhouse sort of voice. He's also kind of introverted.
Yeah.
Very private. So the combination of those two things, if it wasn't for that, I think we'd already be talking about him in the same vein as JJ and Nolan.
That's a fair point, right? Like the persona that then gets built. Is it possible that the new iteration of the Astros, whether that's they're able to turn this around and we're talking about this in 2027 or whether this is, whatever the next time, it's very clear that it's going to be built around him. I do wonder how much of like the number of other personalities that were there that were also very good at baseball allowed him to play that backseat. It feels like the way that this is going, Yordan is going to be the centerpiece of anything that moves forward, and he's going to have to be that. Do you think that there's a possibility that we get to see and learn a little bit more about who in this next?
This is up to the Astros as much as Yordan. I think it's 50-50. When was the last time? And I think part of it is because I think he speaks more English than people let on. You always see him in the dugout talking with guys, and you're like, okay, I know they don't probably speak.
Not only that,
Spanish,
if you remember when Joe Espada makes it known to the clubhouse that Yordan is the representative for the Astros and that he's going to be a starter. I mean, Yordan is talking in English amongst his teammates.
Exactly.
I think that this happens often with guys that come over is in like more casual circumstances, they're a little bit more comfortable. In official capacities, they're like, no, we are using a translator. Nothing is going to be lost in translation.
That's to be safe. I don't blame them.
Yeah, nothing's going to be lost in translation for these jokers that's on the radio to take something to a different place because I used the wrong word.
Right.
But that could be part of the introvert thing, too.
It could be the part of that. You're right, Figgy. But also, the Astros have a responsibility here just to sort of make him more accessible is the word I think that probably suits. When was the last time you saw Yordan at a big public appearance or in a commercial or just out front? Even like a Correa, why is he beloved? Because he's just out there. He was in front of everybody.
So what you're saying is the H-E-B commercial is what we need?
No, well, maybe part of it.
Yeah. Or maybe that's part of Yordan. Maybe that's his team or something like that. Maybe his team should kind of step it up a little bit and put him in front.
Or maybe he could just try and be Barry Bonds. That's because this is the thing. We're doing all this like PR for him. Maybe he could just hit the ball really hard continuously. Like he is. But here's the thing, right? This is one of the things. I'll bring it back to Kobe Bryant because Kobe Bryant allows me to kind of fall on my sword in some ways. Because the Kobe Bryant love and the way that he's become bigger. Obviously, I respect the fact that he passed in a way that was really tragic, and there's a lot of people that have a lot of empathy for that. But Kobe Bryant gets bigger than I think that his play sometimes dictated. And I know that sounds crazy, but you get what I mean. But also, I have to try and give him credit because he was always trying to fill the shoes of Michael Jordan, and he didn't. But you got to give him credit for being a lot closer than anyone else.
Yes.
That's where I feel like we kind of are with Yordan, where every time I mention Barry Bonds, it's like, that's crazy talk because Barry Bonds was a monster. And I'm like, hey, we don't see Monster Jr.
who else is a monster?
Monster Jr. is happening right in front of us. And you can see it when, it felt like a game where Peter Lambert, he gives up 2 runs, and it's like, damn.
Yeah.
That's all we had.
And it was 2-2 in the 6th,
That's all we had the room for. And Yordan's like, don't worry, I will open this thing back up with a 2-run shot. Like that, he is that. And I see it put very clearly. As long as the Astros have Yordan, they can contend. And it does feel like that. Even if we don't have to, we could quibble, I guess, on whether or not that's like actually true. But the fact that you can feel that and go, yeah, means so much. And that's why we could talk about Yordan in this way. Incredible to be able to have a player of this magnitude in our midst. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Thursday. Coming up next, the Rockets make an addition that I think is notable in a real way, and no, it's not on the court. Let's talk about Chip England, the new coach, new assistant coach that the Rockets hired next.
Houston, starting Thursday. Get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What did you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
He's gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The OG John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on this Thursday in the great city of Houston. And before we get this weather coming through over the weekend, that
are we?
Well, I'll defer to you, Mr. Weatherman. We'll talk about that a little later.
I've been watching this thing like for the last week.
Man.
I think it's dead. I think we're gonna be all right.
Okay. Yeah. Famous last words.
Yeah.
The winds of change are blowing, though.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's hot as hell out.
It sure is.
Really hit me, man, because I realize I'm kind of blessed because I go straight from the building to the car, and then from the car to my house. Like I don't stay outside that long. But yesterday I had to walk a little bit. I'm like, dog, it is hot, man.
That's right. That's right.
Feels like 112, I believe, yesterday.
Something like that.
Yeah. No, it felt like you was in front of an oven door.
The thing I thought about was, because we had a homie that went out to the Dynamo match, which we'll talk about a little bit later and what's popping. It was 97 degrees at 9-something in the evening. It's like, dog, what are we living in? But now that I've spent so much longer on the weather than I anticipated, I was going to use it as a segue of the winds have changed, maybe possibly taking with the Rockets. See, I was this close, man.
You thought about that all night.
That's an A+ right there.
Yeah, man. I thought I had one.
Sleep last night.
I did think I had one.
From one win to another.
But the Rockets made an interesting acquisition, and it's not on the court. It's not a shooter, although he's going to help shooting. If you're familiar with basketball, you might know of Chip Engelland. He played in the league a while back. He's 60-some years old, but he is kind of looked at as the shot whisperer. And the
shot doctor.
Shot doctor for sure. And the Rockets add him as an assistant coach to this team. That I mean, a lot of people, and I think that rightfully so, look at this and they go, that is an Amen Thompson hire. That is a hire to get Amen Thompson to that max level because you know that he can do all the other stuff. He just needs to be able to develop a jumper. And so you kind of started some questions like that came up as the Rockets acquire this, and I kind of want to roll through these if you don't mind.
Yeah, man. Let's go. Let's start with the one that you just mentioned because everybody talks because in San Antonio for 17 years and Then he was in Oklahoma City and has helped these guys. And people are posting the shooting percentages, how they've increased under him for these particular guys.
Yeah, because he's worked with, in the last 4 years, he worked with the Thunder. So if you think of some of the shooters that they had, like Lou Dort. Lou Dort.
His increased a lot.
It did increase. Now, it did slide back a little bit last year, which I found to be interesting. But in his time there, Lou Dort was not a particularly good shooter in those first few years. And then, I mean, he's shooting in the high 30s and low 40s for a couple of seasons as well during that time period.
And even free throws. SGA, his free throw percentage went up 8 or 9 points. That's huge. He went from like 80, 81% to 89% as a free throw shooter. That's huge. So, but that's not what I was thinking about.
Okay.
I was thinking about one guy that he helped a lot. Kawhi Leonard.
That is the one, because he long time with the Spurs. In fact, that's probably where any association with him and Ime Udoka was fostered.
Yes, they knew each other there. But Kawhi Leonard infamously missed a couple of very important free throws at Miami during the finals. I believe it was his rookie year, maybe his second year. And ultimately, the Heat ended up winning that series, getting the ball. I think that was the famous
2013?
Yeah.
Ray Allen? Was it Ray Allen shot in the corner?
But previous to that, Kawhi missed a couple free throws. And he was not a good free throw shooter his rookie year, or not as good. And now Kawhi Leonard is knocking down threes and knocking down free throws and MVP of the finals. And all that. That's Amen Thompson.
Yeah, this is chiefly for that guy because I don't know if we actually even had the conversation, but one of the questions that has been over this offseason is, can you give Amen Thompson a max contract, or should you? And he is an immense talent in this league. I mean, there's people that look at him and go, yeah, man, this is an incredible young star. But a clear deficit in his game is an incapacity, or inability rather, to shoot the basketball. And I don't know if you know, basketball, you kind of need to shoot, especially in the modern iteration. You can't just be a dude that drives and gets downhill. Especially if you want to be a singular focused guy, like a guy that maybe teams can be built around. If he can shoot the ball, especially from like mid-range, but this is a guy that could open up, that, as you mentioned with Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard's a 3-level scorer now. And it felt like for a time period that he was going to be a just get to the rack type guy and just defense guy.
Right.
And that's where it almost feels like Amen Thompson is. So if you allow your mind to expand, imagine the MVP or the all-star type caliber things you can get out of him. The thing I'm interested about is, I know that he's worked in player development and it could be a little one-on-one. I'm curious how far this goes, because there's a lot of other dudes that I think could benefit on this team.
Let me ask you some of these other questions.
Please.
I think it speaks directly to that. What are realistic expectations across the board for this guy? He's not just going to work with the men. By no stretch. I mean, there's Jabari, there's a lot of players.
Jabari or Tari are two I thought of, but then I would, if I had to power rank guys I want him to work with, because this is the thing, and you know this about coaching staffs. I do wonder, player development can work a little bit wider, but usually there's an assistant that's assigned to 3 players, and they work specifically with them. And so assuming the possibility is that that's the way this works, in order to give them real time to work with them. If I could only pick 2 or 3 to work with him, it's Amen Thompson, and it's actually Alperen Şengün. Because this is something we talked about. Those 2 guys being non-shooters really limits what you can do moving pieces on the board, on the floor. Imagine if you get Amen Thompson in, hopefully by mid-season's time, you get him shooting a very good mid-range. I'm not even going too far, because I think it's a lot to expect a dude to come in August.
He's not a miracle worker.
Yes, exactly. Like, he's not waving a wand here. But in August coming in, and then by the time you start camp to be like, all right, now I want to see a 3-point shooter. That's insane. If you think that, then you're doing this entirely wrong. But I do think that you could see a progression where this year, Amen Thompson by mid-season could be a much more solid mid-range shooter. I think that's huge. And then we know Alperen Şengün has the basis for a shot. We've seen him to move towards that a little bit, but it just hasn't progressed. If you can have him stretch as well, things open up. I think that year 2 is where I'm really looking for the progress to happen in shooting for this team, largely all around.
And how does this affect Reed Shepherd, was another thought I had.
That's a great point, because you can go from
he's a shooter that doesn't play great defense.
Right. Actually, can I give you this? And I know that we're a little pushing it, but can you give me Shane Battier? You remember Shane Battier? Played all around this league, played on this Rockets team.
He's been in this studio.
100%. A 3-and-D, one of the iconic 3-and-D players. Well, before he didn't have the 3. This was him talking about his run-in with Chip England.
I was at summer camp at Duke up to me, I'm Chip England. If you don't mind, I got some feedback for you. He's like, you're not going to make the NBA with that jump shot. Tell me more. He said, well, every time that you go off a pick to your left, you're going to have to bring the ball back to the defense on the right side of your face. And so literally you can't play on half of the floor, all right, with these defensive athletes that the NBA has. And so I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And so he's like, if you're willing, I think we can change your shot to become more efficient, quicker, and you'll be able to, use both sides of the floor. A novel idea. And so he said, I'll be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow if you want to get started. And he told this same speech to a teammate of mine. He said, I'll be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow to work. I show up, my teammate does not, and the rest is history.
Your teammate also make it to the NBA?
He did not.
He had to do that last part. That was a lot.
He did not.
But efficient, quicker. Do you know what Shane Battier shot during his Duke career from three?
I do not.
41.6%. He wasn't a bad shooter.
Yeah.
But it's
Duke is wide open.
It's Duke is wide open, but then this is also a dude who can look at a dude who's even a good shooter and go, I can make that better, and does.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I think gets also interesting in what you're bringing up for Reed Sheppard.
It can make it better, but if these other guys improve 2, 3, 4% might be the high. By the way, that's about the best you can realistically hope for, like 4% better, 5% better.
There's some guys that now
there's some outliers.
Yeah,
but if these other guys are improving, that's more minutes. Floor. That's being on the floor. That's what I was thinking about.
Like more guys defensively.
Yeah, that's being on the floor, not afraid to take him out, not afraid to leave him in. In certain situations, because we need the Reed Sheppard jolt or whatever. I think it might affect Reed Sheppard in a weird way.
Yeah. Now, we'll talk more about this as we go. I was asking around with my my meager contacts in NBA spaces. Chip England isn't like he's a shot doctor. He's a player development guy. He isn't like I'm going to come in and help offensive game planning. That's at least correct. If he is, that's something that I have not heard from folks. So I still look at Ime Udoka and go, I don't love this offense, but every offense gets so much better if dudes can shoot. You know what I mean? Like every offense looks much better if guys are knocking down shots. And so to that end, I think that this is a huge addition. And honestly, this is the type of thing that makes me go, I feel significantly better about the game plan for this offseason because even we heard a lot of people have been mad about hearing.
This is about the only thing that makes you go, okay.
Yes. You've been mad about hearing, hey, we're expecting player development. This is an actual move that pushes towards that player development, and then you can go, okay, we can lean on this.
It made me feel better about Amen Thompson for sure.
For sure.
Now the work is to be done. So interesting ad for the Rockets. Chip England comes in as an assistant for this coaching staff, and he's going to help these dudes knock down shots. Hopefully. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, pursuant to that, clearly the Rockets were like, we need a guy to train these guys to do this particular thing. So question of the day: if you could hire one person to fix something in your life or in sports, who would you pick? 713-572-4610. We do
right to talk about D&M Auto Leasing. If you are
Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Injured? Call Mo Karam Injury Lawyer 222222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to the question of the day now. If you could hire one person to fix something in your life or in sports, who are you picking? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. This is inspired by the Rockets hiring Chip Engelland, a known shot doctor around the league who spent the last 4 years with the Oklahoma City Thunder and I think 12 years prior to that with the Spurs. Mm-hmm. He's been around the league a lot. He has absolutely helped some guys get their shots right, whether it's Kawhi Leonard or Lou Dort or, even down Kenrich Williams. There's a lot more names than that, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But just a few of the names. And I gave those three at different levels, right? That's a superstar. That's a solid role player. That is a, rotation guy.
Yeah.
All of those guys have had their shots improved by this man. And so the Rockets clearly looking to improve their shot making, which would be huge, huge, huge for this team.
So the question becomes, if you could hire one person, one doctor,
in a way, yeah,
to fix something for you or maybe otherwise?
I think that there's an important question to ask, and I want to start here because I know we want to get to our fun and read some of the texts.
Mm-hmm.
There's the guy that you really want to fix, quote unquote, this year.
Yeah.
In Houston, and his name is C.J. Stroud. Is there somebody? Is there somebody that you would hire for C.J. in this circumstance?
I don't know if I would hire him for C.J., and this could be a little tricky because they're running. But I would love to just bring in Gary Kubiak to be in charge of the offense or something like that. Or just be an extra voice in there. Just something small.
Legit, proven, Super Bowl winning, work quarterbacks.
Yeah.
No, that's a good one now. His offense is like nothing like this offense.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a little tricky. They might push him in the back of the room like, get out of here, champ.
All due respect, I think an actual doctor, like a sports psychologist, I'm sure he uses one. But find find the Chip England, of that can get you to just change your approach, and embracing this thing or not or whatever it may be.
Is it a quarterback that kind of went through the same thing C.J. Stroud went through and then end up bouncing back somehow? Like maybe, I don't know if somebody is Sam Darnold's doctor or therapist or something like that.
I think Darnold talked specifically about a sports psychologist before the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Somebody that kind of started okay, got real rocky, and then end up bouncing back. I would like to hire somebody like that for CJ.
That might not be the worst thing in the world. In a weird way, and maybe this is just the association that CJ has with him, whether it's, working this offseason or just the ways in which CJ has talked about being, being or liking that guy's game. Matt Stafford feels like he could be one.
Could be.
Because he plays the way that I imagine you want CJ to play. And then I think for me, the thing I was trying to find is somebody that can help him play with confidence.
Yeah.
And maybe that's where I try and go across. And maybe this is where my answer would overlap with CJ's. Would Charles Barkley help here?
Ooh, I never even thought of someone like Charles. How?
Well, for me, the thing I was thinking about is Charles Barkley's endlessly affable. He's real charismatic.
Blunt.
Right? He could be a little blunt in that way. He speaks his mind. I think that all those things are things that I would like to be a little bit better at, right? But also, would those things not help C.J. Stroud be a more confident player in not in his abilities? Because I know C.J. is confident in what he does, but and we'll get to this at noon. I was rewatching the Week 13 game at Indianapolis, and one of the things that it felt like is, man, you could see the things. You can see the daisy chain of one thing affecting the next thing affecting the next thing.
Yeah.
And I feel like if there was anybody that did not happen with, it was Charles Barkley.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. But just things that you would like to, for me personally, I wish I had a coach or someone that could help me stay in contact with old friends better. A lot of times, I tell myself, I need to get back with so and so. Obviously at my age and all the things. Places I've been and worked, I've gotten to know a lot of really good people that I really, really like and really have built a relationship. And then when you kind of miss that contact or separate, you just kind of lose touch.
Who's the person who does that well?
Yeah, how could you? Because I put things on my calendar for every little reminder, even going to the grocery store, whatever, because I just don't stay in contact as much. I do a little bit, but not as much as I should.
In a weird way, and I don't think this fully fits, but I keep thinking about, I guess maybe it's because I just recently watched The Odyssey. I keep thinking of the directors, same people in all their movies, because clearly they're doing a good job of staying. So, I immediately thought of either Spike Lee or Christopher Nolan, where it's just the people that are in this. They're clearly tapped in with their people because they keep coming back. So maybe that's an answer for you. I don't know. On the text line, no explanation, mind you, from the 661. John Daly. It was just I would like John Daly to coach me. And I think that can go a lot of different ways, and I understand all of those. Fig?
Yeah, I got a couple of them. I'm going to just rattle them off. I would love to be a better storyteller, so I will hire Ron the Show Hughley.
Oh, he is a good storyteller.
I think he's one of the good, the best, funniest storytellers here. I will hire Mike D'Antoni for Ime Udoka, just to get the offense together.
Yes, that's a good one.
I will bring him in. This might be a little slimy, but I will bring in Jeff Luno for Dana Brown. Hey, let's get the scouting department together, man.
You think it might be a little slimy, huh? I don't know how you came up with that.
Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit.
I don't know if y'all have met before. Have you met before?
I show speed. The YouTuber streamer that been all over the FIFA World Cup. I will hire him to get my image together, man.
That guy's an incredible story.
Yes, he was performing. I think he opened up the World Cup
halftime.
No, I think it was the final.
Oh yeah.
And at the beginning, I'm like, I didn't even know the brother can sing or whatever he did, and he was out there performing. And then also, I will hire Nick Caserio as a trainer / nutritionist.
Oh.
I think he would get me right, man.
He would, but you would hate it. Or at least I would hate it if I was in your circumstance.
Of course I would hate it.
Yeah,
I think a lot of those people hate it, to be honest, but they do it.
Nick Caserio seems like he loves it. He's right where he wants to be.
I need somebody
He's
like that.
Candy, who eats that? All of us.
Hey, that brother is strong, man.
Yeah, he is.
You ever dapped up Nick Caserio, man?
Yeah.
Slap you in the back of the back?
I think he loves it, but I also think there's going to be a day when he's, older and out of the league and starts to eat, like real food.
Disagree.
where he's going to go, dang, I've been missing out on this
I think he
40 years?
No, you ever seen those videos on social media of an 80-year-old guy still in the gym?
Yeah.
Like just dead.
He's going to be Jack LaLanne. He's going to be Jack LaLanne.
Yes.
That's what he's going to be.
Yes, but nah, for real, Nick, if you're listening, hey, send me over some tips and recipes and all that stuff, man.
It probably helps that he has like the Texans facility at his beck and call at his disposal.
Hey, I'll come through. Let me know, man.
No, I think he's going to be like AC Green, you know. One day he's going to be like, I've been missing out on this. If you know, you know.
I do know. From the 832, Andy Reid. I like eating in Hawaiian shirts, but there's always room for improvement. Somebody said Ricky Akil is the guy for fixing the yips. I mean, did he fix him or did he just kind of come back? He came back as an entirely different guy.
Well, technically he fixed him by coming back. You know, I mean, he got back to the major leagues.
Because he started as a pitcher in the majors and then came back as an outfielder, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, he was just like, I'm going to be a different person, which honestly, I am still amazed by that. Because I don't think making the highest level of a sport in general is tough. He kind of did it twice.
And twice in different ways.
He kind of did it. He's not Shohei Ohtani, but he's kind of Shohei Ohtani. He's like, I did both of these things at major league levels, guys. I think we should appreciate what's happening here. They said the Texans need to bring back Case Keenum on the text line. Somebody said, wish we grabbed Clint for OC.
I got another one real quick. I would hire Reggie to help me be a nicer person, man.
Don't worry about it.
Really?
Dead serious, man. Because sometimes I'll be like, man, this person, blah, blah, blah. Reggie like, nah, man, just think about it.
Did you ever think that maybe blah, blah, blah?
I'm like, damn.
I don't want to think about that.
I guess you're right, man.
I don't want to think about that.
I need to have Reggie's mindset.
This is the beauty of being a contrarian, because you can use contrarian to the good thing, I guess. You can be like, well, but have you considered the good side of this, maybe?
Yes.
It's annoying in both ways, mind you. Somebody said the Astros pitching staff needs Brent Strom back. Not sure if Brian Abreu would like that, though.
What does Imai need? Because his is not necessarily. I mean, it's still mental. Is it confidence? And you know what is it with Imai?
A new translator. No, I'm playing. Honestly, you know who I'd hire for Tatsuya Imai, and this kind of violates it because that's one pitcher or one person. He needs a posse.
Yeah.
He needs a crew. He needs, I think really and truly, I know this sounds silly, he needs some people to hang with to help him be like the maximum comfort. Because I think that's, I mean, we talked about this a lot. That held him back a decent amount. Now, I think also he is finding a level of not being so caught. And maybe hang out will get him a little bit away from being so caught up on the results and allow him to kind of trust the process, so to say.
Yeah.
Because it does seem like when he does, the stuff is filthy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
One person I will hire for Yordan Alvarez, I will hire Chris Jenner to be his.
What? You got to explain that.
Please explain.
Yeah, he will become a star if he hires Chris Jenner to run his stuff. He will get all type of Skims endorsements probably. He'd probably be on Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I know that show is canceled.
That's not crazy.
He will be a star.
It's unlikely, but not crazy.
Man, they made Tristan Thompson a damn star. Man, that brother averaged 8 points a game.
That boy was all rebounds and cheating. That's all he does.
I know, and he got the good looking girls.
Yes,
just rebounds and cheating is all he do. That's what he do over there.
He got more cheating than rebounds.
I don't know how we quote those, but yeah. Somebody said I'm taking Tico from Dora. You're gonna have to explain that one to me. I've watched enough Dora Explorer in my day, but I still don't understand what we're going quite with there. But anyways, keep those coming in on the text line, 713-572-4610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, I don't know if you noticed this, but the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft has still not signed. Let's talk about why that is and more next.
Houston. Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let us indeed go around the NFL on this Thursday. And I begin with the number 1 overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. You know him to be John Lopez.
Mr. Mendoza?
That's right, Fernando Mendoza out of Indiana. He was the first overall pick for the Las Vegas Raiders. I mean, for some people presume the starter right out the gate. I know that some people look at that acquisition of Kirk Cousins and say, not so fast, young fella, and that's kind of a desirable thing nowadays.
Yeah.
We've swung the pendulum back to if you can give the quarterback an opportunity to sit and get some things together, that might be a good thing. I don't know if this will factor into any of that decision, but it was interesting to see. You know that it's not always immediate that draft picks get their, contract situated, but just throughout the spring, it is kind of the goal is to figure out your circumstances with all these guys, get them signed up so that come training camp, it's time to get to work. Well, training camp is coming, and Fernando Mendoza does not have a deal done yet. Like, what?
Yeah. What do you think it is?
Well, there's actually reporting on this, interestingly enough. So there's an insider, and I believe this is Tyler Dragon.
He had an internship. Remember, he goes to all these business internships.
That would be hilarious if that's what it was.
We looked at his LinkedIn that time.
I'm actually working with Bank of America during the summer.
Yes.
I'll be back, and we can talk about this later. No, that is not what it is, reportedly. Tyler Dragon explained why the deal hasn't gotten done. And I believe Joel Corey of CBS Sports also reported that Mendoza's side, his team, is requesting that his signing bonus payment be made in one single lump sum. Drop it all in the account at once, big dog.
Yeah.
And that is, to be fair, that is what is typical for a number 1 overall pick, is that, at least in the last few years, is when I get that signing bonus, it all hits. Yeah. Right? We're not doing installments.
So how is that an issue?
Are you familiar with the Las Vegas,
but still,
Mark, this is something that I don't think people, if you're not like in the sticks with the NFL, you might not know this. The Raiders are what we like to call cash poor. Like there's a lot of money within this, but they don't have like just that money, right? Or there's a lot of value, thank you. But they don't have that money liquid. And so when you talk about a signing bonus for a first overall pick, and he's like, it needs to hit on a single date. That means we got to have that amount of money liquid to drop immediately. And it's one of those things that goes, oh, I would not have thought that this could be something that holds up a show, but it seems like it is holding up a show right now.
Is it? I mean, it's not going to be an issue, though, is it? I mean, they have to. I mean, they're not that cash.
Well, it might be because the Raiders. It's not just that they can't. It's also kind of that they don't want to. Like this, and I wonder how much of this. Well, actually, no, I wonder. This is probably how this goes. Yeah. The Raiders, in being that they are a relatively cash poor organization, and just to explain why, you know this, right?
Yeah.
Al Davis wasn't rich, right? A lot of these team owners, dudes that become owners, they become owners because they have the money to. Al Davis became a team owner via coup.
Oh no! Well, and also I think he paid $25,000 for the entire organization.
Correct, because he was like a minority owner. It was 3 owners. One was a majority, or actually they kind of had like a triad of sorts. And then when the probably primary, the guy who had the principal, I guess, say in it, he was the acting owner. When he was out of town, Al Davis and the other owner, they conspired to make Al Davis the acting owner, and then he has just never relinquished since.
Managing partner.
That's right. There we go. That's the words that I'm looking at. So the Davis family, while they do have money, don't get me wrong, like this is they don't got money like other owners have money. And so you'll see instances of this stuff like this where they might not do a guaranteed deal for a very long time because in order to guarantee a deal, you have to put that money in escrow, which means I have to have that money right now and set it aside. And so I wonder if they developed a philosophy of we don't do that just off of this is our history and we don't typically have a lot of cash flow ready to go.
That's got to be it. I just refuse to believe, because what a number 1 overall pick signing bonus would be about, was it 40 million thereabouts, 38? And I'm just trying to remember this off the top of my head. It's a lot of money, but it's not like it's not like what you see on some of these other contracts.
And I wonder if, because the Oakland Raiders or the Las Vegas Raiders, the Raiders period, they don't really have a lot of number one overall picks in a minute. I think Jamarcus Russell. I think Robert Gallery was he number one overall? I think he was number one overall. But they usually don't go through this as much, so I can see it kind of being an issue from their point.
I don't know.
Because if it was somebody else, they probably would have just go about it the Raiders way.
By the way, Fernando Mendoza has updated his LinkedIn. This is always bizarre to me.
Why are you checking?
Why is he still on there?
That's why I'm saying it feels so bizarre. Like, you are the number one overall pick. You're in the NFL, and you're still update. The only social media platform he has, or maybe he's updated, but as of a couple months ago, the only social media, if that's what you want to call it, platform, he stays active on LinkedIn.
Well, if you're on LinkedIn,
is he looking for a job?
What's his current job though?
Here's his profile. He's updated it. Fernando Mendoza, NFL quarterback, college football national champion, Heisman Trophy winner, Haas School of Business graduate.
Okay.
Would you hire that guy?
Sure.
Who would not?
The problem is,
who would not?
The question I have is, it just says NFL, huh? It doesn't say Raiders? Because this is the thing. I was very
curious.
Raiders
background
okay,
on his
good.
picture.
Good.
He updated his profile.
So he's in. The thing that I don't think this stops the show ultimately, but it slowed things down, and I'm very curious like how stubborn both sides will be on this. Like this should be something that is not a big deal ultimately, and that they figure it out. But I just wonder who caves.
It's got to be the Raiders. I mean,
you would imagine
new coaches.
Get that money together.
Yeah,
sell something off if you got to. Go to the pawn shop, Mark Davis, but make sure this gets done right.
Yeah, it's got to.
By the way, Kevin Durant also have a LinkedIn.
He does?
Ooh, what does his LinkedIn say?
I actually ran across it when I was on LinkedIn. It said partner and co-founder at 35V in boardroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Fair enough.
Last year's number one overall pick, Cam Ward, I was a little high. Got $32.2 million in a signing bonus, lump sum.
Hey, put that money on his books, man. Come on, Mark. Let's go.
You
Get
got
to work.
You got to.
All right, some other things around the NFL. We were talking yesterday about kind of the odd free agents that remain out there. One of those is Tyreek Hill. And
there's been an update, hasn't there?
Yeah, there has. Like he's been trying to recover from an injury. Remember, he had a dislocated knee and multiple ligament tears last year in early portion of the season. I believe is week 4.
That looked nasty too, man.
Yeah, not good. Yeah. Not good at all. So, he's a speedster wide receiver in general, and so, his movement matters. We are not talking about Tank Dell videos, as he put out a video of him in his rehabilitation work just yesterday. And he also said in this that he has, quote, no power in his recovering left leg.
Yes. What are you doing?
Yikes.
It might be, that might be it.
He's 32.
Yeah, that might be.
And I know 32 isn't insanely old,
but for him to say it, first of all, that's a bad business move. But so it must really be bad.
Yeah,
because everybody's gonna know.
Yeah, but this is the thing is why not say it? Because it's not like
that's what I'm saying. Everybody's gonna know.
I think everybody probably already know.
Right. Even if you think you're gonna scam a team, you're gonna get in for a physical, and they go, "What the hell's happening with your leg, dog?"
Yeah, exactly.
But that is, that gives you a little insight into what's happened with Tyreek Hill. There's a possibility, right, that Tyreek Hill just doesn't play this year.
I think he won't. If that's the case, and some training camps are already going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think somebody will at least bring him in for his physical?
Maybe.
Just like a little workout.
Tryout,
not saying they're going to sign him in anything, but just kind of bring him and give him a workout.
Yeah, one of those things.
It is interesting, though, because in my mind, I go, okay, maybe he doesn't start the season, but maybe he latches on with the team. Has that been working for wide receivers? Because I feel like we've talked about that with the number of wide receivers in the last handful of years, and they don't really find places to land.
Which ones have come in late like that?
That's what I'm saying. Is I don't, and maybe my memory is just being really bad right now.
Did DeAndre Hopkins kind of come in late last season? I can't remember.
DeAndre Hopkins was with the Raiders. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he did come in a little late. Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, but I'm curious to see, does this actually still work? Does that still work in the way that we like to think? Is you just kind of hang around and come in? Because also one of the guys that I'm using to say this is Odell Beckham Jr. And it does feel like he's a lesser version of what he used to be.
Correct.
On the football field. So that probably factors in. But I just wonder, are teams like viable or liable, rather, the word I was looking for, to go looking for a dude on the street in the middle of the season in that pass catching capacity? It feels like that's becoming less of a thing. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need to go do some more accounting to that end. Some more things around the NFL, John, and Figgy, and listeners. Did you see what the Kansas City Chiefs have got going?
Yes, I did.
On the Kansas side of their Kansas-Missouri border. Because remember that they are seeking to have a new building. In fact, it seems like the state of Kansas has already kind of put that money forward for them to be able to flip sides from the Missouri side over to the Kansas side. Have you seen the renderings, the first renderings of this building?
I did, and there were more this morning from Carolina.
Yeah, so Carolina also is happening. They have a agreement with Chase Bank, which obviously, or Bank of America rather. Sorry, wrong bank. Bank of America, which obviously has the naming rights for that stadium in Charlotte. They have an agreement for that to continue and for upgrades to happen at the B of A Stadium, or as I like to call it, Bofa Stadium out there. But the Chiefs Stadium that is getting built. How do you like the renderings? Because it feels like what they tried to do is they tried to have details that still point back to the old Arrowhead Stadium.
That's exactly how I feel. I was like, that. All they did was put a roof on Arrowhead.
But it's not an Arrow building.
I know, but I'm saying they tried to just make
it looked like they tried to make Arrowhead again.
But to be fair here, and I think most people recognize this, Arrowhead Stadium is one of the greatest stadium designs in the history of sports.
It's up there.
It was one of the early ones like this, specific for football, with those overhanging, low, close to the field, bleachers and all that. I mean, it set the trend. I mean, it is one of the best stadiums ever, because I think it was built like in the 60s.
It's built a long time ago.
Yeah.
That and Kauffman Stadium, which are right next to each other. One of my favorite sports architectural nerd things is, do you know that there was one piece of that general construction of that site that didn't end up built? Do you know what it was?
No.
There was supposed to be a giant, like a kind of overarching roof type thing that could slide over both stadiums in order to give them cover.
Okay.
And that is just a silly thing that I know that I always chuckle at. But do you like the idea of building an entire new stadium, but then trying to have your cake and eat it too in a way?
The reason I said it like that is because I think it was about as perfect a football stadium, so far ahead of its time.
Fair.
Why not copy it with a roof? I mean, to this day, like people say, there's nothing wrong with Reliant. There's nothing wrong with Arrowhead Stadium. They just want to get the upgrades and the infrastructure and the all the inner workings updated. So why not copy it? In this case, I like it.
And a roof.
Something and like Three Rivers, or something where it's such an awful stadium, that you just got to change it.
Take
completely.
that, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, no, it was awful.
I'll take your word for it. Never went. Never went. Awful. But this one has a translucent kind of roof on it. I don't know if that's the right word, but something to that effect. The interesting thing about this, to the end of the conversation that the World Cup reignited, there has not been a commitment as to whether it'll be natural grass or not.
Well, and that's going to be an ongoing discussion. And I think there is going to be individually, not by the league, more and more at least consideration of natural grass.
Yeah, one would hope. Yeah. One would really hope. And especially for Arrowhead that has always been used to a grass stadium. Although this is the thing, when you build a new stadium, the owners, I imagine the Hunt family, they are very industrious. I imagine they go, could this be our opportunity to take a lot of the events that come to the general Kansas City area? Because right now, I do wonder how big events happen landing in Kansas City. I know that they built they have their is it T-Mobile Arena there? Because I think that's probably not the right name. But whatever it is, I know that they host the Big 12 basketball championships out that way, and I know Kansas City sees things there. Do we have big Kansas City events at Arrowhead Stadium? I imagine.
I mean, we have championship games. I know the Big 12 has played there.
Yeah.
Hadn't there been a playoff game there? I don't remember exactly, but I know they've had other.
I don't think that they've had a college football.
No, you know what they've had? I think they had one of those kickoff games back in the day in the early 2000s with those featured kickoff game at a neutral site. I think they had one of those, and I'm sure they have their share of concerts and such, monster concerts. But they'll have more now with the roof on top.
They will, but then do they also accentuate that with
the
we got this concrete slab, baby? We can slide all the things in here and not have to worry about the health of the grass.
No, I agree.
No, within that. All right, and then one more thing here around the NFL. You know what? I got to get you your NFL Top 100 update.
I'm looking forward to it now.
Well, I don't know how much you'll be looking forward to this one.
That was sarcastic.
Yeah. I took you seriously. My bad. We are reaching the upper 50s with this list. I let you know that yesterday Jalen Hurts came in at 56. CeeDee Lamb came in at 55. Now the additions today, and we continue to have droppers in this one. Fred Warner at 54. the middle linebacker for the 49ers. I get this. Like, he's still very good and important, but he only played 6 games last year, and he said, like, he generally has a philosophy of play every game like it's your last. He said last year really gave him a new kind of way of viewing that perspective, because it does feel like we're getting towards the end of the Fred Warner experience in the NFL.
No, this one is nothing to necessarily be outraged about. I think that's about where it's still a compliment to him, to
100%.
be honest. Yeah.
100%. Yeah. Fred Warner, I always think about Fred Warner because similar defense and same style of player as Aziz. Like being in, well, I guess same style now as Aziz has gotten better in coverage.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, Fred Warner is one of those guys that I always look at, and I'm very, I love watching him play football. This one is interesting. Davante Adams, wide receiver for the Rams, is a guy, because I know that you look at, man, who are the people that are maybe displacing guys that seeing people fall? Davante Adams wasn't on the top 100 last year.
Well, that's kind of hard to believe.
Right?
Yeah. And now he's up to 50, what'd you say?
53.
53.
Yeah.
And do y'all feel like he's better than Nico?
This is tough because
to be on this list.
Yeah. I think an argument could be made.
Yeah, that could be made. Like,
at least they close.
I lean towards yes, but the only question is, clearly we're dealing with different arrows of trajectory. Nico trending upwards, Davante Adams, and this is not anything against him as a player, but just he's getting to that age where he's trending a little bit downwards.
Yeah.
And so where do they meet and where do they pass? And I think it's worth noting that actually I probably should just say yes, that Nico's better than Davante Adams, just off the strength of Davante Adams scored a whole bunch of touchdowns last year, but in 14 games only had just under 800 yards. Nico Collins had yet another 1,000-yard receiving season in 15 games.
Yeah. Can I add one more thing on around the NFL here, because it's the biggest fear of everybody everywhere in the NFL. Panthers started training camp yesterday, correct?
That is right.
Yesterday, the entire team.
Correct.
One of 2 teams to start training camp.
Yes.
Linebacker Nick Scorton has suffered a right knee injury and will undergo additional testing to determine the severity of it, according to Dave Canal.
You got to hope that this is a C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing, right? Wow. Where you think it's bad and you come back, you're like, actually not as bad, we're going to be able to keep rolling.
Dude, one day.
Oh, man.
One day in. Of the first 2 teams into training camp.
And the thing that's scary about that is
that's everybody.
It'd be one be one thing if this was, hey, pads are on. Pads aren't on. So I know that's probably a non-contact injury, which yikes, that's terrifying. And he matters to that team a great deal.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. All right, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you mentioned training camp, and the Texans are now 6 days away from training camp here, or rather at the Houston Methodist Training Center. And so there's been some storylines that are developing. Do you like that these are storylines or not? 713-572-4610. We will discuss it next.
Houston, starting In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Latitude with Figgy Fig hanging out with you on a fun Thursday afternoon. It's not.
Not yet.
That's how I know I'm hungry.
You know what? I'm hungry right now.
I have the hunger of 12:30 right now at 11:30. God
if this
bless.
was school, you'll be waiting on lunch.
Yes, I would.
Clock watching.
Like the first and the 15th. Absolutely. But yeah, man,
Heaven
we're
forbid
here.
you have third lunch. That's always the worst.
Oh, man.
See all those other kids go
Last
to lunch.
period.
Yeah.
Y'all had cycled lunch way back then?
Yeah, man.
Really?
Yeah.
You trying to sneak in the other lunch periods? Have you ever tried to do that?
This is gonna make you have fun with my age. First, my elementary school and middle school, no air conditioning.
Yeah, of course not. They hadn't invented it yet.
Well, they had invented it.
No, they hadn't.
Daikin wasn't around during that time.
I got to high school, I was like, damn, air conditioning.
This is nice.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Nah, we ain't have AC either.
Yeah.
I had not even considered the possibility that in Texas you could not have air conditioning. In
When
the
was y'all
buildings.
lunch period?
Oh, it varied. Yeah, it varied. Sometimes like 11.
Oh, yeah.
You can
That's
have that.
also a bad thing.
Yeah.
But too early lunch sucks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, with mine, we had ours at the end of the day.
What?
Yeah, so we had four blocks pretty much.
End of the day.
Yeah, so either you get out at 1:45, you could go home, or you could stay and eat lunch. That was all throughout my high school. So you know what we did? Peace.
Went home. Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
And
That's
so,
wild.
How early were y'all getting to school that you were leaving at 1:45?
I think it was like 8 to 1:45.
8's not that early.
We only had 4 classes that day, but the classes was like 82 minutes.
Yeah.
What the hell is Ohio got
Give
going?
me 2
Yeah,
minutes.
no, it was because we'd be sitting in the class for 82 minutes.
That's a long time.
Oh, no, let's count them.
Yeah, but I think they stopped that because kids would skip lunch, obviously, and wouldn't be eating. Yeah. So they stopped. I'm glad they stopped that after I finished.
Yeah.
All this to say is I'm hungry.
Yes.
But let's. I'm also. I guess in a similar way, I am jonesing for football. I think we all have that kind of hunger as well.
Yeah.
And only 6 days to wait until we get the training camp for the Houston Texans. And with that, like the Texans have with their training camp, they've got some storylines that have developed. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Do you like it or not that these storylines are emerging for the Texans?
Well, here's where I am with this. I want to get both your guys' opinion and certainly our listeners. Do you even like that it is a storyline? Because we've talked about some of the things that I'm going to mention here, and kind of parsed it out and debated and all that. Do you even like that this is happening? Like as people like to say that this is a thing. Do you even like this storyline?
For these headlines you got.
Yes.
Okay.
The first one is the split backfield / reps that has been reported by Jane Slater. Do you even like that?
I hate this.
Really?
Because it's also not like it became a thing in a way that it didn't need to. And I like Jane Slater a lot. I've gotten an opportunity to work with her a little bit. She's very good at what she does. I think in this instance, we had at best a miscommunication, at worst, just like a poor usage of words that got us to a bad place, where a story that probably was not much of a story, at least in the way that we had been talking about it, becomes one. And yesterday, right, Jane Slater had reported, and let me make sure I get her verbiage correct, so give me one moment. But she basically was reporting that the Texans view David Montgomery and Woody Marks
as co-lead number one backs.
Like they would split lead back.
That's what it was.
Lead back responsibilities or reps. Yeah, split lead back reps was what I saw. That was
so we talked about that particular. Do you even like that? That's a thing.
Honestly, I kind of like that a little bit.
I do.
I just wish I would have liked it 100% if they actually took the backup running back position a little more serious. If they got somebody in there more.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the clarification that Jane makes. Later yesterday was that no, it's gonna be more of a 1A 1B. Like David Montgomery is gonna have more of this, and then there's gonna be a split. They just still want, I guess, this level of progression for Woody Marks. And I'm like, okay, so that's what we were kind of already talking about. So the idea of this being reported, or maybe this is less Slater and more the aggregation that happens, but the idea that this is like the words lead back being used kind of frustrated me because then, like, yes, he's still going to be factoring in the running back room. He's still going to get in here, but that then takes him away from being a lead back, like Woody Marks having any kind of lead back situation. So the idea that is trying to be molded into a storyline in that way is frustrating. But no, I like that it feels like David Montgomery will handle a lion's share of the load because it feels like that's the way that the talent is stacked. David Montgomery is the more talented running back, more experienced running back, and Woody Marks has a lot of juice and the capability to add in. That makes sense to me.
I like, though, that this is a storyline. There may be a split backfield, maybe split reps, maybe very close reps, however you want to put it, simply because I think it's giving Woody Marks and this offense options here. I've been a big fan of, like, the split backfield. I like that concept, that idea. And I think Woody Marks we talked about this a little bit yesterday, going into his second year. Who's to say he doesn't just tear it up, you know? Let me ask you guys this. This is another storyline. Forget the nuts and bolts of it. Do you like that this is even a thing? Splitting reps at center.
I mean, I would like if it wasn't because you only have so much time to prepare. We've talked about this a lot in the nature of the CBA that the NFL has agreed to and the way that has cut down prep time compared to decades prior. But I kind of like this. I know that it sounds crazy because this is a first-round pick. You need to get him ready. At the same time, it just feels like it's a lot to ask a dude to drop in and pick up an entire new position, especially one that is such a linchpin of what you're doing here. And so I kind of need you to be ready to go, Jake Andrews, in the off chance that you don't get to that place. But I think I'm in the minority here. I think more people are just like sink or swim Keelan Rutledge.
I don't like this at all. I don't. And look, salute to Jake Andrews and all that. But I think Clint probably talk about this more. But they need all the reps they can get.
That's where
training camp and all that stuff. Like, if that was the case, everybody should be splitting reps just in case somebody get hurt. Now, I want Keelan Rutledge to get as much snaps as possible, man.
Yeah, I kind of understand the coach speak of it all. Like, hey, we're not giving any. But when we get out there Wednesday, I want to see him taking all the reps. Him being
first team reps is what we're doing. Because these guys are going to get snaps.
First team reps. For the same reason, I get it. Hey, we don't want to give him any. I get it.
And they did it with C.J. Stroud his rookie year. Remember, it was the whole Davis Mills and all that stuff.
They did it with Deshaun for like a week.
Yes,
into the opener.
Don't bring
into the opener.
Man.
He didn't even start the opener.
That was ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All right, do you like that? This is a thing. Running backs losing weight.
Can I be indifferent on? Well, not indifferent. Can I be undecided?
Yes.
Because I can see the possibility of it going one way, but I got to be honest. The anxiety that always exists within me, is poking up a little bit. Like, hey, what if this goes? Especially because it feels like some of the running backs that are losing weight, it was kind of the appeal. You know what I mean? Like the appeal was that, hey, man, this guy can be some level of bruising for you. And it seems like that's kind of being taken off the table. Now, I did mention, especially with David Montgomery, 225 is still something that you could throw your weight around still, but it's not the same as the 235 that we were coming into. But I also don't want to dismiss the idea of it might make him lighter, faster, more agile, more apt to hit holes and hit gaps. I don't have a great answer because I'm kind of in the middle going, it better not affect it in a negative, but I could see how it'd be positive.
Yeah, I will be. I guess what was the question again?
Do you like that this is a thing that multiple running backs, at least two, but we think more, are losing weight?
Yeah, I think I'm fine with it, man. I think I'll be fine with it. I could see why they want to be quicker and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and I kind of hope they don't have to worry about. I mean, I know running backs have to worry about blocking at some point and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but I'm hoping the offensive line is so good where that's not the main focus for a running back. They could just focus on being quick and stuff like that.
How about this one? Do you like that C.J. Stroud, whose mental health, for lack of a better way approach of putting it, is getting, at least in terms of ratings and rankings and public commentary, disrespected? Wasn't in the top, was barely in the top 20 of the top 10 quarterback list. Hasn't been in the top 100 list. Obviously, he's getting a lot of criticism and discussion. Do you like that he's being disrespected?
I mean, yeah. We work in a business of narrative, right? I think that's some of it. I think that there's also, and I don't know how much I buy into this, but I'm sure there are people out there that can kind of appreciate all right, CJ, now you're being challenged. What do you have? I think that there can be something useful in seeing somebody be pushed up against a challenge and seeing how they respond to it. Obviously, we would prefer if it was just, all unicorns and rainbows because he is so damn good that it is undeniable. But I think there's an appreciation for here's a challenge and the narrative that is built of, all right, you're down. How do you get up off the mat?
Yeah.
I really don't like it, to be honest, man, because sometimes, like, I know CJ had a bad playoff game or games in the recently, but people kind of blowing this way out of control. Like, he's the only quarterback that ever had a bad playoff game, and this is the same quarterback team get double-digit wins since he got in the league.
Yeah.
So, I really don't like the disrespect like that.
I'm kind of with you again, Figgy, but for a different reason. I don't know how much confidence I have in him that he's going to be able to respond the way that you talked about. He hasn't. He hasn't. Where's the evidence of, like, challenged, pushed down, doubted, bad game, and he's responded with, okay, I'll show you.
He's really good at football, man.
He's really good at football.
He's really good at football.
But again, what's your confidence level of, he's going to show them. He's got that something.
I've said I think that he's going to have a really good season.
But has he done it? Is the question.
But see, I feel like it was tough because you got this new offense, and it seemed like at the time he wasn't really the biggest fan of it.
Yeah.
So, and then not to mention the offensive line, all that type of stuff. So I felt like last season was hard to sit there and say,
and it's
man,
still early.
It's still early, yeah.
All right. Some of the storylines, like it, love it, dislike what we've got going in. Either way, in 6 days, we'll start seeing some level of the way that the Texans speak to them when we get out to training camp. You'll be able to hear our coverage of that all up and down Sports Radio 610. So keep it locked right here on Houston Sports Leader. All right, coming up next, we get ready to get into what's popping, including, are we already starting to see the effects of the World Cup bump? We'll talk about that and a lot more next.
Yeah, ability trees right now.
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 and 1. We got baseball getting interesting here, John Lopez.
Yeah.
After a 5-2 victory for the Astros yesterday, sealed a sweep of the Miami Marlins here at Dyken Park and brought you back 4 games behind 500, 2 games back in AL West. And once again, we're doing this song and dance.
Here we go. The old same tap dance with, what'd you say, every time you think you're out, they pull you back in?
Pull me back in. Is that Pacino?
Yeah, I think, well, that's one of many. People have said that in the past. But yeah, it's kind of frustrating. It's kind of frustrating that you're like, okay, well, this isn't going to be much. Let's temper our expectations. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Look at the standings. So, yeah, it can be frustrating. But the not frustrating part is we're watching something that we just, frankly, may not see in another decade or 2 or more.
Yeah, you were mentioning Yordan Alvarez at the tops of numerous statistics in baseball in general, but particularly in the AL, and he currently still has his hands on the grasp as of right now of the Triple Crown. This is going to be something that we watch to a great degree, and obviously in the 8th inning he gets his 34th home run of the season, which leads the majors. And what's funny, though, to think about is, can you imagine being the Miami Marlins and going, Sandy Alcantara, pitching well.
He's a very good pitcher.
He's going really well.
Yeah.
Should we stretch him into the 8th inning? And they do, and you come up and you go, hey, here's Yordan for the 4th time.
Yeah.
That's not a smart decision.
Not a smart decision, but Alcantara is one of those guys that he eats a lot of innings up.
He does.
He does eat. So I get why they
and that
did
has to stop right when you go,
Yes.
would you like to see Yordan for the 4th time?
For a 4th time.
That has to stop right there.
Yeah, it ended up being a tied game for a long time. It was a pretty good game. Lambert kind of, battled. I know that's kind of a trite term, but he battled his way into a 2-2 tie. And
when you say battled, he was pretty good through it, though.
Well, he had his little hiccup moments
he
there.
Did,
yeah,
where he did give up those couple of runs.
Yeah.
Only 3 strikeouts, but 6 innings of work. And honestly, now I think there was a texter yesterday that kind of brought it up, and now I'm just going to have to keep thinking about it. The now was it 15-game streak?
Yeah, it's over. Red Sox.
Yeah, with the Red Sox did come to an end at 15. However, that streak that they went on really changed their season, and we broke down the anatomy of it. A couple of the things are hitting home runs and have your starting pitching getting going. They're hitting a lot of home runs now. It'll be very interesting to see once they start the weekend set in on the south side of Chicago versus the White Sox, if that continues there.
Yeah,
and more importantly, if the starting pitching continues, because you've got 2 really good outings, one from Imai, one for Lambert, but then. Can you get another? I think if you get a 3rd guy who feels like he's dealing, then I can maybe say, this is interesting. At this point, I can't quite do that, but maybe this could be the start of an interesting streak. Who knows?
Well, the White Sox series is going to be important, and I know they all are now because the old clock on the wall is not getting any slower.
It's not.
And so you're eating up. You're well into the season, close to the end of the season now. Like just high 50s number of games left. And the White Sox are a really good team. And
54 wins at this point, I think.
I feel like we've said this before. Get through that one. Maybe something will happen, but we'll see.
Yeah. It is movement or get off the pot type time. I do appreciate the person on the text line who quoted Chingy pulling me back.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I thought about when you said that.
I be thinking about it, but I'm like, this is not a reference that enough people will get, but apparently I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Somebody is, every time I try to leave, some keep pulling me back.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you throwing that in there. That made me smile in this moment.
Yeah, Astros have played 104 games, man.
Yeah, man. But they're close, John. You have to understand, they're close.
And we've been here before.
We have. By the way, have you noticed that Cam Smith just hasn't started baseball games?
What's going on there?
I don't have a good answer for it.
Yeah. Maybe just
I do.
A good long stretch.
Actually, I do, and I texted this to you guys yesterday. He's batting 130 over the entirety of July. That probably is the good answer.
Give him a good long stretch, see what happens.
Yeah, maybe
Jeremy
so.
Pena, on the other hand? putting, 3 straight games with a home run?
Using that lumber, ain't he?
Yeah.
You love to see it, but that's what's needed right this moment. Some other things that are popping. Salute to the Houston Dynamo who played last night. Interestingly enough, they seemingly got the effect that all of the MLS is getting after the World Cup. We were asking ourselves, is this going to be something that the MLS can capitalize on? On the very first night back, it seems like they did to some degree. They've apparently reported, some MLS teams, I shouldn't talk about all of them necessarily, but have reported a 150% increase in ticket sales.
That's really cool.
That's not bad.
It's up to them. It's up to them to back it up with some good games and some good wins for their home team if the fans are there. And I know there's been this one video making the rounds of kind of an only
Chicago
flat out misses the kick, and people are like, oh, MLS. You can't have that. I've seen that happen in the Premier League.
Sure,
but if you're the MLS and you're on the heels of you're on the heels of the World Cup and all this buzz and 150% attendance increase, your goalie cannot whiff on a ball and give up a goal.
Well, I imagine if you talk to the manager there, he would say as well that that was not something that was desirable outside of the MLS or the World Cup bump. But that's fair. Like you obviously need to put your best foot forward. Dynamo kind of splitting the baby here, or splitting the difference, I guess is the better way of putting it. Last night, a very good goal early on in the match, or relatively early on in the match. They end up drawing though after allowing a goal for DC United. So they're back on the path. The new striker was in there. I don't know that I felt like he made a large impact in the game. But it did sound like, what was that? Shout out to our guy Diego.
Our guy Diego.
He went to his very first Dynamo match as well, following in this line. And apparently he said the environment was good.
There's a good group there. We've all been to Dynamo games. There's a good fan supporting group.
Yeah. Especially when they winning, it get the rock.
Got those drums going. And
yeah, man. That's always fun.
That was my first experience, man. I went. Not even sat. I went over there to the area where they stand the whole time with the drums and the trumpets and all that stuff. Man, they were cheering.
They were going nuts
the whole game. I'm like, yo. And it was during the playoff game, too.
Yeah.
It sure was. Couple of things. Shout out to Texans running back core, who seem like, whether or not we talk about splits or lead backs, they're getting along. It was Woody Marks' mom, Tamika Marks, who posted a photo on social media of Woody and Demo out there catching fish. Look at that right there.
Ooh, let me see that.
You see that? They caught a big one, too. Can you describe what that is? What it looked like?
I'm trying to see what kind of
It's a big fish.
Is that a big kingfish?
They both got to hold it. That's all I know.
That might be a wahoo. I can't quite tell.
I can't, but it's big.
I guess you never caught one of those, huh?
Oh, come on now.
You didn't even know what it was.
I can't tell what it is.
I've never seen this one.
No, I've seen the fish. It's a picture. You can't see the nose.
Sure.
You can't see the nose
of course.
Well.
Yeah, but the guy's spending time before they get into
your game up, Lopez.
He does need to step his game up. Pursuant to running backs, though, and I've seen this aggregated. I did not get a chance to put my eyes on Aaron Wilson actually saying this, but it is being reported that it's been aggregated that Aaron Wilson has reported that Joe Mixon, you remember him?
Yeah, vaguely.
That he's supposed still would love to know.
Yeah.
But apparently, according to Aaron Wilson, Joe Mixon told former Bengals teammates that his career is likely over. If this is indeed true, this would end what has been like the weirdest conclusion to a career that I can remember.
It's certainly up there. And it's not going to help with all those rumors we've all heard either. That his career, here he is. Texans sign him, running back, nice games, nice performances, all of a sudden gone, and all sorts of chatter, let's put it that way, about exactly what happened. And the Texans vagueness of it all, we'll let you know, all that stuff.
Yeah, I can't wait to actually find this out because, again...
Remember that one?
Yeah. Wild, very, very wild the way this thing has come about. And so I just don't know what to do with that. Some other things that are popping, and this is where I will we go to the In the Loop weather desk with John Lopez. So what are we looking at with is it still tropical storm Bertha at this point?
Not anymore because it's hit land and it's so the worry was that it was gonna go back and forth in the water and gain steam and all that, but I think it's now at a place where it's gone far enough into land that there might be a couple of pop-ups here and there, but nothing significant. So kind of dodged a bullet there.
Okay. Yeah. All right. If you're wrong, that was John Lopez. That was John Lopez. One more thing here. The Rockets made an acquisition. We talked about this early on in the program, and I think it's notable. Chip England, longtime assistant, really charged with player development, and if we want to get even more specific, he's a shooting guru of sorts. Like, he helps get guys to better shooting. Think Kawhi Leonard with the Spurs. Think Lou Dort with the Thunder and some others there as well. He helps guys improve their shooting, and if you look at the numbers before and after, you could see 4, 5, 6, 7% increases from three-point land. Now, with the guys we're thinking of, you kind of hope that it's a larger jump, but it's also guys that kind of need this from ground up. Like, Amen Thompson probably needs a shot redo from ground up. I think you remember when I went to some games in probably like the winter of this past year and was like, yeah, there's some things that he actually needs to change with the shot. And I'm no shot mechanic or doctor.
No, I think I think a lot of people, and it could well be that England was brought in specifically for that. Like, you need a complete redo. You need a breakdown and build back up kind of thing. And that maybe that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think that that's necessary. But I'm interested to see if he could help Alperen Şengün stretch out a little bit more, right, to be able to shoot out even all the way to the three-point line, because that changes the way the game goes. I think it'd be interesting if Chip England could help Jabari and Tari, because we know that they can shoot threes, but become more consistent three-point shooters, because that also changes the game. And this, honestly, I hope that it's not too much hyperbole. I think that this acquisition, if it goes to the furthest extent of what is possible, especially very quickly, which might be too much, this is the type of thing that can change the Rockets' hopes. We were talking
significantly.
We were talking yesterday about why not the Rockets in the championship and like possibly taking that step into that place. If you've got 2 or 3 guys that get significantly better at shooting, that really changes what's happening here.
Yeah.
And of course, in perfect timing, we talked about this in Around the NFL, and I guess Mark Davis heard our plea and said, you know what, I should get on that.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza, #1 overall pick, has indeed gotten his contract signed.
4 years, $57.2 million contract. I'm guessing the signing bonus is fully guaranteed in lump sum.
I would hope so.
Yes.
I would hope so. Maybe Mark Davis was like, hey, man, give me the week to get the money together, and we'll get it done.
Like when somebody says, you got that money? Oh, man, just give me like half an hour.
I was about to go. I was right there. Like, that was where I was headed right now. I was headed to the bank to actually get a cash withdrawal. I'll see you in 30
minutes. There's this guy up the street that owes me $150.
Give me 30 minutes.
Get that, then I'm going to go to the bank.
Money for
got you, man.
I got you.
Just put the bat down.
I'm good for it, dog. You know, it's me, baby. It's me. It's me you talking to.
You got my money? Hey, Sonny, you got my money?
All right, there you go. That's our Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's continue the rewatch of the 2025 season that I've been on with the Texans. We reach Week 13 at Indy, and I think that the return of CJ leads us to have some conversations. We'll talk about my observations and questions next.
Houston. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adentula.
Yeah, a little stranglehold for you here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a great Thursday. The OG John Lopez is to my right. I am Reginald Adentula, and Figgy Fig is making things sound good on the ones and twos. You keeping us company or us keeping you company. I don't know how that goes, but we appreciate you doing that on the text line, 713-572-4610, where I didn't realize that there was going to be this much conversation about Amen Thompson's shooting form in there, but we appreciate you doing that. I feel bad because in the break, I did not have enough time to find a way to distill down my thoughts and send you a text back. Have to return to this later on the program so I can respond to some of the thoughts that you guys are bringing. Really good thoughts about the Rockets and their acquisition of Chip England, the shot whisperer as he's referred to around the NBA, to the coaching staff, which, by the way, shout out to Tillman Fertitta, because this is absolutely Fertitta's spending money. Mm-hmm. This man has spent the last 4 years with Oklahoma City and then all of a sudden ups and moves to the Rockets. Yeah. That sounds like a guy who got money whipped.
Money whipped, and he does have a relationship with Ime. So, yeah.
But I don't think they were kicking him out.
No, they were not going to get rid of him. Yeah.
So, yeah, man, this shows that commitment to, hey, man, you say we're going to progress. Let's make sure the progress happens with the development by getting a development guy. So I will applaud the Rockets at the very least on that. I will applaud myself for yet again getting through another one.
Pat myself on the back.
Hey, man, sometimes I realize I don't often do that, but in this
realize
moment,
how good I am?
See, that's not even what I'm saying. I don't
mean to toot my own horn, but
beep beep. No, I'm just proud that I am still. Mm-hmm. I have not missed one yet. I have watched these games all the way through and tried to come through with insights that at least conversations from the games from the 2025 season. Yes, indeed. Rewatching the Texans games from the 25 season.
You picked a pretty good one.
Absolutely.
Today?
This is week 13 at Indianapolis. I believe this was the first time you played the Colts because you played them again late. I think it was the final game of the season, in fact. And so this was a very interesting game for a number of reasons. Obviously, the first time you saw the Colts, who to this point in the season had been really, really good, if you remember. But then also this was the return of his concussion. And so there was a lot of things that we were looking towards with his return. And funny enough, I think I was actually kind of hard at him on my original notes because as I'm watching it back within this game, early on, I thought that there was like hesitance after the concussion. I think we all were watching it with that lens.
Yeah.
As I'm looking, it's actually there's trust issues happening, and it's not trust with the can I get this done. It's the same trust issues that me and you've talked about a little bit with his unwillingness to throw balls with anticipation.
Yeah.
And literally the reason why I saw that was early on, I think it was the first possession, literally 9.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. 2nd and 8 in the red zone. Dalton Schultz has an in-breaking route that cuts right in front of the safety, and it is at the goal line.
Yeah.
And if you throw this right in a vacuum, CJ should throw it with anticipation to that spot at the break. Trust Dalton Schultz to shield the safety off and catch the ball either in the end zone or right there in the shadow of the end zone. And that's just a really good play. CJ holds it. He watches. He escapes the pocket. So he does not take a sack. He throws the ball away, but it's like,
it was there.
Go and let it fly, big dog.
Yeah, it was there.
He does throw with the anticipation later in this game, but you could see in that immediate coming back, he is still hesitant to, okay, I wonder if it's Nico Collins, I think he throws it. Because there's a lot of trust in Nico to do those things. But I'm like, okay, it comes back to this conversation that I think is going to be important is, can CJ feel the trust within the guys that he's throwing the football to be in the right place and to make the right plays? Because I think that opens him up. Or maybe he just needs to screw it, big dog. Just let it fly and see if they do it.
Or was it even the guys? Was it still that coming back after a break, still in the first, even though it's late in the season now, kind of first year of the offense, you've had some doubts with what you're doing. Was it really the player or the play? That he maybe didn't quite have a grasp of or didn't believe in.
I don't know, but it did make me think, man. CJ was very clearly last year still also trying to take care of the football. That was one of the big conversations until he wasn't, as we know.
No.
But it made me wonder, in moments like that, those are things that kind of hurt the team. And I mean, hurt the team sounds strong, but it does hurt. Like you're in the red zone. If you throw that, there's a possibility that's a touchdown or that gets you right there to the goal line. You ultimately kick a field goal there, and I go, do you want CJ to just throw that? Because they're
absolutely.
Well,
absolutely.
I wanted to give you a second to think about that because that also could be one of those. He throws it and the safety gets there early. The receiver isn't capable of shielding him off, and is that a turnover or turnover worthy play?
Those things are going to happen, but franchise quarterbacks make that anticipatory throw and make it confidently, flat out. If that's your guy, it's your guy. And we're not saying he's not because of one particular play, but you're talking about something that jumped out at you as you're watching the game. It's something that you need to talk about because and maybe it's something that they have talked about.
Yeah, and so that's one of the things that gets interesting now. As I'm still talking about CJ, you go from that early in the game where I think that is more of the actual X's and O's that are happening, and I guess you could. I wouldn't place that as a blame on him, right? I wouldn't say that this is a. Then we get to the portion of the program where you can see things that are not his fault starting to become things that should be he should be a backstop for, and that is execution. Like, these are operational issues popped up so much in this game. And it's not just offense. We had like a illegal formation on a kickoff that happened in this game. I was like, hey man, what the hell is the problem here? Like, this is where I start looking at DeMeco Ryans, and right or wrong, I go, the buck stops with you and your team looks real undisciplined
and
right now.
he's talked about it.
He has.
I mean, multiple times. We need to be better with the play clock and even the huddle, as he often has said. For sure.
But in this first quarter, second quarter, there's a lot of offense where, hey man, the guy on the end isn't on the line like he's supposed to be, or there's operational things, illegal shifts, illegal formations that CJ Stroud is supposed to get up to the line, and in addition to all the things that he's doing, be
take care of.
Let me make sure that everybody, hey, get on the line, big dog. Like that, he is the backstop for that. And again, you wouldn't necessarily say that it's his fault, but Now we're going into
he's responsible.
This is your responsibility.
Yeah, he's responsible.
Right. And I wonder, seeing his look, right? I saw him kind of one of those, he kind of did one of those shakes like, damn it, man.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that started then a snowball effect, because then later in the game, he is making mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
So you see the path that we've charted here from, okay, that decision is interesting, to, wait, your responsibilities aren't here, to, oh, now you're making mistakes. And that snowball, I mean, I see it in this game, but I wonder, like, how often does that happen?
Right.
How do you stop that is a question that I'm asking. He does lock in again later in the game, but how do you stop, even for a period, having one thing become another problem is something that you never want in sports.
No, and I look, later in the season, I did mention this a second ago, but I think it's worth repeating. Maybe that this is not just the one problem leads to another in that game. Maybe it's the season's worth of whatever the issues have been are just sort of stacking up on him. The practices, as we mentioned, D'Amico has talked about it a lot. So maybe it's just all kind of in his head, and you got to shake it out. How do you shake it out? I mean, I think that's as simple as, number one, CJ, but really quarterback coach, coordinator, D'Amico, being able to help him, teammates, maybe leadership on the offensive line, those kinds of things.
And this is one of those kind of, hey, this is the $100,000 question, right? And that brings me to the idea of, if I had the answer for it, I'd be a much richer man doing a much more important job than I am right now. But this is where I look at the Texans and I kind of ask, do you guys have any leads on this? Because this is, I think, I don't want to say the key, but this could be a key to helping C.J. Stroud be that guy. Like,
the key.
Quarterbacks or any athlete is going to have instances where mistakes happen. It's the snowballing that can be really problematic, especially with the guy of this talent, because you go, damn, I know you can handle this.
Yes.
So, yeah, that was the thing that was very interesting in this game. And it, funny enough, also does not tie to the concussion. Like, I thought that, hey, did some of the, and this was a game in which he threw for like 270.
Yeah.
So it's not like he was bad in this game, but some of the things that you would look at that weren't as good, I go, okay, how do we stop that from being the case? And it did not tie into, hesitance from concussion or contact. Well, it was actually this.
Remember, they above and beyond, keeping him off the field.
Yeah.
Some
other things that I saw within this. The Ed Ingram thing is an issue now. And again, I have found it very interesting rewatching this team without the lens of the actual season that happened and a little bit further away from the 2024 season when the offensive line
and
was
not grading
putrid.
On a curve.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Ed Ingram is, I mean, the guard position, it is more about you're fighting in a box, right?
Yeah.
It's less or in a phone booth. It's less of like the tackle position where this guy can run very far out and you have to have the speed to stick up with them. No, man, this is can you win in a phone booth?
Yeah.
And there's way too many instances where Ed Ingram is getting blown by in a phone booth. And that's not to say he is bad, because I don't want this to be binary as good, bad.
Yeah.
But I think we started being a little binary in such that, hey, man, this is much better than the Shaq Mason that you saw last year. And so, Ed Ingram is good. And I'm even not going to the point where I'm mad about him re-signing. Not at all. But there is, if we're talking about this offensive line being, one of those weak link propositions where, okay, one bad play or one bad moment ruins the whole thing. It feels like I can point to a few of these guys on the line, and now Ed Ingram very much one of those where I go, that's one of the potential points of failure at any given time, and I don't like that.
No, and clearly he's going to be a part of it again. So you just got to hope that the combination of everything and another year with Cole Popovich makes them better. But you're right. I mean, I think we're grading on a curve in so many cases with Ingram and Ursery.
Yeah, and so that was very interesting to get a better feel of it. I did ask you, does it feel like in the run game in particular that the proposition is going to be maybe less about every single play being significantly better, or more just there's more plays where everything clicks and you are able to create an explosive? I also wonder how much of that happens on the offensive line, and this is kind of crazy to think, but how much of this is just, hey, it's not all going to be good, but when it is good, it's going to be with even more force to where it looks really, really good. Like, there's still going to be some roller coaster to it, but it's just going to be higher highs and maybe higher lows also.
Yes, and in this game, they did not run real well in this game, the Texans, as I recall.
No, they did not.
Yeah.
I think it was 3.2 yards per carry. They just carried the ball a ton.
So even if you just, as you're talking about, raise the floor, so to speak, in the rushing game, it makes a big difference. Because the other part of this is, the Colts were rolling, especially offensively. It was the big question of, how good can this offense be? Now, they had maybe taken a step back here and there, but they were still considered to be a really good offense. So the Texans' defense had to play a big role in this, and they sure did.
And then pursuant to that, the offensive line was holding their ass off in this game. I don't understand. Like, there was effort, but they just needed to be better.
Yeah.
Also pursuant to nothing, because this is one of those things that goes, oh, that worked, but I don't think that I can make the whole plane out of it.
Mm-hmm.
There was a play where Will Anderson Jr. rushed up the middle. I thought I had seen a nuclear bomb. I was like, this is really fun. And so it's one of those things that I don't think that even within the system, but outside of the system, I don't think you can just keep doing it a whole bunch.
Why not?
Well, because you can't just go, I'm going to hit the touchdown play. Right? I'd like to see us hit the button a little bit more. Like, I'm very intrigued. Now, what you need in order to do that, I imagine, is the versatility of guys that can play on the outside in his stead. And this is where we come back around to defensive end 3.
Did you hear them talking about Logan Hall? They had pretty high hopes on him. And so maybe that's going to be part of the plan.
It's what I've been kind of thinking about, and I'm glad you brought it up,
Yeah.
is how likely do you think it is that he ends up rushing a little bit more on the outside?
I think
because they've talked about it, and it seemed like, at least in the way that I've read it, I could have read it incorrectly. It seems like they've talked about it in such a way where he might be more of an interior guy. But the way I start looking at it, I go, I like Rankins, and I like Togiai, and I like K-Mac, and I don't hate what's my other guy? And I've already forgotten his name. Apologies to the guy that they added later on the season. I want to say like week 14 and kind of was solid. I think they've got 4 guys that I could rock with on the interior if he maybe ends up sliding a little bit more to the exterior.
Well, I just found it. It was Frank Oakham. He compared Logan Hall's role in 2026 to Danico Autry's. Some 3 technique. I think a different body type, but even bigger than Autry, and can swing out and go out and play there.
Right.
So maybe.
But Danico Autry played a lot more inside than he did outside.
Yeah, he did.
Right.
But he still went out.
He did. He did. In my mind, this might be a more outside than inside type circumstance. And the name that I was trying to remember was Naquan Jones. I thought Naquan Jones was pretty solid when he was in here. And if he's the 4th defensive tackle that I'm rotating in after Rankins, after Togiai, after Caden McDonald, I think that could be kind of interesting to me. But thinking through possible permutations, and that all of this to get to the idea of maybe Logan Hall ends up on the other side of a Danielle Hunter, and then you get a Will Anderson Jr. in the middle, and we go, cash
that would
money,
be fun.
Cash machine, go Burr. You know, some other things that I noticed in here. Remember what we were talking about, like the stats, and I know stats aren't the end-all, be-all of C.J. Stroud's EPA, or just basically his efficiency inside the pocket versus outside.
Yeah.
I saw a moment of that in which there was kind of a mini sprint out for C.J. Stroud, and he just nails Nico Collins with a beautiful ball. And I go, maybe that is something.
That's something he likes to do.
Maybe that is something there. Just kind of the chain, like the mechanical chain of taking those steps and throwing on the run was very, very fluid in a way where even with Davis Mills and CJ, I saw last year them kind of missing a little bit more than I would have thought. Now, some of it in this game he missed, but I could tell that this is one of those propositions where I'm willing to miss outside just so much that I don't cause a turnover. I don't want this to be. Now, you missed too far, but, I wonder how much those things tie together. Still haven't figured out what exactly is there, but it's just a thing that's working. And you know what? I'll leave this with you. I'll leave you with this, rather. I know that we're already keyed in on it, but I'll be fascinated to see if Aiden Fisher or Woody Woodaz has half of the quickness to trigger that EJ Speed does. Because EJ Speed, there was one play in particular in this where he is playing, I think he might be actually playing middle linebacker. They are, snap the ball, and it looks like they're handing it off. EJ
He had a really good game.
He is
game.
By the time that they are handing the ball off, he is, and I'm not saying in the gap like, oh, he's getting there. No, he is in the gap.
Yeah.
All season long, I have been fascinated by his ability to boom. I know that's where I'm going. Boom, I'm going. Almost like he's teleporting to some degree.
Yeah.
That is linebacker, that third linebacker is going to be a big thing, but specifically how they can get downhill, because that is a facet of this defense. And I'll be interested. I know that Woodaz is capable of covering, but can he get downhill? Aiden Fisher is a smart linebacker that was on a national champion. Can he get downhill in that same way? I think that would be very curious for me to see.
No, that's a really good point, because that he did have a real good game, as I recall, in this one against the Colts, and the defense in general did, holding them off, a really high-scoring offense to that point. So, and EJ Speed was a big part of that.
Yeah, but a victory versus the Colts that you needed, and I think this one made you 7-5. as well. So this was on. You're headed on a run and a team that's really to be contended with in the 2025 season.
Yeah.
It's been a fun rewatch to this point. I'm excited for training camp as we are 6 days away here on Houston Sports Leader. All right, coming up next here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, we'll get our lunchtime confessions.
Houston.
Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so we all have those moments where, like, man, it's been that long since fill in the blank has happened. You know, we almost every day we're like, dang, that was 10 years ago, or, you know, dang, this. I saw this morning, and I was very much in the mix here. I was 5 rows away when this happened, and I was like, ain't no way. It's been 30 years.
Carrie Strug, it is up to her. If she can score 9.493 or better, then she will win the team gold for the USA. She's the only one who can do it. Oh! Carrie is hurt. A 9.712, she has done it. Carrie Strug has won the gold medal for the United States team.
Stayed up till about 2:33 in the morning rewriting those stories on that. One of the greatest, if not the greatest, Olympic moment in games history. There's a lot, but for the United States' first ever gold medal. And I saw that. I was like, 30 years?
Yeah, man.
30 years since she clinched the America's first gold medal in women's gymnastics on a torn ligament.
So you was there when that happened, when that moment
I was
happened?
about the picture of them on the stand, and she's got her leg in a cast. If you're looking at the picture, I think the far right, I'm about, 4 or 5 rows up right in front of that. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, so are you in the picture or no?
No, I'm saying I was like right there.
Oh, okay.
That was right by the floor. They give them the medals on the floor exercise, and the vault was right behind it.
So did you know what was going on before she went? Like her, it was
obvious.
Okay.
You could actually, I wasn't close enough for this, but some of my friends that were like on the first or second row said they heard it.
Oh, that's the thing.
They heard it. Yeah.
I always forget, man, with some of those injuries, because we are used to watching on television now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You in the building, sometimes, especially it's wild to think about.
It snapped.
Yeah, those things snapping.
Yeah.
You can hear the pop.
Dogs back up and nails the next one on one leg.
I got to ask you this. I'm going to put you on the spot with this.
Yeah.
With you knowing all of that before she nails it,
did
you believe that she could do it, or you think, man, this is over?
No. I mean, I knew her very well.
So you didn't believe in
I probably knew I probably knew Carrie and Dominique Mociano the best because they trained here in Houston, and I was always out there. And I was like,
it's over.
I didn't know if she could run down the damn thing, but adrenaline, man.
Yeah.
Adrenaline. I mean, it popped.
Dang, man.
It popped. And then, of course, we all know she became an icon, at least in those games. And still,
yeah.
I actually texted her this morning. How's
she doing?
Fantastic. 2 kids. She's pushing 50. She's got to be, wasn't she 18, I think?
You would know more than
she's
me.
48.
Man.
Wow.
She's 48.
I was like, buddy, I was 4 years old. I didn't have very much of a reference at the time.
I just texted her this morning. I said, can you believe it? Congratulations. Oh, she just texted me back again.
It's always a surprise when somebody texts you back, ain't it?
Yeah.
A text message.
I just said 30 years. I just can't believe that that's true. And, of course, she answered. But it's unbelievable. Some things are just, like, unbelievable. Yeah.
Real quick on dang, did that happen that long ago?
Yeah.
Around this time a year ago, the Coldplay couple.
Oh, is that right?
That was a year ago, man.
That went kind of fast.
That went really fast. I was sitting there like, damn, that was a year ago? I thought that was a few months ago.
She already did a whole tell-all interview and everything.
I didn't know it was a year ago.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I will have to start with some audio and accept my apologies up front. you'll be listening to one of these Paul boys. Which one is this one?
I think this is Jake Paul.
Okay, Jake Paul. So the worst of the two.
You gave us a warning.
Yeah, not a warning, an apology. I want that to be clear. Please accept my warmest apologies because I'm going to make you listen to Jake Paul. This is him talking about wanting to play in the NFL.
Can you talk us through your plan to get to the NFL more?
I mean, it's pretty simple. Just like when I started boxing, it's funny to see the tweet and deleters out there, the non-believers, the naysayers. Shout out to Drake. I think there's a lot of super mediocrity in the NFL, a lot of not good athletes, a lot of people dropping passes on a consistent basis. I have better hands than them. I'm faster than them. I'm stronger than them. I work harder than them. Really, all it's going to take is just me after boxing practicing some routes. I have a couple teams and coaches that I've already talked to that are interested in bringing me on to the team. It's really going to be quite easy.
Do you have a dream team you'd like to play for?
I mean, I'd love to go to the Cleveland Browns. Been a Browns fan my whole entire life. My mom is a diehard Browns fan, and I think they could use some good receivers over there. Number 17, Browns reserve the jersey now. Thank you.
I want you to understand.
I forgot he was from freaking Northeast Ohio too, man.
I want you to understand. I have to admit, I want this so bad. I want this
for the rubbernecking
so bad. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a train crash waiting to happen. And I would actually want him to fight Tyson Fury. You know, well, more than I would want him to, which doesn't seem like it would make sense, right? Like, hey, that's a dude who's just going to hit him in the head repeatedly. No, buddy. Football humbles you in a whole different way, and I want this to happen.
Not according to him,
bad.
it's not that hard.
That's the beauty of it.
It's not that hard.
We watch pros versus Joes. We heard people talk similar types of games and be humbled. I want this to happen. And the problem is, I know that this won't. Like, there's no way that even if some team wanted to do the spectacle of this,
you can't even do a tryout.
I don't think a coach would act. Well, I mean, even if he tries out, they put him on a coach is not going to actually put him out here because he's not actually capable of doing enough to win them a game. But I would just love if some team in Week 18 was like, you know what? The people would like to watch this person be splattered or strewn across the field. Because, yes, I would. I want this to happen so badly.
And what would the players do? Oh,
they would hurt him. They would hurt. It is honestly and truly the only time that I would have in a football aspect bloodlust. Really and truly.
That's not the only time, but I get your point.
On a football circumstance?
Yeah. You haven't said like, kill him.
I haven't. I can say in all honesty, in football, maybe we get a little wild in the combat sports. But that one, I would want a Looney Tunes like Jake Paul splattered on the ground. Because that's what would happen, and I know that he is so bold as to think that it wouldn't.
We need a moment like Jake Paul pop by Petrie moment.
Same hit.
Yeah, we need one of those.
He would combust.
Yeah,
he would combust.
It's crazy. Never really cared for the Paul brothers. But I kind of respect this one a little bit because remember when he started, he was just like a YouTuber, and he actually took boxing lessons and actually got better.
Yeah,
I ain't sitting there.
Ain't the same.
Yeah, I said this one, I'm like, dog, you talking crazy, man.
Yeah, and he got better, but also some of the things is like he hasn't taken an actual fight that is like on the level for him.
The one he did, he got his ass whooped.
Absolutely murdered. And so
salute to Anthony Joshua.
The thing about the NFL is the NFL ain't one of those places where you can pick your spots. The NFL, you just get run over by the 18-wheeler.
Correct.
Yeah, if that was the case, man, you had other people, other NFL players that's probably over the hill actually, getting more opportunities like that. You can't just jump in and be like, you know what, I want to be a receiver.
I want it so bad. I want it so bad. Like I and the thing about it is I would love to be able to like turn the dial back. I want this to be like 1994 run over the middle. That's what I want. I want Jason Sehorn to come over. Or,
Forearms up.
Yeah, I want one of these cats to give him. That is where my brain is.
You need Greg Williams at DC.
Yes, Greg with 2 G's or 3 G's, I think. I need money coming down on
Throw a 4th G in there.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I think I mentioned this before, but I got to mention it again. This is my confession. I'm tired of the circus with LeBron James and the media, the coverage of it, man. Like, it's not even LeBron personally, but just the coverage.
It's kind of him a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the coverage of it, because a lot of people doing a lot of talking, but they ain't saying nothing. And it's so irritating, man, because the latest thing I saw, and I guess somebody was doing some digging, but apparently this is one of the newer stories. Draymond Green's mom.
What?
is, I guess she's following the Cavaliers account on Instagram.
Okay.
So now everybody like, is Draymond going to the Cavaliers? If he going to the Cavaliers, that means I'm sick of this stuff, man. Because everything you see, man, you think you got something, and it's all weird accounts that's just out here. Maybe they just trolling. Maybe they just doing it to mess with the algorithm, and maybe they getting paid from Twitter for doing this. Because
it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm just sick of this, man. This got to be, and I know this sounds crazy, but he is probably one of the worst athletes to ever hit free agency just because of the media part of it.
Yeah.
Because he never give you anything. He never just come out and say, you know what, I'm signing with this team to shut everything up.
Yeah.
Man, this is the worst, man.
It is.
I'm sick of this, man.
It's getting bad. And it has been bad.
Yeah, I'm sick of this, man. I don't want to hear from no hairstylist of Auntie so-and-so from Savannah James side of the family or some crap saying LeBron going to Cleveland and all this other stuff, man.
Yeah.
I'm sick of that, man.
Agreed. Very much agreed. All right.
Another one, or that's it?
Oh, I got a quick one. If you want. I'm not sure what I can eat anymore. Did you see the latest?
No.
Well, we know about the lettuce, right? And
something new?
1.6 million dozen eggs are being recalled.
Damn it.
From Kroger and Brookshire's grocery store because the egg producer has found that, I guess in tests or whatever, contaminated with salmonella. The FDA announced yesterday. So you can't eat lettuce, can't eat eggs. What's going on?
I mean, what's going on is quality control is a problem.
Quality control, absolutely.
We've taken away the guardrails.
Yes.
And lo and behold, the things have gotten in.
Yeah, go figure.
I hate it. I hate it here.
1.6 million dozen eggs. And all due respect to Kroger, and you might want to look it up because they gave the specific brand, because there are other brands you can get there. I'm not trying to say don't go there or whatever, but so everything's.
What's the best way to avoid all of this?
I don't know. Not eat.
Yeah, not eat milkshakes.
I love that your solution is just eat candy. Just pure sugar.
You know what? How about candy?
You will live.
They ain't going around with no diseases and bacteria and stuff.
Like,
processed food. That's how you keep this way.
Because it's not just lettuce, but lettuce is the worst one, right?
Well, lettuce and soft foods like
vegetables,
like berries and stuff like that. Produce that doesn't have like a hard membrane necessarily, because the parasite can kind of get into it and burrow in, and then obviously make it into your.
And now 1.6 million dozen eggs.
I hate it here.
Yeah.
I do. I really and truly
ridiculous.
do. Anyways, that's your lunchtime confessions here in Loop 610. I was going to say in a more positive light, but I don't know that this is necessarily a positive segment. Let's do a little buy or sell here next. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? Play along on the text line 713-572-4610. We'll do that next in Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Houston. Mattress Makers Hub. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 as I try and figure out how to structure my day.
I got you, man.
I appreciate it, John. Your experience is very helpful. Trying to do too many things in only 24 hours, but I do it for you. And also, I do it so that we can do things like this. Do a little buy or sell, which is the time, which Ocho is sending in an honorary one. We're not getting one drop of rain today, buy or sell. I don't know. The way that it looks outside.
I'm selling that.
It looks like somewhere in a greater area is going to get a little bit. I'm nobody's meteorologist. Do not trust me. Please do not. But
you might get some rain on 610 by Buffalo Speedway exit, just there.
No,
might get a little rain there, and that's it.
That is how it works.
Might rain in that one spot.
That one little drop. All right, let's do it. J-Lo will throw out some quotes from some folks in sports. We have to determine whether we buy or sell. Play along on the text line, 713-572-4610. John, what you got?
All right. So this one just was mentioned not even barely an hour ago by one Adam Schefter. And I guess it was the McAfee show. I didn't exactly see. He was talking, though. Quote, "It won't surprise me if they tie him up if he gets a contract," and he meant before or during training camp. You know who he's talking about?
No.
C.J. Stroud.
Interesting. I'm selling that. That's
wild.
What an odd way to play this, to get his contract done all summer.
Won't be surprised if they tie him up.
Getting
this is Adam Schefter now.
Yeah, getting that done at this point would be really interesting. Not necessarily to be a bad thing, but just then why wait through all the other times where you could have, given a level of security through the offseason, which I guess is more about us than them, as we know that they don't necessarily care about. I sell it just because with all the time that they would have had, it'd be interesting that it'd come down at that point.
I found that really interesting.
I'm kind of buying it a little bit, man.
But they're going to get him a deal?
I'm kind of buying it. I think they might.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying it's wild.
Maybe they negotiating right now. Maybe they, deep into the papers and negotiations and all that type of stuff. Maybe he is hearing something that they are trying to work it out and try to get something done before the season.
Yeah, before the season, either at camp or before camp. I'm gonna sell it, but when something like that is talked about by Adam Schefter, there's something somewhere that he heard.
Maybe because sometimes we get the Adam because
it could have just been an agent trying to posture.
It could be that. That's fair. But I think one of the things that ESPN has done is that they have these insiders, especially Adam Schefter, so much on these shows that it blurs their reporting from their kind of like thought process and analysis. Yeah. And this feels like it might be more of just I think that this could happen as opposed to like I am reporting, but you never know, right?
But will it they did sign him up before?
Yes,
like
it would.
Yeah, and that's not to say that I think it'd be a bad idea.
That wouldn't surprise me.
I don't think it'd be a bad idea, but it happened. One question on this before we move forward with the low buy or sell. Who do you think would be coming to the middle, so to say, right? Because I think that we've understood that it seems like at least where the C.J. Stroud has been, that maybe the standard going rate on next quarterback up might feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But then also, C.J. Stroud on the other end would want that. Who do you think would be doing some level of, I guess, acquiescing, for lack of a better way of saying it?
100% the Texans. C.J. Stroud is not going to sign for any $18 million.
Well, clearly that's well beyond what we're talking about.
He won't even sign for any $25 or $30 million. But if they come to him, maybe a longer term deal at 35, 40.
Oh, that'd be him. That'd be him acquiescing, I think.
Yes, actually, yes.
So. Like we're talking about that's what
we're talking 55, 60.
That's what the Tampa Bay Bucks are trying to play Baker Mayfield right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I don't think the Texans even want to do that, a long-term deal. See, it's actually both of them, because the Texans legitimately, in my opinion, do not know. They simply do want to wait it out. So if the only way he's going to sign for $40 whatever million is going to be a long-term deal with a big bonus, right? That I don't know if the Texans want that.
And it is fair, as a texter mentions, that they did extend Titus Howard like 3 days before the season in a similar fashion. So Maybe so, but I don't know. I personally would find it to be shocking, but we'll see. We'll watch out, especially as Adam Schefter has now put us on some kind of notice.
Yeah. All right. You buying SC Media Day is going on. Always good for some news, and in this case, good for a buy or sell. You know Lane Kiffin's work.
Yes.
He said he is no longer going to be on social media.
Sell.
Lane Kiffin? What's he going to do at all those yoga places that he goes to with hot chicks?
Well, I mean, actually, I should be open to buying this because I think Lane Kiffin recognizes he's had enough big jobs to know that these things require a lot of you, and that one in particular. I always say about LSU, you are the de facto governor of the state, right? There's so much more that is kind of politics than it is just coaching a football team, and that's a step up from Ole Miss, with all due respect to Ole Miss. And so maybe he'd be trying to create room for that. It just doesn't feel like the Lane Kiffin that we've come to know that enjoys attention and at the very least wants to have tabs on what what the going conversation is. But I mean, good for him if he actually does it. I just don't believe it as right now.
I'm going to buy that he's going to try to do it. I don't know if he's going to stay off of social media. This
Might
whole
be a
season.
day.
Yeah, I think at some point he's going to jump back on there. You know the person that said, "I'll delete my account."
Yeah.
And then,
he said that.
And then
he did say
they
that.
activated. Well, in the middle of the night, like let me see what everybody's saying, or let me just look on here or something like that.
Sell, Mortimer, sell. Sell, Mortimer, sell everything, all about it. Because he's on social media as he's saying this. Because no one outside of Kevin Durant has the marking account more than Lane Kiffin.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
More than Lane Kiffin.
Or he got somebody right there that's paying attention to all that.
Yes. And so, and plus beyond the burner account, I still think he's going to be on. I mean, he likes flexing, sometimes literally, and he likes answering and being a smartass. When somebody calls him out, he answers on Twitter and trolling fan bases. I mean, dude, sell. It ain't going to stick.
What's funny is I think it would serve him to not be on it.
Of course it would. Yeah.
I also think that he has found the exact right fan base that would go along with his shenanigans.
I
think LSU is honestly kind of I kind of respect their shamelessness around, we don't care about none of that nonsense. Do we win football games?
Yeah.
Right? Like LSU, they was like, Coach O, what that got to do with us?
Yeah.
What does any of the nonsense have to do with us? Is he winning football games? All right, cool. And I feel like they would go along, your head coach is unserious. And like, yeah, okay. All of this is unserious. We playing football.
That's right.
We have a tiger in a cage over here. What are you talking about?
This is true. They still do. I think they still do.
Yeah. They still got Mike the Tiger around there.
Yeah. All right. You buying or selling this? Pat Beverly, former Rocket Pat Beverly. He had all the news on LeBron's announcement. You were talking about LeBron, Figgy?
Yeah.
He had the scoop.
Yep.
He had the scoop. I think it was Monday.
Yeah, he said it would happen.
Going to happen by the end of Monday.
Yep.
Well, this is what he said. Are you buying or selling this? I can't believe that source lied to me.
You know how I feel now, huh?
Yeah.
I actually buy this.
You do?
But I think it's because he took one person's word and he used the word source, and this is the issue. You ain't no journalist, because I feel like journalists would know.
Don't take one person's
word.
word.
You can't just take one person's word for it. That's not going to go well for you because they could lie to you. So I do think that he heard somebody say this as Figgy mentioned, everybody seems to be talking about this, and he thought this person would know. Turns out they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I think he probably thought he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna break this. I got this. I'm in the journalism field right now. Probably got my little podcast and all that stuff." But nah, don't nobody know what's going on outside of LeBron James. Hell, I'm at a point I don't even know if Rich Paul know what he want to do.
The Miami Heat social media manager does.
I'm selling. I think basketball players more than anybody seem to like to troll. And to say, put something out there. I think this is still part of the troll job. Like, he put that out there, and then he's like, hey, I can't believe they lied to me. Ha, ha, ha. You know what I mean? I could see where he's just trolling folks.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I got another one for you here. Hey, how about another LeBron? LeBron one?
Right. Okay.
No, it's just next on my list. The Miami Heat said it was a mistake that they uploaded a welcome video for LeBron James.
I mean, yes, it was a mistake. I am having a hard time thinking that they just had. Let's have it prepared just in case. We have honestly, if you look at our YouTube, we have just in case introductory press conferences for all the players. Just in case. No, this is something that you set up because you thought that you were getting them, and I imagine that's probably because the decision is made, which has made all of this that much more annoying to me. Stop standing in front of us and winking in front of. Just make the decision. Just get off the pot already.
Yes.
Yeah. So you buying that?
Me?
Buying that? That's they really made a mistake? Is that the question?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know how to get to the right answer here if it's buy or sell. I just think that, yes, this was – I don't think they intentionally put it out there is my point. Like, I don't think that they intentionally –
I'm buying that part.
Yeah.
But I'm also buying that they might know something.
Yes.
Already. They have it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah, same.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, one more for you guys here. Dave Roberts, manager of the world champion Dodgers, said they're going to be, at the trade deadline, more sellers than buyers. The L.A. Dodgers said they're going to be more sellers than buyers.
I mean, I can actually buy this. Mm-hmm. They've got a whole bunch of talent.
That's kind of where I am. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they might. What are they going to do with him? They got to get rid of Tucker, for one thing. Kyle Tucker is thinking it up.
I forgot he
loud,
was there, man.
Loud.
Hey, who gonna take him right now with that contract?
And his production has been awful.
And this is the thing.
That's what they get.
We talked about it. It's actually a seller's market because there's so many people out here buying. Like, I think that the Dodgers could somehow get richer in the long term with this.
Yeah, they could develop they have, quality people that they're not even going to necessarily need. They got pitchers coming back and all that other stuff. And they could sell and then bolster their farm system even more.
Their steak too juicy, their lobster too buttery.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
All right, that's a little buy or sell here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And I chuckle at Little League Softball World Series, where I didn't realize that those bags were not firmly placed. Did you corner third and knock the bag off of the baseline? Well, I didn't know that was something that could happen.
Yeah, I didn't know that Little League Softball Girls World Series had replay.
That's also a great point. We are currently at replay.
They're currently reviewing a play for, 12, 13-year-old girls softball. They're reviewing the play.
Imagine they had that 15, 20 years ago, man.
I have no idea how you do this. The bag literally moves off the line. And little girl, she's just like, all right, I need to slide into this bag, but what do I do? Do I slide to the spot where it used to be, or do I touch the bag over here, a foot over here? That's, wow, okay. Things that you didn't think you'd see. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I said I was going to do this yesterday, but I'd like to go through this with you today, John. Who can actually win the Super Bowl? I know that there's 32 teams, but let's be honest. There's a smaller group that we believe can actually do it. I would like to get to the heart of that next.
All right, let's talk about
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I think myself and the OG John Lopez, I don't know how much Figgy's doing this week.
Oh, he's into it.
Me and J-Lo have been locked in to this Little League World Series of softball matchup
that's where we are
for the New England region. Mm-hmm. And it's not because we're some weirdos. It's because it has been riveting.
Yeah.
There has been the weirdest stuff that you could imagine in any softball, baseball, diamond sport type game. We had a base become dislodged in the run of play. We have a catcher who is doubled over right now. There's just the wildest things happening in this, and so I'm trying to. This is honestly,
base runner was called safe by sliding into where the base was, not where the base actually was sitting.
It's so weird.
Where the base had been.
And mind you, all the weird stuff is happening in the midst of a pretty big comeback in the final inning of play here.
Yeah.
So it's been fascinating to watch. I say all that to say,
them fans can't even sit down, man.
They can't. All right. Let's get going here, though, because we're coming up on the NFL season. Congratulations. You made it through, I guess, the darker days of the sports calendar. Like, obviously, you still have baseball, and baseball is very fun. We went through the NBA playoffs. All of that World Cup helped us out. But let's be honest. When that football comes around, fall hits us quite different, right?
You don't have nearly as many, only 100 days until football season in other sports.
No, fair enough.
Fair
enough. And so we're coming up on that. And any NFL season, I think that when you start talking to teams, the thing that they will tell you is, we want to win a Super Bowl this year. And all 32 teams will do that.
Our goal is the Super Bowl, Reggie.
It is the sport
you hear it every week. Every year.
And I always say football can't afford to come into a season and not try, right? I've always said, and this is starting to become closer to wrong, but I've always said that, football teams can't afford to do tanking because it's just, you're playing the car crash sport. It's hard to have guys play 100%, put their bodies on line for something that is not going anywhere. Well, I'm looking at you, New York Jets. But anyways, they will not be in this exercise because with that being the case, I want to talk through it. What are the teams that can actually win the Super Bowl? 713-572-4610 in order to weigh in. Because obviously there's teams that we think will, the teams that are likely to contend for it. But I really want to just have a full accounting. The teams that we are just, they have any shot, legit shots, and then everybody else can be everybody else. But I kind of want to see how far this goes as an exercise because I think that the general number of this has actually changed over the last few years. I think you probably had a smaller class of teams going into a season that legitimately could win the Super Bowl versus now it feels like it might be more. But let's test it out. How do you want to run this? I'm kind of open to various different ways. Do you want to start with just teams that you absolutely know will contend and then open this out further? Or do you want to talk about the things that make it so that we feel like a team can win a championship?
I am interested in, give me the legit. Give me
the teams that are no doubt.
Absolute, and I want to count them. I want to count absolute, by what we know right now.
Okay. I think there's probably
Super Bowl contenders.
There's probably tiers. There's probably teams that we like, all right, they're likely to be here. And if they're not in that circumstance, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Then there's like, all right, probably in contention. And I think there's a third category of could do it. I think that those.
I want tier one.
All right, let's start with tier one.
Tier one. I want the absolutes.
Do you want to go back and forth on throwing these in here, or do you want to just kind of come to an agreement?
I mean, I can guess some, but
I'm not doing a list. I want to do this as an exercise.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I know there's a list that I saw that did this.
I thought you did.
No, I want to do this as an exercise.
All right, you start, and then I go. We'll go back and forth, and then we'll stop when we're done.
I think the LA Rams are 100% in this.
I think you're correct.
This is the best roster in football. Clearly an offense that works. Clearly a defense that's very good. Yeah, I'll be counting and writing them down. I think that the Rams are a tier one. This is a championship contender. In fact, I think they're the leader in the clubhouse, if we're being honest.
In the NFC, it's either them or Seattle, so I'll say Seattle.
You think Seattle's in this?
100%.
Yeah. I mean, they just won it.
Yeah, 100%.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Now, they did lose the offense coordinator, but that, I mean, they're definitely in a category around there. Let me see.
So that's a tier. Those are 2 tier ones. Give me some more. I got a couple.
The tier one, absolutely.
Super Bowl contender, nobody's going to bat an eye. Or shouldn't.
Now, the Texans are in this list somewhere. I'm just wondering, do you think there's a difference? Do you think they're tier one or tier two?
I think the Texans are tier one. based on that. They were there. They were there. They were right there on the brink.
Yeah, they're on the doorstep.
Now,
that's fair.
Maybe your counter argument is, yeah, they're still running back that quarterback. But I get it.
And that offense.
Yeah, but I think even with that quarterback, they were right there. I think the Texans are a Tier 1 legit, no doubt, Super Bowl contender.
And you're supported by a lot of smart people. Remember we were talking about Aaron ESPN football, also ESPN. He does a lot of analytic stuff, and he put out his almanac for this upcoming season. And their prediction is that the Texans, by and far, are the cream of the AFC to be able to represent them in the Super Bowl. And so there's a lot, and more people even that are leaning that way. So I think that that's a fair one to bring up.
I really only have 2 absolutes left.
Good. Let's put them on the table here.
Buffalo Bills, 100%. They are a legit Super Bowl contender, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Now this is the one that I think this might be where the opinion comes in, because I think this is a legit.
I've forgotten one.
Super Bowl contender. And I'm going to say the Denver Broncos.
That was the one that I had forgotten.
Yeah.
Because this is, and I was thinking about this as I was driving around yesterday, literally to go get my hair braided, I forgot they added Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
That defense is a monster, and the offense has an identity, and they added a weapon that really makes you have to think.
Yes.
The big thing that I question is the Davis Webb of this all, as now the offensive coordinator. How does that go? And is Sean Payton capable of allowing that whatever happens there to keep happening without grabbing the reins back? Yeah. But other than that, I mean, like, you're right. They were just there, and they seem to have figured out a way for this this team to work. Yeah, no, that's right.
So how many do you have on your list?
That is 5 that we're talking about.
I forgot there's a 6th.
Is there a 6th for you?
New England Patriots.
I mean, just there. I think there's the question that some people will have. The schedule enabled them to get there. Mm-hmm. But they have undertook some things to make themselves a better team this year.
Yeah.
I'm fine with putting them in Tier 1.
Figgy?
I'm fine with that. Especially if
they were just there. I get it. The schedule helped them get there, but not the playoff schedule.
Yeah, I feel like they got a little better too.
Yeah, so, that's what Reggie was talking about.
So no Baltimore for y'all?
I can't put them in Tier 1.
I need to see a lot more things. Like these
I
teams
can't
that
put the Bengals in Tier 1, obviously.
I think that the distinction for me from Tier 1 to Tier 2 of what we're doing here is these are the teams that either I know for certain or I just need to see a little bit more to believe that the Super Bowl is where they're landing. Okay. I think that Tier 2 is where I need to see a little bit more in order to have that feeling that, this is definitely, that this is somewhere it could be. And I would very much start with Baltimore here.
Interestingly, two interesting things to me. I think the NFC is widely considered probably the better conference. But there's more AFC teams that we consider legit. Isn't there more AFC teams?
Up at the top?
Yeah, in the first tier?
I think some of that is because of the way that it feels like, in the same way as the NFC. Like the NFC feels a little bit more stratified. And you know what?
You only named 2 teams from the NFC, right? They are absolute
Seahawks, Rams and Seahawks. Yeah. Wait, before we move forward, did we miss that? Do you feel like we missed there? Is there another NFC team that you go, actually, they should be in more consideration? I think the 2 possibles and maybe the teams.
I think the 2 possibles are
Tier 2s.
Tier 2s. Are you thinking Eagles and Cowboys?
I was thinking Eagles and Bears.
Eagles and Bears.
Cowboys
Tier 3.
I was thinking the 49ers.
Maybe the Niners.
Niners are an interesting one as well. All right, we're putting a lot of these quickly. Let's kind of slow it back down. I think Baltimore exists in this because I need to see what this offense looks. Actually, they might even slide to Tier 3 for me because I need to see what this offense looks like. And the defense that has been okay and maybe sliding, I trust Jesse Minter to put a good defense together. I don't know for certain that defense comes together because it's also getting a little bit older and the actual talent leaves a little bit something to be desired in the way that it's put together. So Baltimore is one that I mean, the quarterback makes this a very big obvious. Yeah, they should be in this conversation. Whether you want to put them in Tier 2,
only
Tier
67
3,
though in the top 100.
That's right. I don't know if I have them in Tier 2 or Tier 3, but the other ones we were talking about here. Eagles feel like they're there, but it's just because of talent.
Yeah.
I think the Sean Mannion ad is really curious to me because they have been real hit or miss when it comes to offense. Incredibly hit or miss.
That's been the story.
When it comes to offense. And that has been kind of the change of the aptitude. If it's Shane Steichen, if it's Kellen Moore, boom, we're cooking. if it's Brian Johnson, if it's what's the old boy that was there last year? I forgot. Kevin Patullo. No, not so much. And so is Sean Mannion more the former or the latter? And I have no real good idea on this. Plus, they just got rid of one of their really talented wide receivers.
Yeah, no, I think that's been the big story there. Packers are interesting. They're a tier 2, aren't they? And by the way, did we decide Bears are tier 1 or tier 2?
Bears probably tier 2 for me.
That's where I would put them.
Yeah, me too.
Interestingly, the Chiefs tier 2.
Yeah, that would be a scary tier 2.
And Reggie might put them at tier 3. I'm higher on them than you are.
I think I'm playing. I think I'm putting them in tier 3. There's been a lot of there's been a lot of Patrick Mahomes and scheme and those types of things kind of covering stuff up that I'm interested to see how they're able to make go. But I mean, still, it's a team that could very easily become jump up there. So I'm not too upset if that's the case.
They like the Golden State Warriors for me, where you just like, dang, they still got Steph Curry.
They're still good.
They're still a little bit.
That's a great way of describing it, because I'd look at the Warriors and I go, if I'm looking at this in a vacuum and I go, no, this isn't that great of a team, but you constantly for the last few years have still been like, but I have to give them that kind of deference. Dallas I'll put here.
I'm gonna put them in a tier 3.
You think it's a tier 3, or do you? Okay, so do you think tier 2 is done here?
My tier 2 would be Eagles, Bears, Packers. Ooh, who else in the NFC? 49ers. So there's 4 out of there. My tier 2 in the AFC would be Chiefs, Ravens, and I guess I'd have to put the Bengals. I want to put them tier 3 because of the defense. No, just those 2 in tier 2.
All right, and then so finally the tier 3. Let's go ahead and empty the case. This is like there is a world, and obviously there's always a world for any of these teams, but there is a world that is reason happen in 2026 where they can end up in the Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl.
Bengals?
Yes, agreed. I mean, I think that this is where we go, do you have a quarterback that's really good?
Yeah.
Because I think that we can make this happen.
Jaguars, Chargers. So there's 3 out of the AFC.
I think I agree with those.
That are in tier 3.
I think I agree with those.
Cowboys.
This is where you want to put Dallas. The reason why I would go 2 over 3 for the Cowboys, the offense was literally one of, if not the best offenses in all of football.
Yeah.
And the defense actually has taken steps. So it would be like, hey, is Christian Parker coming in able to do the defense? And then I put them in. And so it's only 1 step, which is why I put them 2. But I'm cool with putting them 3 if you so choose.
Lions. And I don't know what to do with the Commanders on.
They're not on this list.
They're
for me.
not on the list.
They're not on this list for me. Yeah. I need to see way too much for me to get
maybe
there.
That's the list. So 5 for me in tier 3.
Fig, do you feel like we're missing anything in what you've heard? I'll run it back here in a second, but I'm trying to look at this one more time and make sure that I'm not missing a team that feel. You don't think the Colts at all?
I mean, Daniel Jones, we'll see. He's streaky and he's coming off an injury.
You know what? This text line might be right. Vikings is this tier 3.
They might be,
because you have a talented player in Kyler Murray. If the Kevin O'Connell, if the rehab car wash actually works, the defense under Brian Flores is still a banger.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson, everything that they have there, they have enough there. It's just I'm not certain that quarterback rehab takes. But I think that's fair to put Minnesota in here as well. I think that's it.
That might be it.
You want to do the counting?
What is it?
Rams, Seahawks, Texans, Bills, Broncos, Patriots are on the top. That's 6 teams, right? We go Ravens 7, Eagles 8, Bears 9, Kansas City Chiefs 10, Niners 11, Bears 12.
So 6 in tier 2 as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Bengals, Jags, Chargers, Cowboys. Did I put Washington in here?
No, I thought about it. I said I didn't know what to do. I said I didn't know what to do with it. I still don't know.
5.
See, to me, the Washington is kind of like the Vikings. I could see a path, but if there was a tier 3.5, I'd probably put them there.
Just to make sure we're not leaving it, because so that puts us at 17 teams.
Sounds about right.
About half the league.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah,
I think that I agree that is what I would say. Those are the teams. So the only team. Let me put some honorable mentions in here to make sure that we are not wilding. Do you think the Colts are probably
Colts, Commanders,
Saints? No, I have the Vikings in.
Nah.
You don't think the Saints?
Nah.
Okay.
And I respect Shook.
Do you think anybody from the NFC
Falcons.
South?
That's what I was looking at. The NFC South, we did put it. The Falcons are the one that you like. That I refuse. I cannot.
I'm liking the Falcons.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is fair. I think that you look at this and there's probably in any way, I think there's 17 teams that can win the Super Bowl.
That sounds about right.
What about this? I know Lopez, you was kind of intrigued by this team, but the Raiders.
Well,
I'm just saying
intriguing
over the NFC South. Like, do you feel like
no? Because there's going to be. I think the Falcons are going to be the best team over there. No,
I think I feel good with this. I think that if the In the Loop investigation shows us, there are 17 teams that can realistically win the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
I don't think, and I don't think we're wrong. And let us know 713-572-4610 if you disagree with any of the tierings or where you feel like the number of teams that can actually win the Super Bowl lands for us. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about that time where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, brother?
Yeah, man, I got to give some off the top shout outs to somebody in Houston that's doing God's work. I got to give a salute to a restaurant that's been around for a very long time doing some good things in the community. Plus, I think I'm in the clear, fellas. I think I'm clear.
You're clear?
I'm good, yeah.
Uh-oh.
I think I know where we're going.
All right, I need to see what exactly happened there, and we'll find out next.
Houston, starting Thursday. Karam Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. If you've been hurt in an accident, let the Sheriff team fight for you. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. So off the top shout outs, y'all know I love giving people credit where it's due, especially if you do a lot of good work in the community. So I always want to use my platform just to shine light on people that's doing all the good work in the city of Houston. And I got to give a shout out to Lily, the boys, Lily's Toy Box. So y'all saw earlier this year we did some work. Reggie came through, helped make some Easter baskets for the kids and all that stuff. And Toy Box was honored by the city of Houston with an official proclamation recognizing her outstanding service to the children in need.
Oh, heck yeah, man.
Yeah, definitely want to give a shout out to her for that. And for those who don't know, she started this when she was 8 years old. This was right after Hurricane Harvey. And she provided more than 100,000 brand new toys to children facing illness, hardship, and crisis.
That's fantastic.
It's such a child's mission to just be like, and I don't say that to be like, knock her down or anything, but it's the pureness to be like, hey, there's people in the city and there's kids like me that don't have toys. So what can I do to and she's done such an incredible job to meet that need. Yeah. And it's something where you go, it's toys. What could that mean? Man, that feeling of normalcy and fun that it brings to children around this city that are in need. Incredible stuff. So salute Lily.
Yeah,
for sure.
Salute to her. So today, July 22nd, is Lily Toy Box Day.
Hey!
All right. Today is
or yesterday.
The
July.
22nd, the 22nd.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Yep. So, salute to her. And then also salute to Spanky's Pizza, man.
Hey.
I'm rocking the shirt.
I saw that.
And they are celebrating their 50th anniversary. They've been around for 50 years, man.
Dang.
50 years, man.
50.
Yeah, 50. Man, why did you make me say that, man? But anywho, man, salute to them. And they also been doing a lot of stuff in the community as well. I didn't even know about this. I actually went to Spanky's yesterday.
I saw your video.
Yeah, so I was talking to Frank, the main guy out there, Holly, Robin, and shout out to our good friend Patsy. Remember we had to shout out Patsy the last time. She's a big listener here, but I was talking to them. They do a lot of stuff for the big brothers, big sisters of Greater Houston.
Okay.
So they've been celebrating all week. And they doing prize giveaways and raffles, and that money is going towards the Big Brothers Big Sisters Foundation. So I just wanted to salute them as always, man. Doing good work, man. I just want to make sure I use my platform responsibly by saluting the people that's out here doing good work before I start using my platform irresponsibly.
Let's go.
Because this segment could get a little ratchet at times.
Is that so?
Yeah. Yep. It's a mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. So I think I'm in the clear, fellas.
Okay, and what happened?
Yeah, so remember yesterday around 12:30ish, my confession was I was a little bit nervous about us moving to the FM signal.
I knew that's what it was.
Yeah,
I knew it.
Yeah, I wasn't just performing or anything. I was legit nervous. I'm like, oh man, she might listen more, and I'm gonna have to dial it back and can't vent to y'all like I usually do. But I did my best to try to ask her on the sly, like, hey, are you gonna be listening a little more often? I tried to bring it up casually, and not only did she say she will not listen, but she had three. She gave me three.
Wow.
I'm like, what?
She gave you the Sean Pendergast 3-point plan as to why she will not listen?
She had to power rank it.
Oh, no.
And so, real quick, on the slide.
Oh, we have to hear.
I started recording this conversation, and this is how it went.
Reason number one is on while I'm at work. Reason number two It's on AM radio. Reason number 3, it is sports talk. It is talk radio with no music.
But now it's on FM, so
you have definitely
it's not AM.
Taken away one of the two.
We been talking about some cool stuff.
Wow.
You know what? I haven't listened this whole time. Why would I mess it up?
Dang.
Entertaining the people, and now you still have the freedom to talk smack about me.
Oh, she knows.
She knew.
She knows.
I think I'm in the clear, man.
Yeah,
so I think I'm good.
Are you?
I was a little bit offended, though.
Yeah.
Like, look, I love my wife to death. I salute to Christina. And she support me with everything. Like, anything I need, she's there to support. She would not support this show at all, man. And I'll be a little jealous because I know, Lopez, your wife listen at times and all that stuff. I know, salute to Amy Pendergast.
Yeah.
She listen all the time, and I think Clint Stoerner's wife listen all the time. Ron's wife listen all the time. Mine would not give me the time of day. I could tell her I'm doing this whole damn segment about her.
Yeah, she don't care.
Just send it to me.
That's hilarious.
She will not listen.
That's funny.
And she won't listen to this part. So that's why I'm saying all
There
this.
you go. There you go.
It's funny because, she has teacher friends or friends in general that, hey, did you hear what Figgy said about you?
Oh, that's a good point. Hadn't thought about that.
But that doesn't happen that often.
Well, it didn't.
Well, yeah.
Now it might be more open to happen.
It might happen more
by
often.
the way, man, some of y'all be out here saying too much, man. Because
snitching?
She do have a lot of people that know who I am, and she'll be like, "Oh yeah, your husband is Figgy." She do have a lot of that. But some of y'all be over here like, "Oh yeah, I heard them talking on the radio."
I get that all the time.
Like, yo, man, come on, man.
There's dads that go to my wife's school that listen all the time. And man, I can't believe John said blah 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 about you. She's like, what?
Yeah, and the thing is, they be doing it in person.
Yeah.
So they be like, man, I can't believe you aired your wife out like that.
Exactly.
And she be like, what you talking about? So now I got to explain in the car.
I was going, nah, it was
it wasn't no big deal. I want to hear it now.
I do the same. Nah, it was just we're just messing around.
Yeah. So I think I'm in the clear with this. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. I want to know. I don't think Reggie gonna be down with this idea, but I think John might be down with this. You're a big marketing. You focus on stuff you can kind of market, and
it's fun.
Just spell the name right type of deal.
Yeah.
I want to know if this good marketing and if our station should do this. So the New Bedford Whaling Museum in Massachusetts got a 1-star Google review that said worst aquarium ever. And the only issue with this is it wasn't an aquarium, and they decided to lean more into this Google review and start doing something with it. I want to know if we would be down for doing something like this, because we get a lot of damn texts talking a lot of smack about us. But here's CBS News with this story.
Bad reviews can be dangerous for any business, but one place has found a way to fight back, and it's winning. The New Bedford Whaling Museum is dedicated to Massachusetts history all the way back to the 1700s. But 5 years ago, that mission was threatened by a 1-star Google review and the comment, quote, worst aquarium ever. Which is a crazy thing to say, because the New Bedford Whaling Museum is not an aquarium at all. All of its whales are skeletons because its exhibits are about life in the past. But dumb reviews can still hurt you. That is, unless you print it on T-shirts and hoodies and turn it into marketing gold. The museum has launched a line of merch with a whale skeleton on the front and that Google review on the back, describing the offering as perfect for anyone who appreciates irony, maritime history, and a good laugh. It's worked so well that the shirt and the hoodie have been selling out. The museum's Google rating is a fantastic 4.8, and here we are talking about it on live national television. Just for fun, it seems the museum has indeed added an aquarium, as they call it anyway, but it's really just a tank with a little fish and some small sea critters. Still no living whales in the building. I wouldn't call it the worst aquarium ever, but let's just say, come for the history.
Would you be down with Sports Radio 610 selling merch with some of the bad texts we get saying, y'all, I'm switching the music, or they need to let go of John Lopez, or Reggie need to stop talking so much.
That's
stop
true.
Figgy needs to shut up and just run the board.
Yeah.
Would you be down with making some merch like this?
It's not a unique plan. It's something that has worked for New Bedford, and it's worked for a bunch of companies. I've actually worked at a newspaper way back in the day that had a similar marketing plan that had T-shirts with almost like headlines from letters to the editor and stuff. Those things work. They absolutely do. And you got to lean into it. You know how I feel about that.
Yeah. I would be totally down with that, man.
Shout out to Rocky on the YouTube who said, damn, I've said all of that.
Hey, we could put it on the hoodie and start selling it.
Yeah, would you pay $40 to be able to wear that around, Rocky? Just let me know on the YouTube page there where you are. I'd be up for that.
Yeah.
The only thing about it is we can't put all the stuff that they be saying because some of that is not fit for printing.
Yeah, we got to find the good ones, though. The good ones like, I'm switching the music. That was a famous one right
Switch the music. That's pretty funny.
Maybe we could put that on the T-shirt.
We gotta put your face on it though, because it's you saying it that makes it funny to me.
Switching the music.
You want to know what irony is?
What's that?
Music switched to us.
Ah, yes. Yeah. August 13th. There you go. That's a writer's brain to put that together. Yeah. With all due respect to obviously though.
Yes.
But yeah, man. There you go.
Real quick, I gotta give a salute and rest in peace to a guy by the name of Paulus Johnson. I don't know if you guys saw this. You might, you are familiar with his work. I'm gonna play this real quick. You remember this song, right?
Oh gosh, Pink Panther.
Hey,
I can name that tune in 3 notes.
Yeah, so this guy that's playing the saxophone, his name is Paulus Johnson, and he passed away today at the age of 94.
Oh, wow.
That's a good run.
Yeah, a great run.
Yeah.
And this is a great saxophone right here, man. Legendary. And just want to give a rest in peace to Paulus Johnson.
Absolutely. Legend in the game, man. This is, everybody knows what you're hearing right when you hear this. So obviously, rest in peace to him. And salute to Fig for yet another fantastic edition of the mixtape.
I want to say this came out in 64.
It has to be way in the 60s.
Or recorded, 63, 64, somewhere around there.
No. Yeah.
It still hold up good with time.
Absolutely.
I'm looking at it right now. I didn't know. Obviously, I didn't know.
By the way, he was from New Orleans, too.
That makes sense.
It make a lot of sense now when you hear this.
Yeah, 100%. That's the mixtape right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 every weekday. Mind you, we're the guy up on social media at the Figgy Fig. Let him know. He'll shout you out. But there you go. We're getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a moment. I want to return to one of the big news items of the day, the Rockets acquiring the shooting whisperer, as they call him. There was some talk a little bit earlier, and there was a question that I kind of would talk to. How quickly can we expect this to take hold and any impact that he brings? 713-572-4610. We do that next.
Houston, starting.
testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Hope that your day is going well. Get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in just a moment. We'll do that and get them going here on a Thursday afternoon. But one of the big things that happened yesterday, and I feel like it's big. I don't know. The way that it's hit me, it was like, oh, man, this is a revelation. But I could absolutely understand people going, hey, man, you're talking about an assistant coach. Why should I care? Mm-hmm. But the Rockets did. They added his name is Chip England, and he is referred to as the shot whisperer around the NBA. Like, he has been around the league for a long time, and he's got a few bona fides when it comes to helping players become significantly better with their jump shots in a way that's notable. And so for a team like the Rockets, who desperately needed or still actively need spacing, and when I say that, I quite literally mean being able to shoot the basketball at a higher clip, we had been looking at acquisitions. We had been thinking, hey, you need to find a way to add guys who can shoot threes. And it seems like the Rockets went from a perspective of, you know what? Yeah. We're going to see if we can develop those guys that clearly have the aptitude, or the guys that don't, like a Men Thompson who just needs it. Mm-hmm. We're going to see if we can do that by going and getting the dude, the preeminent dude who does this. And it seems like Tillman Fertitta, you opened up the bank to go and make it happen. At least that I don't have any reporting on. That is just that is the way that I feel. That's the way that logically I think it would happen. But it does seem like that's what happened.
You know, and I also wonder who really pushed for this. And whether it might have been Patrick or Tillman Fertitta. You know, seeing from the ownership level, hey, man, you know, we need some help. It might have been Ime. There was a previous relationship. Could have been Raphael Stone, or it could have been a combination, knowing that, hey, because this is the other part of it, they weren't in a place where they could make many player acquisitions of note. You know, like that. They brought in, obviously, Marcus Smart and other, but they weren't really in the game for like a big thing. So maybe not necessarily out of necessity, but like, hey, this is a good way to maybe get better with what we have, which obviously it seems like it would be. And no matter what you're paying him, it's still less than you'd play a big acquisition.
No, that's fair.
You know?
Which of those possibilities that you've run out there of dudes who might have been the impetus for this acquisition on a coaching staff in Chip England is the most interesting or the most exciting for you? Which of those tells you the best things about this team?
In terms of players?
No, in terms of
like who initiated this?
Yeah, what is that? Which one of those gives you the best feelings?
I think Patrick or Tillman Fertitta.
Do you think coming from the top end? Why is that?
Because those guys, it's one thing to be Ime and understand. I believe in my system. I believe in this offense for what it's worth. Our defense has proved to be good. We have the players. We can still make a run. Or even Raphael Stone, who doesn't want to necessarily admit a bunch of mistakes. So it would make sense for him to do it. But for Fertittas to sit there and say, no, it's not good enough. And even though I understand what you're saying with your defense, I understand what Stone is doing with the development, and they're still young and all that stuff. But no, that's still not good enough. I'd like an owner that would maybe step in and do that.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
because at the very least, it does ring to me as we are going to support the way that you're going about this in the way that we can.
And
right?
that too.
Right? That is the ownership going, okay, if we're going to do this development, how do we do the development to the best level? We go get the dude who actually can help develop this. And it seems like that is going to be that, in addition to the additions back from what you have coming back and bringing in Marcus Smart to make sure that you have point guard play, and then drafting Bruce Thornton. Feels like those things are going to be the place where you have to see development, because roster spot 15 that had been open, it has been filled. The Rockets have re-signed Jayshawn Tate. So they get another one of these scrappy dogs off the end of the bench that can filter into the rotation from time to time. But it does, not to say that they can't still make moves, but it does kind of feel like, hey, that's the cap that they're putting until they go into this little lull before they get to camp, their own camp. It seems like they're going, hey, this is what we're taking into battle with us, right? We are going in with the guys that we have, right? More point guard help to make sure that we don't end up in the place that we were last year. But hopefully a guy in Chip England who will help make Amen Thompson a better shooter, Help make, hopefully, Alperen Sengun a better shooter in my estimation. Jabari Smith Jr., Tari Eason a more consistent shooter, and maybe even take Reed Shepherd a whole nother notch. And when you talk about those things, the question that came up earlier was, how quickly can you expect this? And I'm very curious as to what you're thinking, because we were kind of having a conversation, and my answer's a little complicated, as a lot of them happen to be, I guess.
I think it's asking a lot to, here we are, Christmas break, mid-season, All-Star break, thinking, wow, look at the shooting. But I think the realistic expectation is you will see some signs and you will see some improvement, but it might be 2 or 3 percentage points, which I would take in a heartbeat right now. Miracles are not going to happen overnight, because I think you're going to have to break down a lot of these guys and build them back up, specifically, his shot. So I think you really got to temper expectations, but he is going to be good for these shooters.
I agree. Yeah. I don't know exactly how to implement it. As we were talking a little bit earlier, assistants in their player development roles usually work with, a couple of players at a time. I don't know with him having this specialized skill if they don't find a way to have him work with a lot of guys. I just don't know. I'm not saying one way or the other. But if he is working with everyone, I think the most immediate places that you could see it, and tell me if you think I'm wrong here, because I'm just trying to spitball here. I think it's probably Jabari and Tari in trying to make them consistent, because they have shots that work, they just kind of fall off from times. And I feel like those are the places where you get a shot doctor and who goes, okay, I see that you're doing this. Yeah. Let's fix that and help maintain the consistency of those guys knocking down shots. And that feels like more of a small tweak and more of a small, like, hey, I am noticing something, get back to where you need to be, as opposed to we are fixing it. In a weird way, though, I do think that you might see a pretty notable jump in Amen Thompson relatively early. So? And that's because his jumper is so weird right now that it might just be, hey, we're doing something else entirely, and that gets you to a different place. Because, don't forget, Amen Thompson, we're talking about shooting 20-something%, right, from three. Let me get the actual number here to make sure. But last year, and I was going to say, in the mid-20s, 21.6% from three last year.
Yeah.
And so you're telling me even if this time he jumps in and Amen Thompson, they go to work in the whatever time, and he comes in with just a different jumper. You telling me that it's not possible that the different jumper, even if it's not fully realized, ain't better than 1 out of 5 shots going down? It's possible that it already takes some level of jump just off of we're doing something different before you even finish or finalize what the new jumper looks like.
No, it is possible, and then the other possibility is you have to remember it's going to be looking completely new.
Agreed.
So how much of a jump could that really? He's got to get used to this. He's got to embrace it. He's got to have the confidence in it. He's got to have the repetitions. It's got to be able to work in real action. It's very possible that 21 is not a high bar.
Very, very low bar. And that was my point, is the bar is so low there. Yeah. It's possible that you get some feel. Now, is that feel notable enough for defenses to go, oh, we need to change the way you defend him? I think that's actually just a flat no. I was going to say maybe not. No, it's a flat no.
They're going to make him beat you.
Because he is so good, and maybe not even that great off the dribble, but he's so good getting downhill and affecting at the rim that I think the defenses will still go, okay, that's interesting. The shot's going up. Beat us that way.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to then overcorrect and trying to guard you at 3 and allow you to get downhill and allow you to keep the offense moving. I think they're going to say, until you get to a certain bar, which is probably 34, 35%, we're not going to really respect that to a great degree.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
I think that'll be, but it's still going to be interesting to see. And to the question, or to the thought that I put forward, that maybe this will complete the way that their offseason is. Do you feel like we learned something from this offseason about the Rockets? Because ESPN put together a piece with every NBA team and what they feel like we've learned from the offseason. What's your thinking?
Well, I think this is about as much as we have learned all offseason. Like it's recognition it wasn't good enough, and it's a pretty bold stroke to change what wasn't good enough. A lot of what we talked about with this Rockets team when they had their shortcomings and they had their bad moments was offense and shooting. Now, I don't know how much the offense is going to change, but the shooting figures to be better. It was recognition of, as I said earlier, no, it's not good enough. And I think that's about as much as we learned all offseason from the Rockets.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
As far as what is written for the Rockets in ESPN, they say that what we've learned is that Rafael Stone isn't Daryl Morey. I feel like we probably already knew that.
I think we did.
They went further as to point to Daryl Morey's days and the idea of cycling through stars in pursuit of the championship, and you compare that to the way that this team is banking on Fred VanVleet's return and looking at, trying to strengthen what they have. The pressure is clearly going to mount quickly, as we've talked about, and honestly, I think we've applied a little bit. But the idea is that they're clearly taking a more stoic approach to building this team. And it'll be interesting to see if they are able to do it. At the very least, one thing I could say is put a little bit behind that process. And I really, really greatly appreciated seeing, okay, if we're going to go through this route, we're going to try and do the things that help accelerate this route, as opposed to just, it's like, hey, we have a plant, but we're not necessarily watering it or doing anything, as opposed to we have a plant that we want to grow and we're going to put some fertilizer on it. That's what this feels like to me.
I think it meant that we can ignore, and that is, what else were they going to do? I kind of alluded to it earlier. They weren't, didn't seem to be willing to make a big, bold move, nor able in some instances. When you talk about aprons and all that other stuff, this is about as bold a move as they could make.
I want to slap the backside of Adam Silver's head sometimes.
Why is that?
Because the idea that we have to talk about CBAs to the point of all the apron and this stuff. I hate it so much. And I know that Adam Silver ain't the only person, but he's the personification of the wills of the owners. And they got themselves to this place where
But truly, what else could they do?
That's the thing. The offseason should be fun, man, at the very least. I understand that it's not always going to work for every team. But, man, you came into the offseason with so little hope that they can make things happen because of accounting, man. I hate that. It's so boring. Think of the way that we go into a football season, or the offseason, and there's ways that we can kind of, scheme and try and figure out what are the ways you can make the team better. Basketball has absolutely ruined that. I hate it so damn much. In fact, I'm curious if this gentleman hates it as much as I do. As we welcome in the fellas of the Drive for Crosstalk, which is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. As I also remind you that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Ron, does it annoy you as much as it does me? The way that they have taken the fun out of the offseason with the machinations on the CBA?
I don't know. I don't know what that word means that you just said, but they may want to give me some cookies, man. I want some macadamia nut cookies.
Actually,
now I do too.
Hey, you got any more of those machinations over there?
I want some macadamia nut cookies. Now the way you said that, man. Man, Cheesecake Factory, they used to be my favorite one. I had a anyway. Yeah, a little bit, but ultimately, it feels like stuff still gets done, because this has been a crazy offseason thus far. And now we have to, we're waiting on the great one, but this has been a crazy offseason thus far. And so I don't know, it still feels similar to what it normally is, but I get what you're saying, Reggie.
Not everybody is in the mix, though.
No, not everyone.
That's part of it.
And you can't foresee it. Can they make this move? I have no idea, because I can't figure out the cap ramifications.
Some people are making decisions too. Well, I just think the in the mix has to be more creative and different. You got trade.
I thought this was that.
Trade has to be more than that. I've taken a step back, and I think this is what Clint was attempting to convey to me yesterday. But now I've really I got a little too excited about the shot doctor yesterday with the Rockets, just because they're not doing a damn thing. They're not being a part of this, and anything that made sense. I got myself in a rabbit hole of Lou Dort's 3-point shooting.
Oh, how last year it backslid? There are.
I got it to it. I got just rabbit hole of just everybody he's worked with.
Oh,
let me see to get yourself excited that what he did to Lou, and what he did for Shea, and what he did for a lot of the Spurs, like Kawhi Leonard and Tony Parker. And I thought to myself a little bit later on, like, wow, Ron, you got to
calm down a little bit. You got to
we got other teams up here talking about, what's it going to look like with LeBron in our lineup?
Yeah.
They got Jaylen Brown, and I done lost my mind over
shot doctor.
Chip.
But this is the thing. We got LeBron at home, right? We just going to get him in, and we just going to put a little shot on him. And it's basically
hold on, big
You see that?
No, hold on. My man said we got LeBron at home.
That's right.
Let's reel that in.
That's
Just a half a step. All right.
So you two also understood the joke.
Well, just saying. You just said a man is LeBron. Is what you said. He just needs a shot.
That's right.
To be LeBron. Let's real. You didn't think that? Real. Nah, man. The trouble they had with a double team.
That's right.
No, I don't think so. I don't think.
You see it?
I don't think so.
The shot brings all that to home. You see, absolutely. Obviously, appreciate you guys.
You got Draymond sitting over there. That's what you got.
I did want to ask you this because we went through a little exercise because we were like, how many teams can actually win the Super Bowl? And we kind of set it into 3 tiers. The teams that we go, definitely can win the Super Bowl. Teams that, all right, if one thing kind of settles in the way that we want to see, they can win the Super Bowl. And then teams like if things break right. But if I told you that we came up with 17 teams in the NFL this year could win the Super Bowl this year.
Don't even get me started.
I'm getting you started. What would you say to that?
I don't need to. Well, I don't know if you're talking about that gentleman who put that piece out there. That had he said he had I think he had 14, 15 teams that could have a chance to win it. And he left that team out in Kansas City off that list.
Oh, really?
So they don't have a chance.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Them and the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah. Boy, he got some hate in his heart, don't he?
Just not have a chance. Just to not have a chance. And then the same write-up said, man, as long as Josh Allen is in his prime, the Bills will always have a chance to get it. But 17 teams, it's never that much.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is.
That's rich. You want to run down a list real quick?
All right, so I'll give you what I got. So in that first tier,
like a realistic
chance.
Right. So like I said, the very first tier is clearly
I know
they have a chance. And I was starting to think of, okay, this is definitely having if you have a unit where I go, that's one of the best units in football. Mm-hmm. Clearly you get into this. So that's how you get to the Rams, the Seahawks. The Texans clearly have to be in this conversation. We ended up with like Denver, Buffalo, and New England just because, I mean, they were on the doorstep last year anyways. And, I mean, you add Denver adds Waddle, Buffalo, adds, what's my guy, DJ Moore. Mm-hmm. The Patriots, they added from what they had last year. So that was that first tier. That feels reasonable, right? The next tier we went to.
You got the Texans on the first tier?
Yeah, because, I mean, the defensive unit is just so clearly.
Okay.
That and then obviously the offense.
Okay. We're not having a tier conversation. We're getting to 17. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
The second tier, we end up with Philadelphia, Baltimore, Chicago, Kansas City, San Francisco, Green Bay.
I think those are all legit. Have a shot.
And then
I think those are fair.
The last tier is where we go. All right, just the very end of it is Cincinnati, Jacksonville, Chargers, Cowboys, Vikings.
Where
they have to break.
Them, yeah.
And we need to see some things.
I think 17
you can end
is
up in that
right.
place.
Yeah, I got 12 at most.
Yeah,
by my count. Just looking at it.
Mm-hmm. So who of those 17 do you think? Nope. Legit.
I'll tell you, the Vikings would be the only one that I'd be like, ooh.
I'll tell you, I got
that you just rattled. The teams that you just rattled off. That's the group that I'd be like.
Yeah.
That last one, the Brian Flores defense I rate a lot highly, and then the offense has weapons if you get the quarterback.
So I just find it fundamentally. I just disagree with the thought of if you have a dominant side of the ball that makes you a contender. Because I don't think the Cowboys are a real Super Bowl contender.
Ooh, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Like, I would be surprised. I'd be surprised at the Cowboys.
By extension, you mean the Texans are not real contenders.
Yeah, but I believe in the Texans more. I believe in their culture, their coach, and I believe their quarterback has the ability to be better than what other people think he can be. The Cowboys have to go from being just god-awful defensively to respectable in a year. Mm-hmm. Like I don't like so like my schedule. That one's hard for me. Like the Vikings I can't do it. I don't think the Packers I don't think of them a ton that much. Like they're an around team.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of those teams. I don't put anybody in the NFC South in it.
No. We didn't either, funny enough.
And
he wanted to put Atlanta in there, and I tried to tell him. I did not. I tried to tell him, man, it's Atlanta. Man. You can't do that.
Yeah,
they will break your heart.
I wouldn't include the Chargers.
Well, we didn't.
Yeah,
I did.
In 17?
Yeah, I put the Chargers in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they got to. If you got 17, you got to have. If you ain't got the Chargers, I didn't hear that one more time.
But you know me, I'm okay for Black Mike, man. I think that offense.
Like I don't look at Jacksonville.
If you're just looking at I don't necessarily look at all those teams as Super Bowl contenders, but would it shock me
if something broke?
Anybody in the AFC.
No.
Right. I'm not as much of a believer that the AFC is going to be as bad as it was last year. Like I know, but a lot of people on a national scale are leaning into that. Mm-hmm. Particularly when they talk about the Texans. A lot of it is prefaced by saying, well, the AFC's bad, so it's wide open.
Yeah.
I don't subscribe to that the AFC is going to be that bad. I do believe that Burrow and Lamar Jackson and Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen and I believe the odds are that most of, if not all of those guys, are going to bring their teams back to be real contenders.
Yeah.
So I'm not a big believer in that, but I do believe that there is a chance that the AFC path could be different than what it was 3 years ago, where it was an absolute gauntlet.
Yeah.
Right. And so I say all that to say, would it shock me if Justin Herbert wasn't able to make if they can stay healthy, if he wasn't able to make a run? Wouldn't shock me. Yeah. I'm not betting on it, but it wouldn't shock me.
I think a lot of people are operating we saw last year, and I think last season was an anomaly. You never see that.
No, that's fair.
To think Sam, usually a team that makes the Super Bowl are not coming out of absolutely nowhere, and I don't think people thought that the Viking or the Seahawks, even Sam coming off his year, were going to be a team that gets to the Super Bowl.
But I think
and damn sure not the Patriots, and damn sure not like, all right, hey man, you got to run through, the likes of Trevor, Drake, Jarrett Stidham / Bo Nix.
Yeah.
I look at it as, I think the teams with the best teams are generally going to be there at the end, and I just think there's a ceiling for a lot of these teams.
And I don't disagree with that, but I think that some of what we've seen, and whether it's the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl last year or whatever, I think that is the underlying idea where I started to come to this. Where is it possible that some of that is changing? Some of our generally long-held ideas of what it takes to be even in that mix possibly is shifting. And I think that's kind of what I started feeling, at least within myself. I could easily be wrong. I'm wrong often. Where I was like, I'm looking at 17 teams, and I go, the way that these things, if something breaks, especially those teams at the bottom, if something breaks, they could be the next Seattle Seahawks, where it's like, oh, wow, we did not see this happening, but the logic.
That's why I said I don't come in it with the it could.
Yeah.
Like I need more than
who is proven.
I need more than generally are there.
Yeah.
I need more years of not seeing that to believe that's not going to be the case.
Fair enough. That's the beauty of the football season, man. It'll play out for us all fall. I'm super excited to get there. Just 6 days until training camp, and can't wait to do that, J-Lo. Tomorrow I'll catch you for a Friday show, and we'll get one day closer to it.
I will be here.
Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing again for the crosstalk with the fellas, but right now, the drive is live.
All right, the drive is live, and we are live here on Sports Radio 610 until... Well, actually, we'll still be live there, but August 13th, we'll be, I'm going to keep pushing that thing. We'll be heading over FM as we'll be the Fan, 95.7 The Fan, coming up August 13th. So stay with us, but the drive is live. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see us. I think me and Clint have at least recently had fresh haircuts.
Yes.
I just went in today.
Mine edged up yesterday, Chief.
And
a little more than edge up, cleaned up.
We would never know if Tyler got one because he disrespects his barber every time.
I'm a hat guy,
just putting a hat on every time. No, you're not.
I'm just a hat guy.
That's what happens when she doesn't listen. If she listened, he wouldn't do that. If she listened, damn sure if she watched on YouTube.
Oh,
he'd be showing that fade off every day. He'd have hair product
every time
every
the day of cut. Slaps a hat on there.
Have no doubt. There is a beautiful head of hair under this hat. I'm just a hat guy.
So disrespectful. There's some good hair in that back room back there. I'm gonna tell you that right now. All three of you gentlemen's got some good ass hair back there.
Who's the third one back there?
You can't see him, man. He got a nice little. He's got past that.
Is it Lego hair?
David, man. My God.
Okay. David's got good hair.
I can't see who it is.
Right
all I can see is Skeezy and
David's got
Teasy.
Got some versatility with that thing. We can get some twists. We can get some braids. He can get them things locked up. He's got some good versatility back there.
Clint, did you know David was here the whole show yesterday as well?
No, you can't see.
No, I didn't. I can't see. I can see about 4 inches to your left. That's all
really
I can see.
Funny. There's been another human in here.
But YouTube and Twitch can
Whatever
see.
I said, David, I now trust you. I now have an unbelievable amount of trust because you heard everything I said.
YouTube and Twitch, you see him cheesing. All you see him, he is cheesing, boy. You see them whites.
If you leak,
you see them
if anything
whites.
leaks from that studio in there, David, it's your ass.
You get off the leaking thing, man.
No, I want to know. We deserve to know who leaked 95.7 and who made a negative comment about a client. Who did it? We deserve to know. I want to know who. If I were in a locker room, I want to know who the rats are. Who's the leak? I want to know who I'm dealing with. Whoever knows who the leak was.
You got any guess? You got any guesses?
I told you. I think it's Creighton. Whoever was the leak. I need to know who they are. I'm not trusting them with my locker room talk. I need to know. And I know somebody in this building knows, be it other than the person that leaked. Creighton, if it wasn't you, I apologize.
You don't think they're reliable?
It's not about being reliable or not. It's not even about whether I like you or not. It's just I need to watch my mouth.
Trust.
I need to know who I can trust with my deepest, darkest secrets.
Well, I know who you can't trust, and that is Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 16 is presented by Xfinity. You can trust it.
Got Xfinity at home.
There you go.
Yeah, I trust them.
Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, so I tried to say reliable, and you didn't play along with me, but they score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Your thoughts on Yordan Alvarez being allowed to win the game yesterday?
I tweeted. I tweeted. It's worse than what you say, Ron. I mean, we've been talking about it for a year plus now. Like I wouldn't pitch to him in the first inning. I mean, for anybody to pitch to him in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning in a tight, I don't even care if you're losing by one. Like in a tight ball game of any sort. For you to pitch to him in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning is a fireable offense. And we found out last night exactly why.
Clint, it was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
We're thankful.
I am thankful that those idiots over there allowed us to see greatness.
And continue to allow us to see it.
I don't even know who owns them anymore. Is it Jeffrey Loria? I don't know who. I'm assuming it's not. Is it Derek Jeter? I don't know who.
Is Jeter still in that mix?
I don't know who it is.
God, I hope not.
A-Rod may have conned himself into it. I don't know. But this is all serious. They've allowed him to. They allowed him to do it. Like again, I am glad to have seen greatness. I am glad. It is so stupid. It is so. You had Lamont Wade Jr. and Yiner lurking, and yes, I know Brady's hit on that, but I feel like maybe it'd be a little bit different. I think we may have lost Sandy after he threw that pitch, after somebody allowed him to throw that 97 anywhere near the plate.
Got to be e-socking me.
If I were doing the show, if I were in, I'm trying to. I don't even know who is there in our sister station. Down there, I don't know who's doing the shows in Miami right now. Who's the old linebacker? Brandon. Who is the old linebacker? I think he's down there.
In Miami?
Yeah, Miami. Crowder. Yeah, I think Crowder's on there. I think he's on that show.
Is it Channing?
Mark Kochman. I think it's Kochman and Channing Crowder. If I Channing Crowder. If I were them, if I were Kochman, I would have my ass. And I know people don't give a damn about baseball or the Marlins at all in Miami. But I'd be down there at that Home Depot field or whatever that stupid thing is called, that spaceship they have down there. And I would be protesting that their asses be gone.
Hold on,
no, they have lost 9 in a row. They're still above 500.
Might not want to protest too bad. They're above 500.
We've lost 8 in a row. We need to get off the schneid. Come on, man. We're in this. Come on. Yordan Alvarez, the last person we're going to let pitch. We got 2 bases open. 2 of them. You got second. You got third. You got all of them open.
Where's your damn head at, dude?
You got Isak Paredes, Lamont Wade Jr., who always looks like he has pulled something when he's running.
Don't say that. We got enough of that going on. You're going to jinx it.
He does, man. You got to be kidding me. Listen, the Astros are over there. I don't think they make Joe look like he's Sparky Anderson.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
I don't know why Sparky Anderson is my default great manager when I've got to pull 1-713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. When you have got to pull just out of your mind on the fly a great manager, who do you go to? For some reason, Sparky Anderson is the reason.
Great name.
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know why. I think there are a lot of
Sparky Anderson. He looked like he was 95 ever since I knew who he was.
I don't know why. That's where I pulled. I could have gone Tommy Lasorda. I could have gone Joe Torre.
Well,
I could have gone a ton of places. I don't know why Sparky is the one that goes to, but he makes the spotter look amazing. I can't even. I would be there with a sign with the show. I would be losing my mind. It is 2-2. We got to have this game. And he said, yeah, Sandy, go challenge him.
I mean, what that had to be. I mean, he had to be up there in pitches too, didn't he?
I got it. I just.
Let's leave him in there to see Jordan for the fourth time or third time at least, if not fourth. And let's give him something right belt high.
Yeah, it's not like he's been struggling all series. No. He's hit multiple home runs, and he has had multiple hits in every one of the games.
A few moments later.
Oh, my God, man. Oh, that was wild to me. That was nuts. I just can't even understand it.
You know the other part to last night's game that I figured you'd have not after Jordan, but you'd have a part of that first segment. Altuve's replacement got that scoring started, didn't he? Zach Allen. He got that
Nick Allen.
Nick Allen. Is that his name? I messed up his damn name.
Allen, man. That grounder found eyes.
Yeah, man. Got that scoring started, baby. Pushed Diaz across that plate, man. Altuve's sitting over there waiting, watching.
They're just right. We're in the 8th inning, Tyler. There had to be a conversation.
Oh, you back to Jordan?
I'm sorry. There had to be a conversation of, all right, this is a person we're not gonna let beat us.
I'm glad they did.
I'm sorry, Sandy Koufax. No, you don't get to pitch to him.
No,
we're putting him down there. Verlander in your prime. No, walk your ass down there. Roger, I know. Hell, Roger, if you're not going to hit him, then just walk him down there. Nobody. Not the way this nut swinging the bat. Jesus. I
don't get it. I'm with you. I don't get it.
I was wrong. You remember coming into the break, I said, hey, man, I feel like, boy, we're going to start to see teams really potentially look at just not allowing him to be a part of the game.
No.
And it's going to be tough because I feel like teams are going to just move past him more. Well, Clint was way off on there's not going to be any more injuries, and I was way off on that because they keep saying to themselves, oh, man, he beat us.
He was 3 for 4 after you went on that rant. No, after him not see. Tyler, you ain't gonna win that bet, man. They ain't gonna give him enough pitches to see. He ain't gonna get enough pitches. To see. How many? He put it at one. He put the over under at 1.5. Over under 1.5. No, it was 2.5. 2.5 pitches. Hell, he was 3 for 3 with a bomb. 3 for 4 with a bomb.
I'll take a good old reverse jinx anytime.
Text line coming in. Ron wants Jordan not to win the Triple Crown. No, I do. What? I just don't understand stupidity. When I watched him walk up there and I said, oh, they're not just walking him down there.
Mm-hmm.
I would not have let him step a foot in the box. Go ahead, man. No, man. You don't even have to throw him outside now. You get to just walk down there.
I mean, when you think of baseball, you think of like how stat driven it is. Like baseball is that numbers game we think about, and yeah, to pitch to him in that situation, given the statistics you had probably in front of you, appreciate you, dumbasser in Miami.
I am certain that they thought this is the 2019 lineup. Yep, Prime Correa is behind him. That's why we're going to avoid him. Prime Correa and Springer's behind him. That's why we're going to avoid. It is unbelievable. I cannot fathom it. Are the stupid White Sox going to do it too? Are they next? Are they developing? No, we got him right here, man. Sinkers away. That'll get him. Good God Almighty. All right, coming up, the person who has been the best when it comes to coaching the system that the Texans need C.J. Stroud to grasp and a major to where they want to get to. Wait till you hear what he has to say about the issues and what it means to be able to perfect this offense. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, power outages, they can happen
Is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Josh McDaniels, you would agree, Clint, is probably the best, at least best coach we've seen in this system that the Texans are trying to run, right?
The best mind in this offense that we're going to see here and that we saw last year.
Yep.
In Houston, no doubt.
Yeah, he's the best, had the most success of what's happening, and I think probably over the years shaped it to kind of where it is. And he spoke first. There's a couple of things he had to say, but he spoke first on, I would say maybe to you, Clint, the thing that's going to be the challenge, maybe more towards the challenge of what is going to happen with CJ in terms of the challenge for him in this offense. Here's Josh McDaniels. He's the current OC for the Patriots, but has been, as we talked about, one of the best ones in this system.
Who's going to do the stuff prior to the ball being snapped?
Yeah.
All the quarterbacks have to do the same thing once the ball's in their hand. They got to understand what happened relative to the protection or the pressures. They have to read the coverage. They have to identify a guy that they think is open and make accurate throws and protect the ball. Like everybody does the same thing once the ball's snapped.
That part, what he talked about in particular there, that part, I know you feel yourself, and you've said it on here multiple times, that is not the problem part for CJ.
Look, that's the part where CJ is good at. I mean, I laugh at people when they talk about CJ can't read coverages and CJ can't do this and CJ can't do. When it comes to post-snap, ball in hand, making throws, using your footwork, navigating the pocket, staying in posture, the snap throws, the quick release, the accuracy down the field, when the pocket's nice, knowing where to go with the football and things of that nature, CJ's as good as anybody in the league doing that. I mean, CJ is when CJ knows what's going on and he's in that pocket physically throwing the football, he is as good as anybody in the league. Look, now I know there's better arm talents, there's stronger arms, but I'm just talking about at the NFL level, from the pocket, delivering the football, recognizing, hey, it's cover two, the weak spot's the middle of the field or the whole shot's down the side. Hey, if the backers get out of there, check the ball down. If the backers suck up on any kind of play action, boom, we're going to hit the hole over the top of them. Like he understands all of those things as well as anybody out there. So that part of the emphasis there is on the physical. No matter what system you're in, physically NFL quarterbacks can all do those things for the most part. The next part of what Josh McDaniels talks about is more what is in question here.
The challenge for CJ.
Definitely the challenge, but you could say without a contract extension, clearly it's a true question. Hey, I just need some more time to learn this. It is a true question mark within that organization whether CJ can or cannot, quote unquote, climb the mountain.
Yeah. This is McDaniels really pushing maybe the difficult, what it appears have been the difficult part for CJ and this offense in year one.
Really what we're talking about is pre-snap response, protect the ball. Like everybody does the same thing once the ball snapped. Really what we're talking about is pre-snap responsibility.
Pre-snap responsibility.
That's it. And so I always looked at it like a mountain. Like at the beginning, we're at the bottom, we're trying to climb it. And at the beginning, when you start talking to them about making the calls and setting the protections and dealing with the run game and all those things that we taught our players how to do, it's harder because it's foreign. It's not that they don't understand it. It's just different.
Yeah.
And so at the beginning, they're at the bottom of the mountain. You look up and you're like, God damn, that's a tall mountain.
Yeah.
You know? But I always felt like as we went through the first year, all right, you're getting up the mountain. You know it. I know it. We all know it.
Yeah.
And then once you get to the top of the mountain, now there's nothing left to climb because you understand it. You understand how to manipulate the protection, how to solve your issues with Blitz Zero and those kind of things, and just be able to do it at a high level.
Yeah.
Yeah. And those are the things I know you've talked about in their own ways. They've talked about are the things that have got to be the next level for them. And I think it's probably not foreign to most quarterbacks.
Well, I think this particular soundbite to me is the most interesting one, obviously, because I think there's so many questions. Like I said, I think if this organization was convinced that CJ could climb that mountain, he'd have an extension. Number one. Right. Number two, in this offense, it's what CJ has to deal with. Where in that climb is CJ Stroud? And did D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio hire a guy that's going to run a system that's going to take 3 years for a quarterback to figure it out and get to the top of the mountain and before it becomes easy, before they've mastered the system? So that's another question. But right now, right here where we sit right now is where is CJ in that climb of the mountain? Is this one of those deals? In the playoffs, it looked like he was still in that first quarter mile. He's still just starting to climb in the playoffs. The regular season looked like he was starting to figure some things out. And so where is C.J. Stroud on that mountain, and how patient are folks willing to be with C.J. Stroud as he tries to master this offense? I thought it was really fascinating hearing the best offensive mind in this system talk about the challenge that a quarterback is up against. And when you take that and you put it into perspective of the Texans and the opportunity that was last year, the opportunity that's going to be this year with this great defense, and the contract situation with CJ, it's going to be a fascinating. I think this is an offense that you just pick up overnight.
No, clearly the way he just talked about it, and they compared it to the other more popular offense, which is kind of the West Coast, and then that's kind of where the Shanahan, McVay kind of
right
folds off.
Right. I had Tyler cut this off because we don't want to have a soundbite that's 4 minutes long, but he did go on to say, well, yeah, look at some of the guys that have done. Peyton Manning did it that way. Tom Brady did it that way. To a certain extent, Pat Mahomes did it that way. I said, well, damn. I mean, that's Mount Rushmore quarterbacks right there you just mentioned. So I hope we can get there. But nonetheless, it is a – I think that soundbite to me really you could attack in so many different ways as it pertains to the Texans, right? Where's CJ at? How patient are you going to be with him? Did D'Amico think of this when he hired, or when Nick hired Nick Caley and decided to put this system in, kind of deal? It is.
I mean, there are a lot of questions to it because one, it is really easy when you hear that to compare him to, all right, who is somebody that's young and that's in this system right now? Well, not Tom, but Drake May's in this system. Mm-hmm. Drake May is young, and last year was Drake May's first year in the system. All right, he had Alex Van Pelt before that. This is his first year in the system, and you would look at it and say, all right, what happened in his first year? Hell, he went to the Super Bowl, and he was second in the MVP. I do wonder how much Josh McDaniels being there with him and how he is, teaching the system and on the mountain comparative of where CJ is on the mountain.
Another angle, the Josh McDaniel angle. Josh McDaniels is probably going to be able to navigate that first, second, third year, however long it takes to master the system. He's probably going to navigate that a little bit better than a Nick Caley.
Yeah.
Right? So, we'll see how it all ends up. Hopefully CJ can figure it all out and just let them physical skills take over, and then it's all history from there.
Coming up, Texans believe it or not. And before that, I don't know if Joe Espada did this on purpose, but Joe Espada may have done arguably the best thing that he has ever done as a manager. The best move that he has ever. I would put this move, if he did it on purpose, up there with the Phil Jacksons. The greats. Bill Belichick would do this. Saban would do this.
Can we get a Tom Janovich?
I just don't know if he did it on purpose.
Can we get a Rudy T?
But it could. Rudy to do it. He pushed it. He pushed the buttons. It could be up to that standard if he did it on purpose. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, all my athletic directors, superintendents out there, maybe even my booster club and board members out there, you need to know who Fielder's Choice is. Bottom line, if you're writing a check,
insurance. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I think this may be, and we'll get to Believe It or Not here in just a second. And we've been doing that every day leading into training camp with the Texans. But, fellas, this may be the best thing as a manager Joe Espada has ever done. I am just not 100% sure he did it on purpose. We'll talk about Pete Lambert because Pete's about to just make me almost is what I expect from Big Pete. I mean, Pete gives us 6 innings, 2 earned, and pitches well enough to win the game. And he was going up against their ace, and he stayed and kept the Astros in the game until those idiots allowed Jordan to be a part of it. And then they go on and win. But Pete was big time again.
The thing with, I know you're going somewhere else. The beautiful thing about Pete, I want y'all to tell me if I'm wrong. He is damn sure peacocking out there, number one. Am I seeing stuff?
Yeah.
But the other thing about that, like watching him last night, boys, it sure looked to me like if that had been a playoff game, Pete could have gave you more. He could have went out there for 7. It seems like he's getting stronger as the game goes on.
And the other part is we've seen Pete the last 2 outings where he's really had good stuff. Yesterday, he didn't have great stuff, right? Yeah, he didn't have great stuff. I mean, he had 10 strikeouts. He's had 18 strikeouts, I think, the previous 2 starts. Yeah. He had 3 strikeouts yesterday and 2 walks, but found a way to get through his 6 innings and keep him in the game. Another quality start for Pete. But this is what Joe Espada said about Pete. Now, I don't know if he did this on purpose. But as soon as I heard it, now, I have been known to be a little messy. So, I mean, maybe I'm hearing it with my messy ears. But as soon as I heard this, I didn't think he was sending this message to Pete. I thought he was sending this message to somebody. Here's Joe Espada.
No, and there's always someone during the season and the years that I've been doing this, that there's this one pitcher that gets an opportunity and just runs with it. Or last year was Jason Alexander, and Peter is kind of being that guy for us. He has stepped up and he's been our ace, and he doesn't back down for a challenge. He goes after these hitters. He throws strikes. He's very competitive, and he's been really, really good.
I heard it. Did you?
I heard a certain something.
I heard it. Did you?
One certain term in there.
I don't know if he did this on purpose.
He's talking about Peter Lambert.
No, I'm
Ron,
just saying.
what are you talking about?
I'm just saying. He said he's our ace. Oh, really?
Yeah, and he didn't check up either.
No, he's not lying either. Now, he's not lying, but he said he's been our ace. Okay, Hunter. Then he went on to elaborate and say, he's not afraid of these guys. He's going right after hitters, throwing strikes. Not like the guy who's supposed to be our ace, who just walked 6 the last time. Not like the guy who's supposed to be our ace, who's walked nearly 20 hitters in the last 3 games. Now, he didn't say all of that, but he did say he's going right after these hitters, throwing strikes. I don't know if he did that on purpose. I don't know if he was taking that time to send a message like some of the great coaches and managers that we have seen throughout the history of sports do to challenge their guy. But to me, if Hunter Brown heard that is Hunter Brown seems like the type of dude that has the get down of what? Like that would piss him off. That would piss him off, and that would affect him in a positive way. So I don't know if Joe took that time to send a message to his true ace, Hey, you need to pick it up. Look what he's doing. This is what we need from an ace, but you're not doing it. I don't know if you did it on purpose, but I cannot wait to see Hunter Brown's next start. Kudos to you, Joe, if you did it on purpose. You might get captain back after that one.
I'm not giving him captain. Ain't no chance in hell. But I do think this was a I think it's a calculated move.
Do you? So you think he did? You think he knows what he was doing?
No question. In no way, shape, or form should Joe Espada ever refer to Peter Lambert as the ace on this team. In no world, unless he is trying to motivate. 100 Brown, or maybe even Spencer Arguetti for that matter. So look, I think it's calculated, and you made another comment there, Ron. You said, boy, if Hunter Brown hears this, that's one of them. You walk in and
make sure he hears it.
If I care about Hunter Brown and I'm his boy and I'm his teammate, I'll be like, hey man, you hear Joe? Oh, you didn't hear Joe? Here, let me play this for you. Yeah, no, absolutely. And you are correct about Hunter Brown. That's something that'll stick in his craw, and he will. The fear for me with Hunter Brown.
Not everybody reacts well to something like that. I don't think Imai would react well to that. I think Hunter Brown does.
I agree. I think Hunter's going to respond, differently to it. No question. The question I have with Hunter Brown is what we're seeing. Some kind of arm issue, shoulder issue. Again, I've heard. I don't know. I don't study the gun on every pitch in every game. But a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, maybe the velocity was supposedly down a little bit. And then you look at his stat line, and the walks are up, as you mentioned. The earned runs are up, and you just look and you're like, man, is there something wrong with Hunter Brown? If there's not something wrong with Hunter Brown, this right here ought to be what gets him right.
Yeah. Well, good for him. All right, here we go. Let's get it to a little believe it or not.
Believe it or not.
Sports Radio 610 presents
The strange, the bizarre, the unexpected.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Believe it or not.
All right, believe it or not, sponsored by no one. Seems like a perfect spot for Miracle Whip, though. No. Believe it or not, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. Believe it or not, Cade Stover is the odd man out when it comes to the tight end room and making the roster. Believe it or not.
Or not. I'm trying to be coachable here and use the right terminology. Or not. I'm gonna tell you, man. I know B. Scott disagreed with me. I'm gonna lean into maybe he just didn't come over that and watch tight ends as close, and we're gonna rethink that on training camp, that opening day of training camp. No, I think there's a different Cade Stover out there right now. He is moving completely different than what I remember him moving. Now, again. I will go on. It may be the fact that he's no longer wearing the high top Jordan 1s.
And he changed his number to a single digit.
It appears that it's a little bit tighter of a jersey, so that may have something to do. Maybe you're seeing his physique more now than you were beforehand. No, I'm saying it could be that. But I'm telling you, my eyes, Ron, it was so – I did not know who it was. Like, not because he changed it. Obviously, if it had 87 on it, I'd know who it was. But like, the way he was moving – and it was from a distance. The way he was moving, I did not know who it was. So I'm gonna trust my eyes at this point in time until I see something different. And I'm gonna say that I'm gonna go or not on this one. There's no way that Cade Stover doesn't make this team and produce on this team.
Believe it or not, Cade Stover, is he the odd man out in making this team? Now, I don't know. I think he has a chance. Obviously, where they drafted him and they've liked him, but I at this point right now, and again, I have not seen him the way you and Brandon have. But I would say,
well, clearly we saw him different. we saw him different.
I'm gonna say believe it.
Believe it.
Someone on the text line just said, "I'm a believe it. I want Cade out of here." Jeez.
Oh wow, what'd Cade do to
you? Believe it.
Now I don't know if this means anything, but ESPN has not even decided to put Cade Stover on the depth chart.
Oh, well, that hurts.
But we know Dalton is the main guy.
They're firing everybody. They didn't see him in minicamp.
Yeah, I know Dalton's the main guy. I know Foster Moreau is somebody they seem to love. Now, maybe they may use him as a player coach, but that's how he sounds. But they love him. You know, Marlon Klein's not going anywhere. Obviously, he was drafted in the second round this past year. And then to me, it's probably between Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover and what they want, or if they keep somebody and have him on the practice squad or whatever. But it's probably between those two guys. And I just think Brevin Jordan's uniqueness and what he brings to the table is probably something that is better than maybe what Cade brings to the table, because I think you could probably say I can get the best of what Cade brings to the table from Foster Moreau, and then hopefully the other athletic stuff from between Brevin and Marlon Klein. So I would say that I would believe it. But they do have, I mean, that seems like a pretty good 5 tight ends when you look at it.
And the thing is do they have a fullback on the roster? And if not, can Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover do fullback things?
Yeah, British Brooks tried to take himself out of the fullback.
Yeah, I mean, 17 pounds. He's 17 pounds. He's tailback now.
Yeah. All right, we do that every day leading into training camp. Believe it or not, sponsored by no one in particular, but
Ripley.
But Miracle Whip, it's there for you. It's a perfect fit. Coming up, Clint kind of brought this up a little bit now to life. Maybe we may open up some of the phone lines and take some calls here on this one. Here's the thought. Chew on this. Do you think D'Amico is getting too much of a pass for the offensive questions on this team? Do you think D'Amico's getting too much of a pass? We'll discuss that coming up next.
It can rocket ship to the stars.
Those are my babies.
Houston.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The Drive is live.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 1 hour down here on The Drive as we are all here live and in color for you. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, say what's up to us and continue to keep the conversation going there. As I see you guys out there, I see you, Derby, Rob, T. Mill is in there dropping and talking to the people. See you, Rocky, Joel, and Dave. I see you on Twitch, so come be a part of the show. 713-572-4610. You can text. We'll actually have the phone lines open right now, so if you want to get a line, jump in, because I do want I want to get people's thoughts on this besides the people a part of the show. As I said on the other side, do you think D'Amico Ryan's the head coach is getting too much of a pass for these offensive issues? Because you talked about it yesterday. There's a list of, hey, quarterbacks 26 years or younger, and of them, the top 5 that have the best chance to win the Super Bowl. And we know how everyone feels about the Texans defense, but for some odd reason, C.J. Stroud didn't make that list because of how they feel about this offense and C.J. Stroud. But I think it's the offense as a whole, as we discussed yesterday. We have talked about everyone, even the people like a Jeremy Fowler, who I believe needs to be stopped, or a Nate Tice, who's lost his mind, look at this team and think this team can be a Super Bowl contender, but also, on the other hand, express their concerns if the offense could just be average, if the running game could just be a little bit close to average. Nate Tice said if the offensive line can go from being ish to not ish, is what he said. Like, even though those guys are the Texans believe that the offense is a problem or an issue. And we've discussed a lot, and I think you hinted towards this a little bit, so I think it's a conversation. 713-572-4610. Phone lines are open. Tyler will take care of you. We'll get you in. You can talk amongst it on YouTube and Twitch as well. Do you think D'Amico is getting a pass in this if we're not talking about him as much?
Absolutely he is. Absolutely he is. The minute he was hired, I had folks all stirred up around here because the first thing I said was, well, he better get the offensive coordinator right. And he's yet to get the offensive coordinator right. Now, we'll see what Nick Caley does, but he's yet to get the offensive coordinator right. Look, I think obviously the headline story for the Houston Texans right now is C.J. Stroud because he's the quarterback. And the quarterback's going to get too much credit when things are good, and he's going to get too much credit when things are bad. That's just the way the cookie crumbles when you're playing quarterback at any level, but damn sure at the NFL level. But as I've said many a times, you can't give that general manager a pass. He ain't been able to fix that offensive line. He hadn't given C.J. what C.J. needs to cook, right? And you damn sure can't give the defensive-minded head coach a pass because he's the one that hired Bobby Slowick, and he's the one that fired Bobby Slowick. He's the one that then turned around and handed the reins, though, because he's the most powerful guy in that building. He turned around and handed the reins on the offensive side of this thing to Nick Caserio. And Nick Caserio went out and hired more New England Patriot disciples, if you will. And there's a chance that may not work. There's a good chance that it may take more than a couple of years for the quarterback to take to that system. And absolutely. I think we've said it before, Ron. I think that one of the biggest stories in all of the NFL, the closer we get to the season, is going to be C.J. Stroud and the Texans. Whether we're talking about the contract or the lack thereof, or we're talking about the poor play in the playoffs versus can he figure things out. Right? I think that's going to be one of the biggest stories. But the minute you get through talking about that story, it needs to shift to the general manager and the head coach. Are these guys going to be able to figure out the damn offensive side of this thing? Are they going to? Is their offensive decisions going to cost the Houston Texans a chance to make a run at a Super Bowl and possibly win one?
It doesn't seem to shift over to the head coach as much.
Oh no,
you know what I mean?
I'm just talking. The honeymoon's over, but he still looks good.
Yeah, it doesn't, like, from the people we talk to every day, fans, our listeners, people text in, who social media, even from to a national standpoint, I think it slides over to CJ, definitely. I think it slides over to the offensive linemen that have been here. I think it, at some point, slides over to Nick with certain
Caserio,
people.
Caserio, about, right? Yeah.
And Kaylee. I think it both Nicks.
Sure.
Both Nick C's. I think one of them should have to go by Nicholas. I really do. Anyway,
Quite
but
frankly, it's
and I know Nicholas Kaylee.
One already does go by Kales, man.
All right, Kale. But it doesn't seem to slide over to in a way that it slid over to Mike Tomlin, in the way that it is slid over to Tony Dungy.
How about old buddy in Buffalo?
The way it's slid over to Sean McDermott. It doesn't seem to have made its way as much over there. And to kind of push your point, and we'll get to some of your thoughts here, and I see people texting in as well. We'll get to you here in a bit, Preacher. Whatever happened in year 2 with Bobby Slowick, whatever happened, because I will stand on the hill. I'm not dying, but I will stand on this hill.
Top of it.
Screaming. On the top of the damn thing. 10 toes down. I will stand on the hill. And to the whatever happened, it is a shame before God that it resulted into, hey, man, we couldn't figure this out. Because the combination of Bobby and CJ and this offense was that dude who I'm looking at, Brandon Scott, the back of his head. Brandon Scott had him as an elite quarterback after the first year. We would argue off air. We would do segments off air about it. And he's not alone. Greg Jennings had him as the MVP of the league going into year 2. And the Texans in the Super Bowl. It had us all believing, whoa, we feel like we got a dude that's going to be able to compete with the Mahomeses, with the Allens. Hell, we watched him out. We watched him outplay the Burrows on the road. Whatever happened in year 2, that should have been worked out. It should not have resulted. And I don't know. You hear things, but I don't know what's happened. It seemed like there was something behind the closed doors on how many cooks there was in the kitchen and who was running stuff and if people were working against, pulling the same rope. I don't care. That should have been worked out. And the person who should have been the one to work that out is DeMeco Ryans, the head coach. Hell, you brought him here. You got a relationship with Bobby. You should have been the one to figure out how we can work that out so that didn't just end in 2 years. And then, as you said, you then hit the emergency brake and said, hell, man, let's just go and just shift this thing all the way to a completely different offense. And whether it was you or Nick Caserio making the decision, you empowered Nick to go ahead and change all of this around. You empowered him to bring in an offensive coordinator who had already had his coaching staff hired for him before he got here. You empowered them to have a quarterback coach working with your quarterback who doesn't know the system, that's learning the system at the same time, when you know your OC is somebody who's worked with tight ends and not quarterbacks. He has, as you said, the power to have stopped all of that. If he did not want the system to be this system, he has the power to have said, no, we're going to. It's my decision. So, yeah, I think all of that falls to him. The Bobby Slowick thing, the fact that got so bad that we couldn't get another year out of it, we couldn't just test it one more year, because we saw the fact that whatever happened behind closed doors got that bad, and they couldn't figure that out is insane. And that's got to come. I don't care if you run the offense or the defense. But Tyler brought up a good point in prep earlier. He said because that defense is so good and that's his baby, like a lot of people kind of maybe overlook. Those are my babies. Damn, that's pretty good. Overlook, his role in this. He's the head coach. He ain't just a defensive coach. Hell, he stopped calling the plays. He's the head coach. So, yeah, I definitely think.
Well, hell, I mean, look, you look at it. I mean, and rightfully so. But if you look at I mean, Nick Sirianni has been to 2 Super Bowls and won one of them, and he's catching hell because he can't get an offensive coordinator to stay there. You know what I mean? I mean, so why?
Won a Super Bowl.
So why would a guy that's been to the playoff 3 straight years and his offense keeps messing the bed and it ultimately isn't good enough to get beyond the second round? Why should he get a pass? So yeah, look, I think it's just a matter of time. If they don't break through, it's just a matter of time. The truth of the matter is, DeMeco Ryans is a great football coach, a great head coach. He's a great defensive mind. But when you're talking about going from great to championship caliber, competing for championships, it's things like get the quarterback right, build around the quarterback, get the play caller right. You know what I mean? Fix the offensive line. Right? Yeah. Forget the run the ball thing. I mean, running the ball from year to year is a tough thing to do for 95% of football teams, right? Putting together a productive offense to where you're not literally the laughing stock. I mean, that's aggressive. Literally not just a mess. That's not hard to do. So, I think it's just a matter of time if they don't break through at some point. DeMeco, he'll catch a little hell over this offensive situation.
713-572-4610. Reverend KJ started off. What you got, preacher? You think he is getting a pass for the offensive issues?
First and foremost, let's state the obvious, man. You guys are the best station and best show to the Third Coast. Congrats on the move in August, man. You guys put in the work. You earned it. Shout out to show, man. Michael Jordan's still the GOAT. And I'm sitting in the car right now sipping on some Crown Royal and listening to y'all.
All right, Preach. What you got?
So, real quick, I agree with your take 100%. I'm going to go conspiracy theory real quick. I wonder when CJ's rookie year, when he had that phenomenal rookie year, I don't think it's no coincidence that the following year, when you had because it's a rookie year, the best running back was Singletary. Solid, but nobody game planning for Devin Singletary. You had a good Joe Mixon, and CJ's play went down. I wonder if some of that behind-the-screen head bumping was Bobby Slowick trying to take a stance and show him, hey, look, I rookie here, what this offense can do. Don't dummy it down. I wonder if legitimately Slowick getting run out of here and Nick Taylor being put here as more or less a placeholder is their way of trying to dictate what happens on the offense. And Clint, I know you can agree with this last point, and I'm going to let you guys have it. This is something that baffles the hell out of me every damn Sunday. One of the biggest benefits an NFL quarterback has when he comes out of that huddle is being able to look over the defense and see what blitz is coming from. See what alignment the defense is in. See what the defensive strategy is. We are still squabbling about plays getting called so damn late that by the time CJ gets out of the huddle, he got 3 or 4 seconds to snap the ball. So you've taken his biggest advantage away from him, being able to get his pre-snap reads. If a quarterback doesn't have a consistent pre-snap read, he's not going to be able to consistently get in the rhythm because he can't analyze the defense. To me, that's an offensive, that's a head coaching issue. We can say Nick Taylor, we can say Nick Caserio, but at the end of the day, heavy is the head that wears the crown, and DeMeco Ryans wears that crown. So that's on DeMeco Ryans. That's all I got for you, fellas. I'm going to sit back and listen as usual.
All right, KJ, Reverend KJ. Don't get too crazy with that crown, though, but go ahead.
No, look, I love it. I mean, it's the points that he's hitting on are all very valid points. It should be topics of conversation are great points. The biggest one is, I mean, C.J. Stroud has been in this league, and we're referring to his 3rd year and had a lot of success. We should not be talking about the things that we hear about in last year, even the year before. And you people that listen to this show heard me get frustrated with it. When every time you ask about the offense, technique, mechanics, execution, right? Oh man, breaking the huddle on time. What the hell? What are we talking about? We got really good high schools. I mean, we got really good high schools in the state of Texas. A couple of them right down the street. Damn, play clock ain't never a problem for them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It just like that can't continue to be a problem. And if it is, again, to Rev's point right there, it's got to be solved. And we're not going any further in practice until we get this point figured out. I don't care if we're gonna do it a week. We're not going any further.
Yeah, no, yeah, and I'm with you. The stuff you said about Slowick and stuff, that was weird, man. I just don't see that. You just don't see that. You can see and understand like clearly, like what happened with Kingsbury, and like there was a clear fight. But we were let known that there was a clear fight and understanding and disagreement between the head coach and and this one here, man, we just don't know. Like, he just rolled out of nowhere and was gone. So yeah, that's an odd situation. Uncle Glenn, I want to get to you on the other side as we've got a lot to get to. An update on a former Texan that you'll want to hear as well, but. We'll get to your calls coming up on D'Amico Ryans. Do you think he is getting way too much of a pass or a pass at all for what's happening with this offense? We'll discuss coming up.
All right, look, if you're in a decision-making position in the sports
Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
I'm going to protect my boy Dirty. I'm going to protect my boy Ron. And I'm going to protect my boy T.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, is D'Amico get too much of a pass? I want to get to some of these texts. They are on fire, but we got to get to our guy, Uncle Glenn. Uncle Glenn, jump in here with us. Do you think D'Amico is getting a pass, or do you think it's fair how people are judging him with this offense as the head coach?
This is very painful for me, but this ain't personal. It's business. Yeah, he's getting a pass. I hate to say that, but he is. Right. And D'Amico's going to have to get off his butt. Well, I don't even want to say what I want to say. However,
thank you for helping us out there, Glenn.
No, well, heck, y'all ain't stupid. Y'all know he's getting a pass. Come on. But one thing I got to say is I think they're going to pull it off. You got Knowles, you got Higgins, you got a player I want y'all to look out for. If that idiot Caley can get it right, is Noah Whittington coming from Oregon. He's got speed. Now, like Dirty said, you need explosive plays. You can't be plodding down the field. But if they can score. And let CJ get the ball out to his what's that boy's name from Houston?
Tank Dell. Right now.
Right. If he can come back, explosive plays. I've been watching this stuff on ESPN. It's about explosive plays. If Caley can figure it out and CJ can figure it out, and that offense, that defense is going to be good. And like I said, this is painful. I love D'Amico, but yeah, he's going to have to. No, he doesn't get a pass.
All right, I think he kind of has. I love D'Amico too, but I think it's
look. Here's the deal. I mean, what he's done in 3 years has been amazing.
Absolutely.
And truth be told, what Nick Caserio has done since D'Amico got here. In rebuilding this team.
Arguably the best culture building I've ever seen.
Yeah, culture building, top to bottom roster. Their depth on this roster, even if you don't know their names, when those guys have had to play, boy, they've been prepared. They have done a really good job. Now they've got some unorthodox ways of getting there, particularly on the offensive side of the football, but they have the depth guys. Like they ultimately landed on Titus Howard and Trent Brown last year instead of rotating guards at left guard, and that eventually worked. I don't know what the hell took them so long to get there, but it worked. I mean, hell, his predecessor hired a defensive coordinator as an OC. So I mean, what is rotating left guard? So yeah, I mean, look, it's like D'Amico and Nick have done a really, really, really good job to date. The one wart with Nick Caserio has been the inability to figure out this offensive line. The one wart with D'Amico Ryans is the inability to figure out the play caller. And one guy should be more responsible for hiring coaches. One guy should be more responsible for building the roster. Either way it goes, they're joined at the hip. Those two things have been a major
problem. With those two things is who those two things are directly connected to.
CJ, yeah. So well, I mean, that's to me again. That is part of the thing that if they don't get it figured out, eventually is going to cause the turn, because there is no denying. But we can sit here and talk about what CJ is capable of pre-snap and how what can he identify the pressure and get the perfect protection, and can he do this? We can sit around and talk about all we want, but we know that the Houston Texans at one point in one certain system had a quarterback that was playing at an MVP level. Before he knew his tail from a hole in the ground, in the NFL, he was playing at a Pro Bowl, All-Pro, MVP level. And since then, that player that you're responsible for, the better he got to know you, the better you got to know him, the more decisions y'all made together, that particular play has backslid and struggled. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So, I mean, it's at some point in time, there's going to be whether it's the quarterback situation and the offense kept you from winning a Super Bowl, D'Amico, or it's what the hell? How did C.J. Stroud regress the way that he's regressed? How did we go from a guy that you would have paid him a 10-year contract after his rookie year go to, we want to see one more year before we possibly extend you? Like, how did you go from there? The GM and the coach can't pass the buck on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's just reality.
No, yeah, and they've made many of the decisions all around. We can go to some of these texts and let's start here with Brandon, who's a loyal.
The Skeezy?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to give his last name.
I didn't know if he went in the other room and started.
No, we know him. But Brandon, he's a loyal guy on YouTube with us, said about Rev, that's the kind of take you get from someone drinking in the car. D'Amico is the reason offensive plays aren't being called fast enough. Yes. That's it. He's the head coach. He is the head coach. Is he directly the reason? No, but does it fall to him if it keeps happening? Yes. Does it? Yeah, it falls to him. It falls to him that he doesn't.
I mean, put that in perspective. That's like if I were a head coach being an offensive-minded guy and my defense 2-3 years in, I'm telling you, defense just can't get lined up. We just can't. They break the huddle, and we just can't get lined up on the right guys. I mean, that's the equivalent of not being able to get out of the huddle. So
that ultimately falls to him that he has got to have that in line because he's fired and hired. Like he's fired an OC already, and now he's hired another one. Yes. By the way, it feels like those things have been problems with both of them, to be frank with you. So it makes you wonder, hell, who where is that? Because you're right. His defense, damn it, he'd be all over their asses.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we're still in that phase. I'm not quite there yet. I think there is a pass given at this point, and when I say that, I mean the general conversations
seem to go
in our world. Yeah, they go to Nick Caley, they go to C.J. Stroud, they go to Nick Caserio way before they get to D'Amico. I think when you talk to fans, I think it's the same way. At some point, if they don't get it figured out, I think that flips.
Text line coming through. D'Amico is absolutely – these are 3 in a row, fellas. D'Amico is absolutely getting a pass because he is allowing a failed Patriots South offensive approach to reinfect this organization. Another text right after that. All coaches don't wear the crown equally. You think Ryans gives an F about the New England style of offense? Caserio is calling those shots.
You guys good?
I would say
I bet he gave an F in that playoff game last year when he was watching it come apart.
But I would also say he, who I think is a more powerful voice in the building than Nick Caserio, especially when they let go of Bobby Slowik. And I do think he is allowing that. He has allowed the imprints of the offense to be coming from the Nick Caserio part, just like he allowed himself to put the fingerprints on it when Bobby Slowik came in, because that came from where he came from. So he is allowing it. And then my favorite, Tyler, who do you want to bring in as coach and GM? You want to start all over again? Shut up. Put all your crying and bitching and moaning.
There's nothing left to talk about then. I guess we're done.
You're right.
For the record, I don't want to change head coaches.
Yeah, I don't.
just to that guy.
I don't change head coaches. And I mean, I
just want to have a conversation about his inability to figure out this offense. So that's all.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Again, as we said, this has been one of the greatest turnarounds we've ever seen. His ability to build a culture and to relate to guys that are players today and be able to command the respect on people and not have to be Bobby Knight is a special trait. He is a special head coach. This part right here, though, it's the part that is potentially going to stop him from being an elite potential all-time coach. Super Bowl winning coach is what this potentially will stop him from doing.
Well, you mentioned them all earlier. We've seen really good young defensive-minded head coach not figure out the offensive side of things. Whether it was for their entire career or is for stretches of their career, it'd be a major problem. It's not I mean, look, it ain't no difference than Zach Taylor in Cincinnati. Got a damn offense that can score 30-plus points a game, but got a defense that, I mean, it's messed through a goose. Just run straight through them.
Joe Flacco lost to the Jets by scoring 40. By scoring 39, guys.
He might be showing up next segment for you.
Joe Flacco drove his car from Cleveland to Cincinnati and started and scored 39 points in that offense. But
they lost.
He's 68 years old.
Yeah. By the way, crazy. The quarterback documentary.
That's coming up next segment.
The number he put up, Chief. The numbers he put up.
Nuts, man.
I didn't know it was that good.
Oh, yeah.
Roasted nuts.
Big mixed roasted.
Insanity.
T-Mill's Turds List. Coming up next, right here live on the Drive.
Turd Ferguson.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th. Sports Radio 610.
FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, T-Mill's Turds list is coming up here in just a bit. Who will have the gold on the medal stand? I believe he's got the trophy. Trophy right there. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see it. Before we hand this over to Tyler's Turd list, I do want to pass this along. According to our guy Aaron Wilson, Joe Mixon told former Bengals teammates that his career is likely over. Joe Mixon, who, and actually I talked with Aaron Wilson. He said this is something that isn't really that new. It's kind of something that's kind of known among circles that his career is likely over. Maybe not expected to play again, especially this year. We haven't heard him being picked up, so this kind of tracks with that. But Joe Mixon, who missed obviously all last year with the Texans, the year before that was a Pro Bowler for the Texans and over 1,000 yards and helped them get to the second round of the playoffs. But sadly enough, whatever that foot injury is or was, looks like it could be career-ending for him.
Look, it's unfortunate, but it makes sense based on what we've all seen. I mean, I heard rumblings back then that whatever it was, that whatever treatment it was that he got that went bad on that foot could have done some serious damage and ended his career. I was hoping it wasn't true, but it looks like it's leaning more towards being true. Again, it's unfortunate. It also makes sense of how the Texans have handled it to date. The fact that nobody made comments then, and the fact that nobody's made comments now about it, and it's unknown, giving a player the respect of doing that, knowing it probably ended his career, that makes sense. I mean, that's you damn sure don't want to be the guy that out of frustration or whatever that cuts him in this situation or comments on it in this situation. When knowing that, man, this is bigger than just an injury. This dude's career could be completely over. So, unfortunately, man, it's a bad deal. I hate it as a Texans fan, obviously, because we were a better football team with him. But then you move from that to just, boy, a dude's career was cut short. He was playing at an extremely high level when all this happened.
Yeah. All right, so that's the latest there with Joe Mixon there, potentially career over. All right, let's hand it off. Let's do a little Thursday, 3:45. T-Mill's Turds list of the week.
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is right. Turdish type behavior.
Here we go.
D-bag type behavior, if you will, around professional sports. It's not tolerated on this show right here on The Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, myself, Tyler Milner with you. The bronze turd this week is going to a future, I think, Hall of Fame head coach, would you guys say, and John Harbaugh.
Absolutely.
Spent, obviously, most of his Baltimore. Now with the New York Giants, John finds himself in the Big Apple. Here's a little snippet from a team meeting with the New York Giants head coach John Harbaugh had this week.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. Excited?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a little nervous?
Nope.
A little nervous? A little nervous, man. I'm nervous. Excited nervous, you know? Nervous like before a game almost, man. It's a good kick off. Standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. It's the New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow.
Say it one more time, John.
New York Giants.
Yes. If you didn't know, that's the meeting room you're in. You're with the New York Giants. And not only is it D-bag type behavior, turdish, if that's what you want to label it, it's cringy sometimes.
I'm gonna say something. He is in the perfect spot because his brother is a real weird nutcase. And I think clearly, like, it's the home. He's a little nuts too.
Yeah, he's
he's able to slide. He slides through it because Jim's crazy. Like, and so John's always been weird. John's always done a few weird things. It's just, he ain't Jim.
Yeah.
Jim wears khakis every day like he's on a cartoon show, he's Doug.
Isn't there a video? I think it was the national championship run at Michigan when they were all there together, and either mom was it his dad? I knew it was one of his parents. Did the whole did something corny as hell?
Who's got it better than us?
Yeah, who's got it better than us?
That's it.
Nobody or whatever the hell it was.
So the apple doesn't fall far.
Jack.
They get it honest. You don't get two of them corny like that just by happenstance.
He hides out of Jim's weirdness, though.
Yeah, both brothers, John and Jim, both are weirdos, both odd to some degree. Jim probably more so, but John's getting the bronze turd this week because that was just so cringy to see him. I mean, he is a respected head coach, like I said, future Hall of Famer, I think, and he's in there with his new team just being so cringy with it. New York Giants. So bronze turd, John Harbaugh. Silver turd. Have I ever given a turd award to a child, to a younger person?
Yeah, but some of them deserve it.
I don't believe you have. I mean, I've got two of them, and there's been times that each of mine could deserve a turd award. So it's fair.
I didn't think I had given one to a child. Well, that's about to change. A young man is about to receive the Silver Turd Award of the week. Have you boys been watching season 3 of The Quarterback on Netflix?
Yeah, I ran on through that one last week.
Yeah, I need to start it, really. I got through episode 1, and I kind of fell off. But in episode 1, in which the one episode I have viewed of season 3 of The Quarterback, this is what Joe Flacco, 68-year-old Joe Flacco, his young son, I don't know, probably 9, 10 years old, in episode 1 of The Quarterback, had this to say regarding his dad and his fantasy football squad that week.
If Dad goes off, I'm going to crash out.
What do you mean?
Because I benched him.
I hope he goes off.
Little tough to hear there, but if you couldn't, the kid says, man, I'm going to crash out if Dad goes off in this game. It goes off. Why? Well, because his son had him on his fantasy football.
Well, we later found out his wife had benched him too, and that's all right. That son there went on, I believe, to throw 2 interceptions in a little league game he played on later on himself. He threw 2 picks himself.
Yeah, maybe you should be practicing a little more. You little turd.
That's a good point.
He did. Yeah, I remember he rolled out.
Buddy undercut him. It was CJ in a playoff game. Buddy,
this new generation, man.
Maybe Joe should have benched your ass.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. He's
out there with my name on your back throwing picks like that. You little punk.
I'm a champion.
So we have a little turd. A little turd for the silver
plate off the back of that jersey. Coach, no more names.
Just put your first name.
Joe Flacco's young son, he gets the silver turd. Now the gold. The golden turd. And if you are with us on YouTube and or Twitch, I am holding the glorious gold turd trophy in my hand. It is an honor and a privilege to receive this each week. Yes. Gold's going to go. Yeah, it is, in my mind anyway. But it's crazy up in my dome, so who knows. The gold turd this week is going to go to a familiar face around Houston, Texas. Familiar face that once was wearing an Astros jersey, now up in Detroit. The guy with the fake hair, I'm talking about Framber Valdez, because if you did not know, his last start, Framber, for the Detroit Tigers this week, I believe Tuesday. Well, Framber wasn't able to get out of the first inning. He allowed 6 runs, 5 hits, 2 walks, a hit by pitch, and 6 earned runs in only 2/3 of an inning. For the Detroit, allowed all that to the Cubs. Good riddance. Don't have any doubts, Astros fans. It was the right move. Not saying every move this squad makes is the right move, but it was the right decision to let Framber walk. This guy's a psychopath. He can't decide if he wants fake hair or not. He's sweaty as all get out. And He's now not able to get out of first innings of baseball games. Framberg gets the gold.
Hey. Your rules for making he put somebody on the podium for poor play,
turdish play,
for a bad night.
I police turd behavior, turd play on a field, all of it.
Eli should be on this list 4 or 5 times. Homer Mike should have been on this list. Good God. Real quick, I do have honorable mention. The entire organization of the Miami Heat. Pat Riley first earlier in the week when addressing the situation between Bam and Tyler Hero said he feels bad for what happened to Bam.
Just missed the third podium.
And if we don't remember, Bam is the one who walked up on site and just gave Tyler Hero a shot to the face, and everybody's been making fun of Tyler Hero for about 2 weeks, and Pat says he feels bad for what happened to Bam.
I like that honorable mention. That's a good one.
And then also the idiots in their social media department who set
that was a big candidate.
Who set the post to saying, "Hey, introductory
they scheduled an introductory press
for LeBron James on Monday, the 27th." Oops, man.
Wonder where LeBron's going.
By the way, their LinkedIn, it says they're looking for a social media director for the Miami Heat. If you go to their LinkedIn, it says,
sorry, bro.
I got an honorable mention.
You got
whoever tried to leak 95.7.
God, dog, man.
I heard you mentioning this at the start of the show when I was back here getting set up. I need to off air maybe. I don't know anything about this.
There's not. It just.
Well,
you're gonna be pissed then.
Conspiracy theory, huh?
Well, I mean, no. I mean, there was some things that
I didn't hear anyone
leaked. I don't think it got ruined.
It didn't get ruined, but somebody in outside our building in the media world knew about 95.7 before we announced it.
Ooh,
and
wasn't a 610 person?
Well, I don't know who the leak was. Oh, that knew about it?
Yeah.
No, it was no, absolutely not. It was arguably the one person you hope didn't know.
Well, it's a great
somehow found out.
Yeah.
Whoever that leak was, you're a turd.
Agreed. You may not be bronze, silver, or gold, but you're right off to the right of the podium.
There you go.
Yeah.
What you got? You've got to let this leak go.
Huh?
You got to let the leak and stop putting it on Patrick Creighton.
The New England Patriots offense of the early 2000s is exactly what the Houston Texans are trying to be in 2026. One might say the pioneer, I don't know, but definitely one of the best minds to ever be in charge of that particular offense is Josh McDaniels. He's the OC now in New England on a podcast with Julian Edelman and talked about the difficulty of this New England offense versus other offenses for quarterbacks to learn, to master, and ultimately to win in this system. It's a system C.J. Stroud's quarterbacking, y'all. It's a system that's got to get us beyond the second round, y'all. It's a system that C.J. Stroud's got to quarterback to some kind of extension if he's going to be a Houston Texan. We'll hear from Josh McDaniels and Cuss and Discuss next, right here on Sports Radio 610.
Let's get it on, baby.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Every touchdown, every tackle, every Thirsty Thursday, Football Friday, and Reaction Monday, every conversation on your drive home.
here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Talking about boners, T. Boy, if you'd have had me, hey, T, if that golf game would have happened today,
I'd have whooped your ass.
Hey, Coach, somebody would have had to show up at the golf course and pull my leg out of your tail end, boy.
I was gonna ask Show if he'd caddy for me.
I'd have been knee deep. I'd have been knee deep in your tail, man. All up in you.
You hit a few today?
Oh, did I hit them? Oh man, it was a beautiful day, and that's why I'm gonna go ahead and my Dirty's Daily today. It's powered by Fred Marty. Tyler, I don't know. You're a young buck. I don't know if you know Fred, but
doesn't sound familiar.
Some of my Cougars out there, some of my old head Cougars out there may know. He's a member of the 1962 undefeated national champion golf team at U of H. By the way, known as the Cougar. Right now, that the definition of the Cougars changed a little bit. I don't know if Fred would take that name and run with it in 2026, but back in the day, it was. I'm sure it was perfect. Very fitting, given he was from the U of H team, obviously. Played on the PGA Tour from 64 to 80. Most importantly, Baytown boy. And
which side?
I don't know. Back in the 60s, I don't know where Fred was.
Oh, in the 60s, were there two? There was only one high school at that point, right?
In the 60s? Yeah, because my mom was the first class.
I was about to say, when did Sterling?
My mom was the first class at Sterling, and she was born in 50, so that'd be. I don't know.
I don't know. I didn't know that Tyler and Linda were both Sterling kids.
Oh yeah, hey, look here, Linda straight over at Lee side, just like Lauren did.
I didn't know you and Linda went to Sterling.
Hey, most
them
of
Rangers, baby.
Most of the smart chicks over where Tyler went to school, they ease over on the south side and find them a good man that went to Lee, one of them Ganders.
But Lee was there first, right?
Yes, yeah, okay. Yes, absolutely. The original, the OG, no doubt. But Fred, I'd met Fred a few times. I doubt he remembers, but there's not too many PGA Tour pros that come from the Dirty over there. I'd met him a few times and happened to be at the range in the bay next to me today out at Eagle Point. And they were over there talking about taking a little of the air out of their shots, kind of hitting just a lower shot out there, and I am a pop-up hitter. Even when I'm striking the golf ball good, I hit it ridiculously high. And they were over there talking about, the art of what kind of shot am I talking about? Knockdown. The knockdown shot. Just keeping it low, keeping it out of the wind, throwing a little dart up there.
A little baby draw on it.
Well, his was, yes. So I went ahead and asked Tyler. I ain't bashful.
I'm just out there surviving.
I ain't bashful. I said,
the more you can learn, the better right now for your game.
Well, no question. I said, hey, I hit the ball way too high. What y'all over talking about that knockdown? Like, what's the? Give me one quick.
Got to deal off that club face, son.
Well, you got to definitely get your hands way in front of the ball, which you got to open your stance up a little bit. And anyway, my man Fred Marty, he taught me a little bit about that, and we sat there and broke good bread about the similarities between swinging a golf club and throwing a football, being a quarterback. So after his tour, Fred was a coach at a couple of different golf courses. In Arizona, ended up back at Evergreen in Baytown for a while.
I used to work there.
Love that course, man. Love that course.
Wait, did you say he worked there?
He did back in the day. He was I believe, with a pro there back in the day.
What's his name? Say his
Fred Martin.
It sounds familiar, and that might be it.
He would have fired. I think he would have fired you.
Oh no,
I think he.
No. Not you. Get an employee like me. You hold on to him as long as you can.
Fred would have held on to you.
That boss lady and boss man.
He hated to lose you. That's right. You hear that, Sarah? You hear that, Parker?
Seriously, I may have crossed paths with him out there at Evergreen. I worked there for a good while.
It wasn't but about 2 minutes, man. About 3-4 swings, 3-4 balls. Boy, I was hitting that knockdown shot out there.
Got you right.
I'm telling you, man. Big shout out, Fred. I appreciate it. Good to see you again. And little did you know, you're going to help me kick the hell out of Tyler whenever he lets the cojones hang and he gets out on that golf course with him.
And I wish
4 or 5 years running on this.
Hey, man, it's got legs, man. It's got legs.
Building anticipation.
We're going to make it happen.
It's worse than LeBron.
Well, I tell you, you said 4 or 5 years. Well, we're 1 year into this here experiment that we're fixing to talk about, and I hope it doesn't take 4 or 5 years. The Texans, it ain't no secret, man. They are trying to run the Tom Brady Tom Brady New England offense. Right? And I would argue that other than Tom Brady, the best offensive mind that's ever been in charge of that offense or a part of that offense is Josh McDaniels. He is now back in New England as the offensive coordinator. His quarterback, Drake May, made a run to a Super Bowl as well as was up for MVP and had one of those crazy statistical years where he had the highest completion percentage and the highest yards per completion or yards per pass. It was a wild combination of stats that typically don't happen.
Most yards. Yeah, no, he had most yards a game.
Was it most? I thought it was most yards and completion percentage. It was the ones that he led the league in. So anyway, it was either way. It was a strange combo of stats that you got to be really, really good to accomplish. So Josh obviously knows what he's talking about. But Josh went on a podcast with Julian Edelman. Big shout out to Houston Stressens again, by the way, for feeding this audio to me. It'd be hard to find otherwise. But Josh McDaniels talked about, he was talking specifically, and this is unique because this is the system that we're running, and we've got a young quarterback that is 1 year into this system and clearly was inconsistent and has some communication problems at the line of scrimmage, and I believe isn't a great fit for this system. But the fascinating part of this is Josh McDaniels is specifically talking about how difficult the New England offense is versus other offenses for quarterbacks to play well. And I want to start with the part of Josh talking about what we all know, or what I know, CJ does really, really well. Here's Josh McDaniels talking about once the ball snapped, how good NFL quarterbacks are. They're called post-snap.
Who's going to do the stuff prior to the ball being snapped?
Yeah.
All the quarterbacks have to do the same thing once the ball's in their hand. They got to understand what happened relative to the protection or the pressures. They have to read the coverage. They have to identify a guy that they think is open and make accurate throws and protect the ball. Like everybody does the same thing once the ball's snapped.
Now, I know it's hard for some to believe that ending right there with protecting the ball, CJ didn't do that well in the playoffs, but big picture, CJ does those things well. Scrimmage, hey, that's quarters, or hey, that's 6, or hey, that's 4, that's 2, whatever. He can get to the line of scrimmage and say, hey, this is an over front. They're going to bring, they potentially could bring a wheel safety blitz out of this. I mean, read and recognize and seeing it, what's going on, is not a problem for CJ. Mechanics, techniques, footwork, delivering the football accurately at all levels of the field, not a problem for CJ. All the post-snap stuff, right, that you ask a quarterback to do, if the pocket's clean, CJ can do it as well as anybody in the league, right? And I'm not comparing arm strengths and arm talents and all that jive. He's elite at the NFL level with those things. Now, the next part that Josh McDaniels is going to talk about in terms of this particular offense that the Texans are running, the next part is the hard part. And I love the way Josh puts it. And this is exactly what C.J. Stroud is up against. Here is Josh McDaniels talking about the tough part of learning and playing well in this offense.
Really what we're talking about is pre-snap responsibility.
Pre-snap responsibility.
That's it. And so I always looked at it like a mountain. Like at the beginning, we're at the bottom, we're trying to climb it. And at the beginning, when you start talking to them about making the calls and setting the protections and dealing with the run game and all those things that we taught our players how to do, it's harder because it's foreign. It's not that they don't understand it. It's just different.
Yeah.
And so at the beginning, they're at the bottom of the mountain. You look up and you're like, damn, that's a tall mountain.
Yeah.
But I always felt through the first year, all right, you're getting up the mountain. You know it. I know it. We all know it.
Yeah.
And then once you get to the top of the mountain, now there's nothing left to climb because you understand it. You understand how to manipulate the protection, how to solve your issues with blitz zero and those kind of things, and just be able to do it at a high level.
Yeah,
that is exactly what C.J. Stroud is up against. And I've got several different Texans angles here for the record. Did D'Amico know that this kind of offense that's this difficult to learn for a quarterback, or the mountain is that hard to climb for a quarterback? Did he know after year 2, going into year 3 of CJ's career, did he know that this was that difficult of a system? Did Nick Caserio know it when he hired Nick Caley and plugged him into this thing, right? How good of a fit is his quarterback? The real question here ultimately is how far up the mountain is CJ, and how patient are you willing to be in this offense with one CJ Stroud, right? And here's the interesting part. I think CJ's still starting his initial climb. Personally, I think there's some understanding, some know-how, but there's inconsistencies, so he's starting that climb, right? I believe this is probably a 3-year process at the very least before you fully understand what this offense is capable of doing, and you can fully stand at the top of the mountain and handle all the pressures, manipulate the protections, and everything that Josh McDaniels just talked. I think it's at least a 3-year process. Here's the interesting part, Ron, with this audio, and really relating to Houston. If this were a situation with Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and C.J. Stroud, where it's, hey, man, we know this is our guy. We know this guy can pick up this offense. It's just a matter of time. We're going to bring Nick Caley in here, and we're going to live with a rough couple of years, and we're going to let CJ climb that mountain, but we know he's our guy. If they knew that, they would have already given him extension.
Yeah.
So to me, as a fan, this is one of those, I don't mind the team saying I want to see one more year. But as a fan, you look at this thing and you go, okay, can CJ climb this mountain at all? Can CJ get close enough to the top to where they say, this is our guy in this offense?
We're going to give you your flowers.
Let's go ahead and pay him. I think the fascinating part of this is just Josh McDaniel, the best mind that's ever been in this system outside of Tom Brady, is literally telling us how hard it is for C.J. Stroud to learn and play well in this offense immediately. It's going to take time, folks. How patient are you willing to be?
I wonder, did they look at him and think, this is a system, because they know him better than we do. They've worked with him. Did they look at him and think, this is a system that we really think he can be great at?
Yep.
Right? Because we've already seen him be great in one system. They looked at it, is this a system he can be great in? They say, this is a system that we want to be in. And let's go that way. That to me is intriguing, to just switch, because that's a ballsy thing to switch something that we've seen him be so good at.
I think it's Ron, I think it was sold to D'Amico Ryans in a way that, hey man, this offense is going to protect the quarterback. It's going to minimize mistakes, and we already play great defense. Let's go this direction. I think that's how it's sold to D'Amico Ryans. The conversation shifts when you realize that C.J. Stroud is struggling with that mountain that he has to climb in order to master this offense, and ultimately, as Josh McDaniel said, the learning is over when you get to the top of the mountain. You know it all. That's the challenge. Here's another part that I think, if we're just having an open conversation with Texans fans or anybody that covers the team, the interesting thing is this was the same thing that Deshaun Watson was up against.
Yeah.
And if you remember, the most popular phrase in town when Deshaun Watson was sure having success, but it still just wasn't a great fit. If you remember correctly, it was square peg, round hole. I mean, every day. And if you remember correctly, it was Deshaun Watson standing at the line of scrimmage, trying to figure out the best protection while the play clock is ticking down and snapping the ball late, and it was an absolute cluster, in critical moments. So this isn't the first time we've seen a young quarterback struggle in this system. And this ain't the first time we've hit square peg, round hole, or is it, hey, man, it just takes a while to learn the system. All right, that's the reality of what's going on in Houston right now is how quickly can a young quarterback that we've seen play really well learn a very difficult offense It is a huge gamble. If he can't figure it out, if he doesn't show progress next year, I think they move him. If he does show progress and he starts figuring it out, I think they pay him. It's that simple.
Yeah. But some reason they felt like he could. Some reason they felt like he could excel in this. And as you said, convinced D'Amico, whoever made the decision altogether that this would be the best thing. Where do you think he is on the mountain, so to speak? It's just to give the thought process of what Josh was saying. Where do you think he is on the mountain?
I think he's in the lower half. Yeah. I think he's in the lower half, but that could take a turn. Like he's going to start climbing faster, if you will, as he starts picking this offense up and as he quote unquote buys in to this offense. Right. That's ultimately the hope and the prayer. It's either going to be one of those like, hey man, I can't lose no more weight. I've been busting my tail and I've plateaued, man. I can't do it no more. Or it's going to be one of those like, shoot, I mean, I can climb all day. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. Boy, they let you know it's different than the West Coast. It's different than the Shanahan offense. Yeah. It's a different animal.
That's wild that the whole premise of the conversation was quarterbacks asked to do more pre-snap in one system versus the other. It's crazy that two systems that have had that much success in the NFL, literally one of them minimizes the responsibility you put on the quarterback down to damn near nothing, and the other one's like, nope, you get it all.
And one of them, we've seen 100 quarterbacks be great at it. The other one, coming up next, where does your college football team belong? What tier? Where? And this university has had a hell of an offseason.
It's a disrespectful question to ask me.
Well, we didn't ask you. Or me.
Fair, well played.
My tier's not on there. Where do the Texas Tech Red Raiders live? Should they be the expectations of holding up the gold trophy in Vegas? Should they be college football playoff or better make a bowl game? We'll talk Texas Tech coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, we got to talk about that chronic joint pain that's slowing you down, man. Maybe it's not you. Maybe it's one of your loved ones that is dealing with this pain, and you've watched them just slowly
Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as college football gets closer and closer, we've been looking at some of these schools that you care about and where you think they fall. Because I am about people being realistic. And there is no other place in which people aren't as realistic when it comes to where their school is in college football.
Boy, I didn't know where you was going to go. I thought you was fixing to offend half the listeners.
You know where you're going to say. I would never do that. Right? Now, some schools aren't. Me, I'm very, well, that's not true either. Last year, I really thought Kansas had a chance to
Jayhawks are going down.
to make it to the Big 12 championship game. That did not happen. Not close at all. But
building a new field, ain't they?
They built it.
Oh, it's done.
Yeah, they built it. Yeah.
They'll get there, man. They'll get there.
Well, they won't. I mean, we want a real Orange Bowl.
Listen to this guy.
I like that out of you.
Played all the
we
games.
heard Tyler. Watch your mouth. We heard how Elko is, motivates his team.
He said, "Let's take a look at that trophy case.
It's empty."
I love it.
Elko went and took Johnny's Cotton Bowl out of that bad boy and said, "No."
I was wondering when he said it. He's like, "Go look, take a look at the trophy case."
I said, "They got two of them. They got an Orange Bowl. They got a Cotton Bowl." He went and took them out.
My man said it's empty.
It's empty. Ain't nothing in there.
No lies detected.
But let's move to Texas Tech. The Texas Tech Red Raiders. I know there are a lot of fans here. They got those. They got their tortillas taken away from them after.
I think it's Bush League, by the way.
Well, it was
throwing tortillas or taking them away.
Taking them away. Tortillas ain't hurting nobody, man.
It was being that it was the game they played Kansas is when it all happened. It was a little aggressive.
Was it?
It was a little aggressive.
I wonder if old boy had bet on that game.
They got off to the races pretty quick on that Kansas defense. So it was as if
he must have had a lot of money on that game.
I didn't. I watched it.
No, the quarterback.
But it's as if you ever see the hat trick and how the staff around hockey arenas have to go around and all walk around and pick up the hats until that's what it was.
Don't they pick up squids too or octopuses or something like that?
But they got to just stop play.
Yeah.
That's what they had to do.
What's
multiple times they had to. No, that's not okay. Multiple times they had to walk around there and pick up the damn tortillas. They had to stop play. They had to hold the kickoff.
That was a lot of baked goods out there.
Then they had to make an announcement. Joey had to get on and make an announcement to stop throwing them. So they lost that.
I mean, anything in excess is
included breaded items.
You don't think they should just take it completely away from them?
Yeah, no, limit them to one throw.
Well, they buying them up, man.
Frisbee that thing.
Hey, man, during the football season, home game, boy, you better get to the damn HEB if you plan on making tacos.
Hope it wasn't.
They sold the hell out. Oh my God, those grocery stores.
Tortillas.
Nobody's more pissed than them grocery stores. Oh, boy, they was banking on all them tortillas to be gone. Anyway, where do they stand? Be thinking of this 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in here. Thinking of where they stand. Should the expectation for Texas Tech, who did make it to the college football playoff last year and played in the Orange Bowl, and then it did not go well against Oregon. But should they be in the expectation space of hold up the gold trophy in Vegas, or the expectation of they better be in the college football playoff or better make a bowl game? And real quick, before I let you jump in here, Clint, it is widely expected that they should be a major contender for the Big 12 championship. Their over-under is set at 10.5 regular season wins, even with their quarterback situation. We all know the Brandon Sorsby situation where they were in hopes and they were going to do anything they could for him to be the starting quarterback. But it looks like they're going to have to go with Will Hammond, who did play some for them last year but did get injured with an ACL as well. But it looks like Will Hammond will be the quarterback, but everybody's impressed with their defense. And the biggest thing is, Clint, their schedule is, I'll be honest with you, if they had Brandon Sorsby, it would be a shame if they didn't run the table until they got to the Big 12. They probably still should. They somehow got their schedule, Clint, with no BYU or Utah on it. Those are the two other teams that are really good. They've got two ranked teams on their schedule right now, and that's number 23 TCU and number 24 Houston. Where should the expectation be without Sorsby? So there's some difference there. What's the expectation be for Texas Tech to you?
Well, I think I would have been with Sorsby. This is the one team that I would have said national title.
You'd have contemplated a national title.
Yeah. Just because of what they're doing. Not only did they find their coach, not only did they appear to have found their quarterback, Not only have they been there before, but they are leading the way from an NIL perspective. I'm not saying overall. I don't know where they rank, when you bump them up against Ohio State and all that. But when you talk about in Texas, big money, willing to spend, one of their donor, the Board of Regents or whatever the hell his name is where the money's at. They're not hiding it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. They're spending money in several sports. I think the expectations are probably unhealthy in Lubbock, and I would say that it was national championship or bust. Now, with the quarterback situation, I think you're still in a position where you better be able to get to the college football playoffs. This was a team last year that I watched, and I thought they were a better quarterback away from being a real contender. I thought they were a better quarterback away, which I knew they had money, from really making a run at a national title. And it seemed like they found their guy until obviously the betting became an issue. So
yeah.
I got to pump the brakes a bit. But I still think Texas Tech is a college football playoff or bust team.
They have to be.
Have to be.
Their schedule should have them waltz into the Big 12 championship game. Now there, we'll see. Who knows? Do they beat? You would think BYU or Utah. Those are the other two tougher teams. As we talked about Houston earlier, Houston, I think they've run into almost all of them. And in the difference of their schedule is just. I mean, even the non-con is not even. It's not. Well,
he was trying. Yeah, he was trying to trade up. He was trying to trade one of his walkovers for Texas.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Said, "No, we don't need it."
No, we don't. Yeah. No, we're gonna hold right here. Yeah, and that's the thing is, they just have to win their conference, obviously, to get in. And I mean, I think they have and I think you spoke about it. What they've been able to do, they have the most talent of anybody in the conference.
Yep.
The way that they're using their NIL funds. I mean, I'm serious. They're non-conference, Tyler. Abilene Christian, Oregon State, Sam Houston State.
Ooh, them Bearcats are sneaky good, man.
Bearcats gonna go get them.
And their toughest game.
Huntsville's dangerous.
I mean, I don't know what Baylor's looking like. I don't think a lot, but that maybe they got a road game at Baylor.
Baylor got that kid that from here, Lagway, that went to Florida.
Did they get DJ?
He transferred to Baylor.
We'll see.
Should be healthy.
Maybe they're better. That's a tough one, but their two tough games are Houston at TCU, and they get them both in Lubbock without the tortillas. But yeah, I'm with you. I think this is. I don't know if Brandon Sorsby was there. If I would push it up past this.
Oh, I would. And that's not a feel like Sorsby was. I thought he was a good quarterback. I thought he was first round, but I'm not saying like he was a world beater. But you went out and paid $5 million for a quarterback. You at that point you got to right. I mean you were already there last year. You went out and bought a $5 million a year quarterback. The only reason you would do that is we're World Series. We're national championship or bust, right?
I don't. But now I'm then looking at them. All right, once they get there. What do they look like against Georgia, Ohio State? Yeah. Those Notre Dame, who's probably going to waltz its way through. I love the way they look against everybody else in that Big 12 conference because we saw them against Oregon, and I thought that was maybe going to be an even game, and that was not.
Mm-hmm.
They
had opportunities, but Oregon was the bigger, better team.
Yeah. All right, Texas Tech, I'm with you. I got them at college football playoff. It will be a shame before God. And Joey would have to answer some real questions if they don't win that conference. They should win the conference. All right, coming up, should Joe Espada be the captain again? Should Joe Espada be the captain again? Man, I thought Joe Espada was one of the. I thought he was Bill Belichick. Oh, not the Bill with the girlfriend. Old Bill Belichick.
He had a Little Rock girlfriend back.
He had the younger wife. Yeah, the younger that one. Not the young wife. Not the young wife.
The Little
but
Rock
the younger
girl.
wife. Yeah, she was young.
When he was fishing in Little Rock.
Yeah, when he was fishing that one. Yeah,
he avoided motorcycles.
Winning Super Bowls.
Super Bowls. He made that kind of statement as a manager. We'll let you hear that and discuss coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, it takes just 1 second. A distraction.
610 at BlueChew.com.
Come on, Joe!
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Joe Espada may have to regain his captain status for this.
He never had captain status.
That's not true. He's Captain Joe, and
Yes,
you know it.
It isn't true in your view, I guess.
You get to 500, we might have a conversation.
We better have some lineups, I can tell you that.
Now, listen, Clint. I know that I was the one that really went with the captain thing, but I'm going to need you to up your standards. Don't you give him that for 500. It's got to be better than that. You didn't have him as a captain.
I was talking about me and you having a conversation, not me and Joe.
Oh, I was going to say you didn't have Joe. You didn't have Joe as a captain as a playoff team, let alone you continued to believe.
Well, I mean, you tried to speak it into existence. Hell, I mean, at some point, me and Tyler get tired of fighting this thing.
I mean, it's a long season, y'all.
I'd stick to it. Listen, I'm not kidding you. This here is the best thing that I've ever seen Joe Espada do as a manager. Now, we have complained fairly about some of his things. If he says it is still a lot of baseball left to play,
It's a long season, man.
yes, he's gonna just make you lose it because he'll say it tomorrow.
Altuve's off again today, isn't he?
Altuve off with a chance to sweep ahead of a day off for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He gives him back-to-back days off.
That was a no-brainer for me.
At least he plays Jordan every day. He's completely shot Christian Walker's confidence. But anyway, we're not here to talk about the things that he has done
The Christian combo.
in a negative sense. Pete Lambert, who I mean, we're beyond saving grace to Pete Lambert. Peter Lambert, as he calls him. Sorry, Peter. Peter Lambert is he is the best. Has been the best pitcher on this staff, and I don't know how right now at this point he's not the person you feel the most comfortable with when he has the ball when it's his turn in the rotation. Okay, because look up because tomorrow I believe is. Who is it tomorrow? Is it Spencer? Is it either Spencer or Ron Elliott? Spencer or Getty. Good luck. Cross your fingers. Whew. And Pete did it again last night. 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned. He had been really big on the strikeouts in his previous starts. He had only 3 Ks last night, but was able to keep the walks down and get himself out of trouble when he got into it and give his team a chance to win. And eventually those idiots pitched to Jordan with the game on the line late. But what he said after the game, and I want you all to listen to this, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do you believe, because I believe Joe Espada has taken a real challenge, and this message is not about Pete Lambert. This message is about his ace, Hunter Brown. That's how I took it. I just don't know if he did this deliberately. Did he know what he was doing? Did he do it on purpose, or was this an accident? Because if he did it on purpose, this is right out of the playbook of some of the greatest managers trying to challenge their players. This is what he said about Pete Lambert. I believe he was talking to Hunter Brown. You let me know if you think he did this on purpose, or is this just an accident in the way that he's potentially challenged Hunter Brown?
No, and there's always someone during the season and in the years that I've been doing this, that there's this one pitcher that gets an opportunity and just runs with it. Or last year was Jason Alexander, and Peter is kind of being that guy for us. He has stepped up and he's been our ace, and he doesn't back down for a challenge. He goes after these hitters. He throws strikes. He's very competitive, and he's been really, really good.
He has been our ace. He does not back down. He goes after these guys. He throws strikes. He's very competitive. Now, I don't know, Tyler, if this is deliberate, if he did this on purpose. But everything he said is, Tyler, who is the ace on this team?
That would be the Diesel Hunter Brown.
Big game.
Yeah. What's been an issue for Hunter Brown here of late in his starts?
All of it.
Walks.
Getting
his
to
control.
The fifth inning.
His control so much so Clinton has with the shoulder again.
Allergic to the strike zone.
His control, he walked 6 guys his last a career high last time out.
Yikes.
4 or 5 before that start.
Not as bad as Framber, but yikes.
Yep. 17 between 17 to 20 walks his last 3 starts. Whew. So he came out here and replaced the ace. In his comments, he came out here and said he goes after these guys. He's throwing strikes. He's competitive. Tyler, you know Joe as much as we do. Do you think Joe knew what he was doing and did this deliberately, or you think I'm giving too much credit to Joe? Or do you think this is just an accident and Joe legit was just talking about Peter Lambert?
You might be giving him a little too much credit, but I cannot say at all that it's not possible that he was sending a message because, as you said earlier, I mean, this is a blueprint for a coach, a manager. This is a blueprint on how to get a guy fired up. So I kind of hope he did it purposefully and not just on accident.
Man, Bill Belichick would routinely make Tom Brady feel like Chad Pennington was better than him. He would routinely. Routinely.
Can't be turning the ball over.
Are we giving credit too much? Are we giving too much credit to Joe?
You're not. This is one time I got to agree with you. I can't go captain, but this is great. Because look, the reality of it is, there's no world in MLB baseball where you have Hunter Brown or anybody else of that ilk, of that caliber. The manager then steps to the podium and Lambert is our ace. He's been our ace. There's no world that happens,
Big Pete,
unless it's calculated.
He has.
No. There's definitely some truth to it. But hell, you could argue that right now is the worst time ever to say, boy, Peter's been our ace, to take a shot at your ace. He's really in a rough patch, right? So if anything, you would steer, unless it's calculated, you would steer away from saying Peter Lambert has been your ace, right?
He didn't check up.
No, he didn't check up at all. He said he was his ace and then gave context to why he said it.
That was a no-brainer.
So, it's got to be calculated. I give credit to Joe Espada, assuming that big game Hunter Brown is not injured, is not having problems, isn't feeling something odd. Assuming that this is just a rough patch in his season, he heard what Joe Espada said, and I would imagine the way that he's wired, he's going to respond in a very motivated manner. So not only do I think Joe Espada said it in a calculated manner, I think it's going to land with Hunter Brown, and he's going to be much more motivated come next start.
Just happened to be pure coincidence that he happened to just name the things that Hunter's been struggling with. Text line coming through. He meant for the season. Lambert has been the ace. Hunter Brown was injured for more than half the season.
Still a lot of baseball left.
Okay. Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. I said it earlier. There is some drama and messiness in my ears. I do watch Real Housewives of Atlanta.
The show, man.
For 12 years before I had to check out.
Hold on, so.
I judge you hard for that.
I'm sorry.
I judge you.
I did.
I judged the hell out of you for
Team
that.
Mom moved into Team Mom OG. Man, I had to check out Amber. I really did.
Yeah, she must have been hot.
No, she is not. But she just got a little too crazy.
What was her one redeeming quality?
I'm just saying. Like, it was Gary, man. She beat the hell out of Gary. But I'm just saying, I got a little drama in my ears. I hope he was doing that. I mean, the only thing that would have just really sealed it, fellas, if he said, and if we had to start game 1 in a series, I'd start Pete. That'd been the only. If he'd have said that, I'd even made it too obvious.
Yeah, he stopped short of that.
I love Big Pete getting all this attention and love, man.
That was, but like if Dusty Baker did that, I would 100% believe Dusty was sending a message.
Well,
Dusty used to try to challenge. He would challenge Chaz all the time. I mean, I would think if Tommy Lasorda did that, I would think he is sending a message.
Well, look, I mean, even Joe Espada is not wild enough to do it without being calculated.
I think Joe got him a glass of red wine up in there, and he said, "Here we go, fellas. Here we go. Yeah, man. He's been our ace, boy. He'll throw strikes. He'll throw strikes. Not like these other yahoos, including that guy who used to be our ace. But the part about it is, though, is whether he did or not, again, I'm with you, Clint. There felt like there was something to this. The word choices, he could have gone in a different direction. I do think this is something that a Hunter Brown responds to.
Absolutely.
I think he's the type of player, like I brought up Belichick with Brady. I think Belichick knew, like, yeah, man, man, that Sanchez, man, we can't get past Matt Sanchez.
We got my mentor, Justin Verlander, up out of here. Y'all let Framber Valdez walk. It's my time. I'm the dude. And you talking about Peter Lambert? Absolutely, he hears it. No question.
That man used to just say, we just need better play out of the quarterback position. Like Tom ain't got no name.
Simple as that.
I don't know, but go ahead, Joe. I feel like when is Hunter pitch? Saturday? I feel like Hunter about to let it cut loose.
My buff boy Hunter Brown.
He gonna give it everything he's got. He said, Hunter, why don't you go challenge hitters?
Well, I hope he doesn't overdo it.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to try to throw 100.
Settle in, big fella.
5 o'clock fire coming up next. Big series. They got the sweep. They got to keep it going. They go on the road to face one of the better teams in the American League. Some news on a former Pro Bowl Houston Texan and something that the Texans really want to avoid happened in Carolina earlier today. We'll tell you the latest. A player for them. First day out for the season. That all coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Big series on.
FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Sox paraded. Pena tries to go for 3 straight. First time in his career. Back-to-back games. Home run for Jeremy Pena. And it's 2-0 Astros.
Oh, man, it's been spicy against the Marlins.
All right, there it is. It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. And, oh, my God, that's the first time I've looked out this window.
That just happened to me and David in here. Me and David just glanced out there. We were like,
that old storm has arrived, ain't it?
Hopefully you're moving around here safe.
A little wet.
Yeah. Wow, okay. It is getting there. Get safe out there. But we do have the latest here with old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T. And the latest is, you heard there, the Astros last night were able to complete the sweep against they got swept coming out of the first half, and then they by the Orioles, and then they sweep the Marlins to now have a day off today before they head to Chicago. We'll get you ready for that important series against the first place Chicago White Sox right now in the AL Central. We'll get you ready for that. But, boy, that Jeremy Pena, he's starting to get hot, ain't he? That's 3 straight games. He hit one out, and it is even more important because he continues to find his way. He had multiple hits yesterday. He continues to do things directly in front of Yordan Alvarez. Now, I still don't know why that would cause any person in their right mind to pitch to him, but he is on base and he is coming up with big hits, and somebody right there taking advantage of the pitches he's getting, because people generally don't want to face him with somebody on base, and he is taking full advantage of it.
Well, he's hot. He's having a hell of a year at the right time, and I'm glad I'm here to watch it. By the way, boys, disappointed in Blum right there for not using the Pena.
He did it later.
He did. It didn't get to it. I cut it off.
Well,
he didn't go right. He didn't go right into it.
Yeah, Tyler cut off the best piece.
There you go.
Said it's big.
There you go. Where I was going with that is, I appreciate Blum for birthing that beauty. I feel like that's got legs to be in the ballpark. That's got legs for even when he gets to bat, for the announcer in game announcer to yell holla, and everybody in the stadium says Pena.
Holla, Pena!
Holla, Pena! I think it's got legs. You got to learn how to take the Texans approach, and just we've got a collective effort here, and I think that has legs. I think it should be on a T-shirt. I think in the stadium it could be a great maybe every time he comes to bat. Maybe after he hits a bomb. Maybe I'd like it every time he goes to the plate. I'd like it when he makes good plays in the field. It's got legs.
713-572-4610. Do you like Clint's idea? Let's try it out, Tyler. We've got the Pena part. You're gonna be the PA announcer part. Okay. We'll say that. All right.
Holla,
Pena!
Oh, it's got legs. Hell yes, it does. I like the way Tyler backed away from the mic and made it sound like he was in the crowd. That was great.
I'm a pro.
I think it's got real legs. I'm not participating in corny crap. I would participate in that. Even if we were full-blown convo and I just randomly heard, holla, I would yell, Pena!
Jose.
No, awful. Worse than your side piece take.
I don't think side dish. That's
side piece.
I don't believe.
Tuve.
That's right. All right. We'll see.
This is not good.
I mean, Blummer. Well played. Blummer has birthed something that's beautiful. It should become a thing.
We'll see. They fight themselves back. They needed that because, boy, there was some bad feelings coming out of the All-Star break. They got swept by the Orioles.
You called it. You said they're going to do something to keep us hanging on.
Yeah,
they damn sure did
that.
Got
themselves 2 games back of the Rangers and 3.5 of the wild card. And they've got to get going because you got teams like the Red Sox. They done won 15 in a row. It's Perry, who we had a great dinner with. Perry said she absolutely loved it. So
loved what?
Which one, Perry? Did you like the?
No, I know Perry. Definitely jalapeno. Absolutely. She in her mind she put herself in the stands. And she said it with us, and she was like, "Yeah, that's got legs."
Yeah,
she didn't feel corny as hell when she did it. She's not a corny gal.
You think she didn't feel?
I mean, that's the deal. You got to practice it, and then if you feel like a cornball, it's like, "Nah, I'm out on that deal."
She's probably in a Tahoe somewhere, just
no question, no question.
Really getting after it. All right, the probables coming up. We just talked about what felt like a challenge from the manager, but Spencer Arrighetti, Hunter Brown, and Ronel Blanco against the White Sox. And this is not the normal White Sox team. You're probably not going to see second baseman pitching and striking out Jake Myers. This is not the White Sox team that was just losing. They are in first place. They would be the number 2 seed right now and get the playoffs started right now. And they have been playing really, really well in that ballpark. So this is a challenge. This is a challenge for the Astros, and they really need these guys to start. Now, obviously, Ronel Blanco, you're not putting as much pressure on him. This is just going to be his second start back, and he went 4 2/3. So I guess we just drove right through Christian Javier. So Christian Javier is not getting another start.
He'll be ready.
By the way, I don't know if you noticed that.
He'll be ready.
I think, Christian
he's going to piggyback with Ronel, or he's going to piggyback with MI. He'll be all right. He'll be ready.
I know Christian has not pitched since the last time Ronel pitched, so I know that did not happen. So it looks like Ronel has kept himself in there, but they need to get good starts from these guys. At the very least, what they got in this series.
We desperately need them first.
The very least.
We desperately need them first too. I mean, Spencer and Hunter got to come on, man. And look, I'm not even asking for greatness. I'm just asking for what you can bring and should bring to the table night in, night out. Now, Spencer, you got to bring it. Hunter's got a little bit of grace. Spencer, you about run out of grace for me.
Honest to God, I think like Hunter is just Hunter. But honest to God, I don't know if you think this is too much, Clinton Tyler, but I think if you're not Hunter or Peter Lambert, who, judging by the manager, said he's their ace, like I think you should be on. They should almost be on a start-to-start basis. Like, all right, man, if you get out here and it's like Homer Mike, right? We're gonna go in a different direction. At least this start. We got Javier and Kai Way who could start. We're going to go Hayden Wisniewski on his way up. He pitches tonight, he might pitch tonight in Sugar Land. He's supposed to start tonight, but I don't know if this weather's going to allow him to. Who knows? Here in Houston, it may be just sunny over there in Sugar Land. Who knows? But they're going to have options. And I think Spencer Arrighetti has pitched himself getting close to that spot. Pitched himself to, hey, man, we just don't have time for you to give up 5-6 runs in 4 innings. We just don't have time for it. We may have to go in a different direction. So we'll see. As you said, man, you need to get him back on track. And Hunter Brown, damn sure, has to get rolling again. So that's the Astros. They get ready to take on, after a day off today, take on the White Sox. And hopefully Jose Altuve's in the lineup. Maybe he needs 3 days.
Jalapeno.
5 o'clock fire.
Holla!
I bet Lamont Wade plays all 4 of these.
See there?
I bet he plays all three of these games against his former team. Lamont really goes. He never even played for the White Sox. He played for the Charlotte.
Lamont is a great name. What's
Lamont Wade Jr.
What's the old buddy off the Jeffersons? Wasn't there a Lamont on the Jeffersons?
There was a Lamont. There you go.
What was his? Which one was he? Was he the son?
His last name.
Was he the son?
Well, hold on, Lamont off the Jefferson. Lamont.
Was it Jefferson's or was it
Jefferson? Lamont's off Stanford.
Sanford's son. There you go.
I was say George didn't have a kid.
George didn't have no kid.
George didn't have no kids.
What was George's old lady's name?
Oh,
Wheezy.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Wheezy. And the crazy thing is,
I got to go back.
Is the housekeeper? She's still with us.
Is she?
Mm-hmm.
All the rest of them dead?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all of them dead. She's still with us. Saw her on the episode of Will Trent I watched the other day.
Lamont's still alive, ain't he?
I mean, we're on now. I'm talking about the Jeffersons.
I know, but I'm going back over to the different show.
Yes,
we've talked about two.
I don't know if Lamont is.
Lamont's got to be alive.
I don't know.
I don't know if he's still got that fro, but I think he's alive.
I don't know about got to be. He don't got to be. All right, former Texan, according to our guy Aaron Wilson, Joe Mixon reportedly told former Bengals teammates that his career is likely over. That the last time we watched him play, which was the playoff game in Kansas City, which he had a really good game, the last time we watched him play may be the last time he plays. And, it's a shame. He seemed to kind of revitalize some things and show he could be a lead back. I think the Bengals kind of let him go and made him expendable because they thought that maybe Joe Mixon's best days were behind him. He then came here and made a Pro Bowl and ran behind an offensive line that, quite honestly, nobody else could run behind. And now it looks like everything that we saw happen last year was not just, all right, he's out for this year, and it was weird, which it was weird, but his career may be over. So that's not that surprising based off everything we've heard and seen from last year, but it looks like that's where we're heading.
It makes a lot of things make sense, Ron. One, that we had heard, or I'd heard, that whatever treatment that had gone wrong could potentially cost him his career, and he'd never play again. That was one of the stories that we heard, so that would make that one make sense. The fact that we've not heard from Joe Mixon, nor did the Texans ever give any detail on what had happened, it makes that make sense, because why would you want to give detail? If you're the Texans, why would you want to give detail in that situation when it's potentially career ending? It's one thing the guy's not going to play for us, and it's one thing that he's under contract and we got to pay him. That's frustrating, yes, but the only thing that could trump that is what happened is probably going to end the guy's career. So you would err on the side of better judgment and just keep it under wraps as long as you possibly can. It would make that approach by the Texans and by Joe Mixon make sense. It would. And the bigger piece here, the only thing that makes any sense of Joe Mixon still being a free agent is that he can't play. Right? I mean, Joe Mixon, after missing the last year, coming off of an injury, you would think he's not going to be a $10 million back. He's going to be cheap for somebody if indeed he can play. The fact that he hadn't been picked up by anybody at this point in time tells you that there's something majorly wrong. So, unfortunate. I hate that this happened to him. I was a big fan of Joe Mixon, the running back, and so, it makes it all make sense of kind of what folded over last year.
Yeah, it was not surprising, but I think also it kind of puts in perspective how, and I'm sure we've talked about it, but how different that offense in that season could have been if you had him. If you had him, and we're talking about
last year.
Yeah, we're talking about what David Montgomery may bring to the table. This guy, if he was still playing at the level that he was playing at, this guy was better.
Yeah,
clearly better than Derek Montgomery or David Montgomery. And if we saw that Woody Marks was able to get 700 plus with that group, he probably is able to do more.
Well, it gives you the security blanket for CJ too. I hate that we're talking about that with CJ, but every quarterback, it's no disrespect, every quarterback needs that time. Hey, when you're not seeing things perfectly and when the game plan's not right, to be able to hand the ball to a guy that can get chunk plays, in scheme, in formation, or when it's not there, he can bounce it and get chunk plays and keep the ball moving that way. He would have, Caley would have been forced to lean into that run game a little bit more with a guy like Joe Mixon back there, not to mention the leadership piece. I think that they missed that just as much as they did anything. The piece of just holding guys accountable and being a little bit more demanding of the guys around him, including the coaching staff, I think was big. So you missed that as well. So, yeah, look, I just wish him the best, man. It sucks to have your career swept out from underneath you, or at least the end of your career swept out from underneath you when you were trying to get recover from an injury.
By the way, George did have a son, Lionel. Apparently, you talking about this text line has gone on the attack. I forgot about Lionel. I forgot about Lionel.
A little taller than George, which I guess who wasn't. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Sure.
Lionel was the main character.
I guess.
Wasn't he tall, skinny?
Yeah. I mean, I remember. I looked it up. I remember him now. Once I looked it up, but
he was tall, skinny, goofy.
I just don't remember him being in a lot of scenes. It just lapsed my mind.
Lionel on the Jefferson.
Yeah, Lionel. I mean, we're 20. We're about 20 texts deep here of Lionels.
Jeffersons will do that too.
Yeah, they will, man. There's some folks out here with Lionel.
It's gonna start a fire. 5 o'clock.
That's not who I'm thinking of.
That's who I saw. When I saw him, I was like, oh yeah, I remember Lionel now. All right, this is coming out. As we know, the Texans will start training camp next week, but the Panthers started it already, and the Texans actually are going to have a joint practice with the Panthers later on in training camp. But their second year linebacker, former Texas A&M Aggie, Nick Scorton or Scrotton or whatever Nick's last name is, he's going to be out for the season. Tore his ACL first day of camp. First day of camp, stepped on the field. They had their first practice, and he tore his ACL. I think they expected a lot from him coming up this year. He had 5 sacks last year. Thought he may come into his own, but this report from Ian Rappaport and Cameron Wolf that he tore his ACL on the first day of practice, and well, that's the thing. And D'Amico and them say it every time, like, hey, just everybody get up out here, stay up, everybody get healthy, Will.
Yeah, well,
stay up, stay off of people.
Stay up, stay off, stay out of people's face, particularly out of your quarterback's face.
Those are my babies.
Yeah, you just hope that something like this didn't happen because you got guys going too hard and guys that aren't being professionals. You hope it was a freak accident, but hell, it's hard times, baby.
Yeah, it is. It is tough. According to the text line, we just lost Lamont from Sanford and Son. We just lost him earlier this year. Damn it, Grady.
They weren't the same guys.
No, they weren't.
Lionel and Lamont wasn't the same.
They're two different people. I'm just saying. You asked if Lamont was still alive. I told you. You said he's got to be still alive. I said, well, I don't know if he's got to be. No, we just lost him. Is what? Yeah, Clint may be thinking about JJ from Good Times.
That's exactly who the hell I'm
You're thinking about Jimmy Walker?
Yes. It's exactly who I'm talking about.
Yeah, you think about JJ. Yeah, JJ's still alive.
Lamont Sanford.
I mean, it's confusing your black folks. That's all right.
Yeah, I mean, it happens just a bit. I mean,
wow. Your 70s black actors.
Well, I mean,
that's what the whites used
I'm
to
thinking
do.
about it. I'm trying to think of what white ones I got. I got Three's Company.
Here, I'm gonna go to break while you keep thinking about those guys. By the way, John Ritter, I think we've lost all of them too. I know Suzanne Summers.
Furley's definitely dead.
Well, and John Ritter's dead, and Suzanne.
I think.
Coming up,
3 times.
Do you think D'Amico Ryans is getting a pass for what's happening to his offense as the head coach? We'll discuss coming up next.
Hey, I'm looking at old Lamont Sanford. He could probably use a little advanced hair restoration these days, man. Look, everybody always asks me what makes advanced.
He can't use it.
Oh, okay, yeah. The only way you don't need advanced hair restoration is if you have passed away. But if you're still
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Be safe out there on them streets as the storm is starting to come through, and a couple of people also you're right, man. If I'm wrong, man, let me know. I mean, really wrong, not disagree. Well, hell, let me know too. But yeah, if I've just erased Lionel Jefferson out of my mind. If I'm wrong, well, let me know. But y'all let me know. But a few other people also let me know. I'm Ron. It ain't sunny in Sugarland. It's storming out here too. Be safe out there. All right. I see Cornbread's already chimed in. Clint, it to me feels. I'll just say it from me, Clinton Tyler, and you all tell me if you think I'm right on this or if you agree with me. I feel like clearly the offense is what's holding most people back on the Texans, or it's what people feel like if they just are able to do such and such with this offense, then they would really believe in the Texans. Hell, even the people who really believe in the Texans, we've heard from a couple of people in the last couple of weeks who have expressed them as they can win the Super Bowl. They would be my AFC team with the gun to their heads. We've heard this. Even they have spun around and talked about their concerns with this offense. And when we hear issues with the offense over the years, the offensive line would get it. The coordinators would get it. I think CJ is now wearing it really heavy at this point. Some of the injuries would be the issue. I think Nick Caserio, because obviously the roster part of it and other things has gotten it. It feels like D'Amico doesn't seem to wear it as much as the other guys and the other parts, even though he is the head, right? Usually, it doesn't matter, man. It falls under you. You're the boss. Bam. Do you get the feel that he is getting a bit of a pass out of the issues with the offense over the past couple of years?
Oh, I don't get a feel. Hell, he is. There ain't no doubt about it. I mean, I said it when he got you got a great head coach. You clearly got a guy that's a former Texan, former player, that's a hell of a defensive play caller, and everybody that's been around him believes that he's got he checks all the boxes to be a great head coach. Let's say all that's true. Guess what? The next thing you got to do is find your offensive play caller. And it's going to be an absolute bear, because if he does well, you're going to lose him to a head job. If he does bad, you got to go find another one. So you better keep one in the hopper. And ultimately, D'Amico Ryans has done a hell of a job. D'Amico Ryans has done a hell of a job on several fronts. I would argue on every front other than finding his offensive coordinator. And the things that offensive coordinator, like offensive staff, have direct impact on. So, yeah, I think at this point right now that we're outside the honeymoon phase, but we're still in that young lover phase of he's done so much good. Because the reality of it is, man, this defense is one of the best in the league, which is exactly what you would expect. He drugged this organization out of dysfunction from the very beginning, from jump. It didn't take 2 or 3 years like I thought it was going to take, right? He drug them out of dysfunction immediately. I would argue that Nick Caserio had a lot to do with that, with weathering the storm over 2 years and getting the roster right. Nick Caserio's done a lot of good things with the roster, which D'Amico Ryans is heavily involved in, obviously. But yeah, it is. There is no doubt about it. D'Amico Ryans is getting a pass, because at the end of the day, he's the most powerful person named there. He's the most powerful person in that building, and he's either made the decision to fire and hire this offensive coordinator, or he gave Nick Caserio the power to do it. and we'll see if it works out. The offensive coordinator situation, the offensive line has been so bad that it's a national conversation of how they've held this team back from being in a Super Bowl or getting to a Super Bowl. So, yeah, I think he's getting a pass right now.
Yeah, it's hard because the narrative and the thought is your quarterback. The narrative, to be honest with you, from almost from a national perspective, even to a local perspective, I'm saying the narrative is that your quarterback is completely fallen off a cliff.
Yep.
And within that, you have, as you said, fired the original offensive coordinator that was with him to maybe the best rookie season we had ever seen till Jaden Daniels came around, but maybe the best rookie season, top 2 or 3 rookie season we've ever seen from the quarterback position. The driving force where you were saying we'll go as far as CJ takes us to where we are right now, where people are saying, can you just be all right? Can you just be average? He's had to been a part of that. And I think the biggest thing for me is, one, as you said so eloquently, there's nobody else that has a bigger decision voice on the football side than him. Right? I mean, the McNairs have to okay this, but nobody, his vote wins.
Yep.
Right? This is more of a Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan situation than it is a Nick Caserio and Lovie Smith and the coach before him. I can't remember his name, but that situation.
Your workout
leg days.
Leg days.
This is more of a situation like where the head coach
Cully
is where the head coach is got more power than the general manager. Right, the McNairs brought in D'Amico, not him. He was going to bring in Josh anyway, but nobody has more power. So the fact that they have shifted to this what appears to be New England system, he's been fine with it.
Sure.
He's okayed it. And the biggest thing for me is how the Texans allowed the Bobby Slowick situation to dissolve to a point where you had to make a move on him after a year and a half, and the success that those two had together in that time frame. D'Amico, to me, I do look at you have had to figure that out to not allow it to get to a point to where you had to move off of him. Right? They came after year one. They wanted to give him They gave him more money to stay.
They were worried about him and
they gave him more money to stay. And then he's gone in a year. And clearly, even in that, the people argue CJ didn't fall off a cliff in that season.
No, that was entirely something happened
behind closed doors. And that they weren't able to figure that out. Because I don't care what any of you say, you're watching this. The best thing for this team would have been if C.J. Stroud was still in that system.
Oh, if everybody was still in that system, no
everybody
doubt.
Based off of that. You don't finish 8th in the MVP as a rookie and lead the NFL in passing yards per game while throwing 5 interceptions in year one, and then make the playoffs the next year, and it just dissolves.
Yeah,
like that. We're gonna at least give it another year. So whatever happened there, D'Amico wasn't able to navigate that for that to be kept together.
Yeah.
And they were forced. So, I think he should have – his name should be brought up right when we're talking about all the other ones.
Well, I think it does a lot of the time. Not that one, but I think it will after this year. That's what's at stake this year. Just like Nick Caserio's name, I think gets brought up a lot more here locally. The thing is I think both of them will be conversations nationally if it happens again this year. Nick Caserio not figuring out this offensive line. D'Amico Ryans obviously not figuring out the offensive side of things when the AFC's there for the taking and your defense is good enough to win championships. And tide's going to turn from C.J. Stroud and the offensive line to the hell is Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans doing on the offensive side of the ball. They're costing themselves a chance at championships.
Yeah. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets. We'll see if he can keep the ball rolling. Had a good Wednesday. All right, both days in the green on Tuesday and Wednesday. Let's see if he can keep this thing going, and we'll do our biggest stories in the NFL season. We're counting down from 50 days. We'll do our biggest story after T. Mill's Best Bets coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. If you're not breathing,
furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
Oh, all right. He's been rolling hot now. T-Mill's best bets is yesterday he was 3 for 4. His only miss was took a chance with the Texas Rangers, and that is against his instinct.
We're done with that.
I know he's done with that. Just like
never happening.
Let
again.
James Harden get him twice. But he's 3 for 4, so he is itching closer to the green for the week. So another big performance today will help it, and you can find all of his best bets at Space City Sharp, where he has not only his daily best bets, but also all kinds of info to help you kind of place some bets and pick some lines and thoughts. What you got today?
Woo!
I have just two
big ones.
bets tonight because they're within one game. We only have one baseball game in action this evening.
Right.
Actually, getting started any second, I think. So let me give these to you quickly. 2 bets between the Royals and Tigers in that ball game tonight. First of which is the under. I'm on the under 8.5 runs between the Royals and Tigers. And your second and final best bet on a Thursday with the drive is Troy Melton. He's the starting arm for the Detroit Tigers tonight, taking on the Royals. He has eclipsed 5.5 strikeouts in 4 straight starts, and that is what they set his over-under at for Ks tonight, and I like the over. Over 5.5 Ks for Melton against the Royals, and I think he can surpass that actually pretty quick. But those are your 2 best bets.
All right, there it is. 2 best bets right there. That's got 2 of them. It is a weird scheduling day today. A lot of day games. I know obviously Thursday's a getaway day generally, but a lot of day games, and then just that in Detroit that's underway or going to be underway coming up here in just a bit. So there it is. T-Mill's best bets. You can find them at, again, as we said, every day on Twitter, Space City Sharp. Coming up behind us is Texans All Access, and the General, John McClain, will join the fellas tonight, so stay tuned for that, as that's always entertaining. And then Area 45, H-Town's best late-night sports show in all of the market. Make sure you listen to that. They'll be going until 11 o'clock. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and our guy Colin will hold it down for you tonight. We are live and local right here on Sports Radio 610 until 11. And same lineup. We'll be live and local on what?
Oh, I was just thinking, man.
We'll be live and local on 95.7, The Fan, coming up on August 13th with the same lineup. The boys, they'll be there late night as well. So stay tuned to that. Somebody just texted him, boy, I just flipped over to 95.7 in Brenham, Texas, just to see what it would sound like. Oh, it sounds great.
Crisp.
There you go.
Crisp.
There you go.
Hey, man, you only got a couple weeks.
There you go.
Stay plugged in.
There it is, and during the storm. All right, we've been doing our countdown as Monday led us to 50 days out until the season starts between the Patriots and the Seahawks of the biggest stories and storylines coming up for this NFL season. And this one brings us to Pittsburgh. A new era in Pittsburgh as Mike Tomlin is no longer the head coach for the first time in 19 seasons. He won a Super Bowl there, went to another. They bring in another Super Bowl winning coach, oddly enough, a person he lost the Super Bowl to and that is Mike McCarthy. He steps in, and he is paired once again with Aaron Rodgers, who he won that Super Bowl with as they were together in Green Bay. They brought back Rodgers for another season, and so he is in the mix. The Steelers, Clint, have made the playoffs for the last 3 straight seasons, and they've done it with a different quarterback each 3 years. That first year was multiple quarterbacks. There was some Trubisky. There was some Rudolph. No, it was Kenny Pickett.
But Duck was in there at some point.
Duck wasn't on that playoff team.
Okay,
the team that made the playoffs.
Gotcha.
They lost to the Bills. And then obviously Russ 2 years ago, and then Aaron last year as they got decapitated by the Texans at home. But they have had 19. They have not had a losing season since 2003. It's the last time the Steelers have had a losing season, 2003, and they made the playoffs the last 3 years. Their expectations are kind of hovering around the 8.5 to 9.5 win mark, which is that is interesting with that division that has Baltimore and Cincinnati in it. Do you think this is the year where the Pittsburgh Steelers take a full step back? You think they can continue the winning or non-losing records with this one have to be and make it to the playoffs?
Yeah, no. I think they take a step forward.
Forward.
I think they make the playoffs. I definitely don't think they make a step back. I think they make the playoffs, and at the very least, don't get their doors blown off of them in the first round.
You like the Steelers.
Obviously the floor is really high. Now, how much of that was Mike Tomlin and how much of it is the culture that was built and the players and all that? Clearly, the floor is high. He didn't take over a dumpster fire. And you got to look at kind of how they're going to be healthier on the defensive side of the ball, hopefully. We'll see. And then on the offensive side,